How many fucking red shells am I gonna get hit by? What the fuck? Oh man. What the? And then I get my stuff.
Even the bots beat him.
Wow.
He got kicked in the game. He was kicked. He's not in the lobby.
Give a shit about this bitch ass game, man. I don't give a fuck about this bitch ass game, man. I don't fucking care. Let me nervous drink real quick. Hold on, man. Just for the sake of hydration. I got hit by 3 motherfucking blue, red shells back to back. Then drunk punk ass takes my star, and then he uses it immediately and hits me with it.
He's blaming me because I'm slow.
Fuck!
And we are live. Dude, I can't stop laughing at Ripa raging. I'll never stop loving that. And
there's nothing better than watching somebody just get absolutely fucked like that, because you know it's happened to you once. So if it's happened to you once, it's funny to watch somebody else get it. So.
Yes. Oh, but we are live. It is Tuesday night's main event, and we have a lot to talk about. We have an awesome guest here. But to offset the awesome guest, we did have Ryan here, of course, because he offsets any positivity. We have to make sure that he's here to offset any of that. Hi, Ryan. How are you? How many black people have pissed you off this week?
Well, I went to a lot of fast food restaurants, so quite a few. But but I was at Universal Studios today. I hung out, brought some toxicity over to Park Hoppin' for a while. So me and Chrissy Mayer got to hang out with Drunk 3PO and maybe demonetize that channel permanently. So that was a blast. And I drove back, and now I'm here. I got a little sun. I'm kind of burnt, but I got my food. I got my Mountain Dew Zero just for Ripa so I can hydrate. And we're good to go.
That's not how you hydrate, man.
That's how I hydrate.
Oh, man. Speaking of hydrate, how you doing, Ripa, Eric July? Fresh off that I mean, that Mario Kart clip was actually from the not this past
previous
week, the week before.
Yeah.
You and Johnny just wrecked me last Sunday. I can't even front. Like the first race, like Rip had never even raced that fucking track, and he was so far out front. I'm like, what the hell, dude? I'm so mad. So.
Yeah, nah, man. I'm doing fucking good, man. I'm just it's not enough time in the day for me, man. This is all types of shit that I'm doing on a daily basis, and then it's fucking nighttime before I know it. So I just been working, man, doing my shit with, obviously the show. We do it 12 p.m. and then of course the Blaze work we've been doing, man. Just been fucking grinding, working on just preparing all these assets, man, for this book, and just grinding, man. Such has been my fucking life.
Hell yeah, man. Well, good to have you here. Looking forward to everything you got going on. Epic Mike in the house. What's up, Epic Mike?
Rip was wanting to talk about getting hit with red shells. Motherfucking got people sniping me in the streams. Listen,
how much?
I was literally about to get
11th?
a fucking first place. I hit his ass with a red shell. Somehow he catches up to me. I'm the one get hit with everything.
I didn't throw it.
In fourth motherfucking place tells me I got what I deserve.
You did.
And
then you had been talking to me the entire night, so.
And then ignores the fact that I've been subbed to his channel for 3 months on Twitch. Ignored that shit. I watched him look at it, and he ignored it. And then the people from his stream showed up on my Twitch channel and yelled at me about targeting him.
You got to give Mike credit for sounding relevant, because we all know he's not even relevant enough to be on Ripa's radar. Like, he's really not. Like,
that's what I mean. He's talking about all these red shells getting hit by. It can't be that many in 11th fucking place, man.
I wasn't in 11th fucking place, Ryan. I was consistently doing well.
Evan Mike's like that YouTuber with like 200 subscribers that says Mama Susan's suppressing my content. Like,
Shadow banned.
You know, like
I would never say that
My
about Mama
content
Susan.
won't get out there. I'm been shadow
I already
banned.
know because I got a face. I got a face and a name to put to it. I know who's holding me back in Mario Kart.
The only question I have for Mike is, what do your fingernails look like tonight?
They look like normal fingernails, Ryan. Ryan, why are you obsessed with how I look, man? That's what I'm curious about.
I ain't obsessed, but it was kind of freaky that you had a painted fingernail last
You
week.
had a painted fingernail. I can't handle it. God damn.
I don't know if it's like a gang sign or a sexuality thing or what. So I don't know.
I joined the stream and 3PO was like, he's gonna get kicked out of the park, and the stream had just started. You're yelling and cussing at people, kids in a theme park, man.
They're gonna learn someday.
That's not how that works.
All right.
I can confirm it is cringe to be with Ryan in a theme park. I really don't like it.
If I'm gonna be miserable, I'm gonna make everybody else the same way around me. It's the standard.
Doing good, man. So.
We have the hijabi gamer. Hello, Kat. How are you?
I'm great, thank you. How is everybody?
Doing good, doing good. Thank you for not dragging out the intro, unlike Mike, who made it all about him and made the whole thing just ridiculous.
Made it all about you. Asked me how I was doing.
You know, it's a rhetorical question. I don't really care, Mike. I do care about how Kat's doing. I don't care about how you're doing.
No,
I've had a long day. I've been working in another store, so they had me at another store, and it's doing inventory stuff in another store. So it's like long day in another store.
I hear you. Well, happy to have you here. Krista Nova. Hi, Krista.
Hi, it's my birthday on Friday, and also Kirby comes out, so I'm really excited about that.
Oh, you can't wait. You can't wait. Go ahead and tell everybody about your new Mario. You've been talking about it all day.
Oh, yeah, I got a little Mario plushie right there. He's just chilling.
How much was that? Like 45 Canadian?
Oh, worth it. He's staring Ryan right in the eyes right
now. We have a celebrity here, Shia LaBeouf. Oh, I'm sorry, that's Lethal Lightning. Hi, Lethal.
Well, for the record, Shia LaBeouf fucked Megan Fox in her prime, so I'll take that as a compliment. And I am so happy. I am here with my favorite Sailor Guardian. I have not been this nervous since the first time I asked a girl out. I combed my hair. Do you remember I can't remember the last time I combed my hair when I found out. I got a message at 4:30 in the morning. 4:30 in the morning. I'm about to go to bed. I get a message from Krista. She's like, "Do you want to be on?" I'm like, "Well, fucking yeah. Just let me double check something." And I am nervous and excited and everything.
I'll give you the honor of introducing our guest, Amanda. Go ahead, introduce her.
I am not worthy to introduce this queen over here. This is all her.
Y'all are making me out to be way cooler than I am. But
we are joined by world famous actress Amanda, DayWalkerComedy. How are you, Amanda? It's a pleasure to have you here.
I'm great. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm the one who reached out to Jeremy like, hey, I really like your show. Just show.
When she said she liked Ryan, I was like, okay, she's not going to disassociate the moment that she comes on the stream. Because she already was aware of Ryan. You know?
Yeah, no, I watched, I literally, like, I've seen a lot of backlogs of like FNT. Like if I had stumbled into it, that would be one thing. But I like it.
Anytime someone from the industry. Well, hang on. Anytime anyone in the industry reaches out since the Snyder incident, if they mention that they're a fan of Ryan, I understand we're not going to get into any issue here. You know, because Zack Snyder would have been like, hey, Jeremy, hey, I'm a fan of you guys, and that Ryan guy, I really like his takes. He didn't say that. If he would have said that, I think the disassociating would have probably never happened. But then the moment he found out Ryan was there, that's where it all went down. But
if he'd actually said that and somebody got on tape, he would have been fucking done. They would have pulled that Snyder cut immediately. But yeah, I think that I like that Amanda said I watch NFT, so I wasn't surprised by that take. If any of these people had tried to cancel me and pulled like a out of context clip from FNT, holy shit! Imagine the storm that could have come from that.
I was like, yeah, Ryan said way worse. But also the thing is, what I don't get is like, I get the sense of humor. Like, clearly you're not like, fucking black people. You know, like, I don't know. This is how I joke with my friends. Like, I like literally like I'm always tweeting racist shit to my friend because clearly I'm not gonna be racist. Like, we're like, oh yeah, I'm like, it's sarcasm. So yes, I get it.
Yes.
Yeah, they made it look like I walk in every movie with just a checkbox, which from now on I probably will, just for the fun of it. But yeah.
Yes. Well, so Amanda, just a quick kind of just if anyone that doesn't know you or not aware of you, can you mention some of the work you've done so people can know what you've done?
So my civilian name is Amanda C. Miller. I'm an animation, video game voice actor. I guess the best known things I've done are probably I played Sailor Jupiter in the Viz redub of Sailor Moon. I am Boruto Uzumaki, the son of Naruto, in Naruto Next Generations. I was in the Fire Emblem series. I was in the Danganronpa video game series. Those are like probably the bigger ones people know me for. I was Joe in Kid Cosmic on Netflix. I don't know. You can Google me. I don't want to go on about myself.
That's literally
she doesn't like to brag about her resume.
That's literally Lethal Lightning's dream girl. What you just listed, like everything you said, like I just and then
I've never seen Lethal like this in my life.
This is special.
He's quiet. He's happy. He's smiling. I've never seen this.
This is that you don't understand. Like this is a dream. This is a dream. Sailor Jupiter is legit the best guardian in the whole thing, and here she is.
I'm not gonna lie. She is the best.
Now, Krista, a lot of people don't know this. Krista has proof that Ryan's actually a fan as well. So you have that image, Krista?
I do. I don't know if you know this, but Ryan himself is also a Sailor Guardian.
I don't even know what that means.
You know exactly what that means.
Ooh, looking good.
Sailor Uranus.
We should point out that this Sailor Guardian is actually a lesbian in the story as well.
Well, I mean, I will say every lesbian steals my haircut to look as much like a man as they can. So
this would be a good cosplay for you if you ever decided to weave it up. You're good to go.
My legs, although they are that white, they're not that long. So I don't know if I can pull that off.
Don't think anybody can.
It does kind of look like what's Leah Thomas a little bit with the legs.
Well, the shoulders are not nearly broad enough. Let's make that very clear right now. But
what was that Aquaman meme that everybody's been sharing?
Aquaman.
Yeah, that's so good. But yes, Amanda, it is a pleasure to have you here. And yes, Amanda reached out to me, and it's really cool because I know you're friends with Gothics. And that was Gothics kind of introduced you to our little corner of the internet, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I discovered FNT a couple months ago because I guess YouTube was like, "Hey, you watch this chick?" I'm hitting shit. So she was, it was like, "Hey, here's Gothics video." I'm like, "What is this thing? And why the fuck is it 5 hours?" So then I started watching it. I'm like, I'm only gonna watch like 20 minutes of this, but then I ended up like watching it. And I was at a con, so like I had to get up and sign at like 9 a.m. and I stayed up to probably 4 a.m. watching it. And I was like, these guys are funny. This feels like high school where you could just like say things.
Yep.
Imagine that. And like
100%.
You know, and make fun of each other, and like nobody takes it seriously because we all know we're joking.
Yep. 100%. And sorry to hear this, Krista. You lost a simp. Ryan has
well, based off that picture, I get it.
Yeah. Well, and if your name's Gamer Word, you probably always should have been in my corner anyway. Just being real. So,
oh man. But we do have a lot to talk about. We have a fantastic guest. A little bit later, we're going to talk to Amanda about her experiences and everything in the industry. But it's awesome to have her here. I wanted to start out tonight about the Disney situation and the massive walkout. Now I have to play the opening of the Quarterings video that he uploaded a few hours ago. Have you seen this? This is so good, right?
I haven't seen it yet. My entire day I was sitting at Universal, and I feel like I'm behind on everything now.
Yeah, so this right here, the opening of this video is gold. So shout out to the Quartering. Here we go.
What we can tell you is there has not been any large gathering of any protesters out here, any casting. In fact, if you look behind me here, there's only one protester that's out here along Hotel Plaza Boulevard in front of Disney.
Oh my god.
couldn't have predicted.
That's so good. If you want to see the full video, go check out the quartering. But yeah, let's man, social justice, I swear it fails every single time. And I know there was this Disney walkout account, I guess, right here where they posted this was their celebration for, I guess, what they accomplished today. That's the massive crowd right there. That's going to shut down Disney. I simply responded with that one, because that's where we're at with it, man. No impact whatsoever.
So just to put it in perspective, I did see that today, and on my way home, I looked up number of employees at Disney World.
Oh, it's massive.
It's around 77,000 people that are employed at Disney World in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
These are the ones that walked out. So when we talk about bending the knee to people and letting extremely small, like percentage points of people control what you do and tank your company and come out with these ridiculous statements and these ridiculous policies, this is what we're talking about. This is no one. This is nothing in the grand scheme of things. Is it going to get some Twitter likes? Sure. Okay, from the same people who their entire identity is an anime character. No offense to anime fans. Pronouns in their bios, and the only thing that they have as a personality is their sexuality. Like those are the only people that are interacting with this right now.
Well, it's like, I don't care that these people exist. I truly don't. What I care about is that corporations like Disney seem to act like they pretend that they care about them when they really don't. Mm-hmm. And then they try to shift their business model, at least publicly, to try to pretend that they care. They don't care. They're just virtue signaling. It's fake. And, that's kind of the whole problem with all of this, is that normal people see through this shit every day. You know what I mean? It is a clown show. It is truly a clown show. If you read Twitter, who I think Quartering said it in that video that I watched, but if you read Twitter and mainstream media, you would be under the impression that this was a massive walkout of like 85% of the company. You know what I mean? The way it's being pushed, but that's not what's happening, because normal people, like, there's people out there, like, to go to Walt Disney World, it's expensive. Families save up years to go to for a trip to Disney or Universal. They spend years. And now these social justice activists are on Twitter saying, if you were planning on going to Disney today, we urge you to not go. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, these people are saving up for years. You think they're worried about your nonsense? Like, they're not. It's crazy. It's absolutely insane.
Jeremy, that's in California, by the way. The picture?
That
was in California.
The picture, I believe, was in California.
Yeah, they didn't get any.
But the protest was supposedly in Orlando that didn't even happen, because of the whole bill was in Orlando, because this is all about Florida and Ron DeSantis. Go ahead, Amanda. You had something to say?
Oh, no, it's just a snarky comment about, like, you're totally discrediting the people who solved racism with black squares. Like,
oh, yeah.
Works.
Yeah. It's going to be
that much with a square. Think what they can do with a rainbow.
Oh, my God.
You know what I mean?
Amanda's going to fit in so good around.
In this conversation, like the employees in California, it was only like 100 of them, and they used sick days, work breaks, lunch breaks, and then like a couple of them just walked out. But even with that, like, if you're gonna walk out or make a big deal about it, they don't want to lose their jobs, because they know Disney will just be like, cool, you're fired because you didn't come into work today. Which is the other part of it, because they don't want to risk anything. They're not actually putting anything on the line. They just want to feel good about themselves and give themselves a self-congratulatory pat on the back and say, I stepped in. I looked good for a day. Somebody got my face in a picture somewhere. It's pathetic.
But they deserve the backlash. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was going to say, but aren't they adding to that Buzz Lightyear movie? His best friend's like a lesbian.
That's what I heard.
Chick. Isn't that like in response to this, which is the stupidest response you could possibly do?
Well, it's the most diverse thing you can do in the whole world.
Yeah. So that was something that they cut out. Yeah, and I made a video about that too. It's like that will never be enough. There is no amount of virtue signaling or diversity hires or this person or that person that is possible, because these aren't real problems that they're having. They're made up problems. Yeah. So you can't just have actual solutions to them. This is about a victimhood narrative that will never be solved by simply giving them an extra person to the representation they're asking for. It'll just continue to accelerate.
And it's weird to me that they have like there's actual problems happening like in Africa or the Middle East and that they're silent on it. They're like, that's it doesn't like is brown homophobia not a thing that we should talk about? Like that's actually a problem. But like if you can order ass on Tinder like a pizza and not get arrested or you know like by your government, you're probably not oppressed. Like you might have problems, but like we all have problems. Like that's I don't know.
I love how Rip always talks about like if you think these countries that you're always like preaching and bending the knee to wouldn't call you the worst shit imaginable.
No, like I say this is obviously someone that's been to multiple countries, and I've experienced that myself. That's why I always thought the term, you know, POC was retarded, because it acts as if every fucking ethnic background or race of people that isn't white are like in some shit together. I'm like, have you been to fucking pockets of Asia and seen how they fucking talk about black people? You fucking crazy as hell if you think they are on the fucking same page. It's insane. But I mean, this whole ordeal is why Disney is especially stupid for the direction that they're going in to try to cater to a mob of people that really only exist on the fucking internet. And I guess that can be said for every single entertainment entity that's made it clear that that's who they want to try to appeal to, because I guess there's some blue-haired wench that's fresh out of college that works for their entity that's telling them that this is the way that the country is going or the world's going. And these are the views that people have, even though it couldn't be anything further from the fucking truth. They have made it clear that they're gonna use their material to promote and all this shit. Like, didn't they? I know Disney put out another post today talking about they had the gay Mickey Mouse shit, like rainbow Mickey Mouse shit, and they were talking about, oh, we're so inclusive and all this other shit. They've drawn their fucking line in the sand, and this is why if they do, I mean, hopefully they do, if they do get any like economic kickback because of this retardation, then good on them. They get what they deserve.
They 100% get what they deserve, and I have no sympathy for them whatsoever. And very few people do and should at this point in time. You know, I know there's a lot of people that don't pay attention to this stuff, and they're just there to go, you know, have their vacations and stuff like that. But the more people see this, the more they're waking up to it. And you know, that's what we are here for, is to, like, when they say the don't say gay bill. Well, that's fine, because it doesn't say that in the bill. It literally never references that. But that's what the media has tried to present, and that's what these activists, and even I think was it Oscar Isaac has just come out in a response, and his response is basically the same thing that Mark Hamill did, where his response was just like gay. Yeah, it's like
like these people, like these no offense to any actors, Amanda, but you know, these actors, like there's no reason to just sit there and because someone you like is in something, necessarily think that something they say about politics or this bill or that bill has any relevance. But a lot of these people think they are that important that they feel the need to speak out, like Mark Hamill, and he made a fool of himself, an absolute fucking idiot. Because the bill's only 7 pages long. It's not like it's the Lord of the Rings, all right? Like, this bill, it's not that long. And the portions that we're talking about, it's just really a couple sections. And people can't even do the due diligence to understand that, you know what? If you, lesbian couple, have your child who, I don't know, maybe you want to be gay or whatever, it doesn't matter. The child of a lesbian couple, it's also protecting them from maybe like a super hardcore conservative Christian teacher who might try to essentially indoctrinate them into believing something that they think, instead of just educating them. And that's the entire problem, is they're not even thinking about it that way. It's only one direction right now.
Well, and I think in the climate that we're in today too, you know, a lot of people are starting to wake up to the fact that these actors and these politicians and stuff will throw a buzz term or try to break something down to a really low, easy, like saying like, don't say gay or whatever. And I think a lot of people are starting to wake up to the fact that if somebody says that, or they're throwing that out there, they'll go look it up now. It used to be you just go, oh my gosh, they're trying to stop people from saying gay. That's awful. But there are people now that are actually going and looking it up and reading about it, because they've been shown multiple times that the media will tell you this is what's going on, this is what's happening, and you got to trust us, and then find out that they lied. And then they'll later just tell you, yeah, we lied about it, but we just wanted to do what we had to do. We had to do what we had to do to get things done. You know, so it's you know, part of the reason that they're not seeing the effort done. I mean, it is, you know, thankfully, because Ron DeSantis has a huge nuts, but also it's because it's it's not getting the traction because people don't trust them. People realize, you know what? I don't think there's any bill in any country or any state that's saying, hey, you can't say gay. Like that's not a thing. That's never been a thing. But yeah, so
unfortunately, actors do. All my actor friends are like been really like self-righteous about it, and I just want to be like, oh, but I'm also like, I can't. If you're that stupid, I can't help you.
And let me address something. So Ryan has said no disrespect twice, but let me be clear about that. He's not going woke. Amanda, before the stream started, she complimented his Batman review, so he's very much a fan, and that's why he doesn't want to offend her because she liked his Batman review.
Exactly,
so
she likes me, so I'm trying to keep that going. You know what I mean? So.
Wait, isn't Ron DeSantis up for a re-election this year, right?
I don't know if it's this year, but I mean, Ron DeSantis will.
He'll win, but
you got the midterms coming up. Like, there's a lot of stuff that they're gonna be trying. Like, they're already silencing people left and right now. We've seen the Patreon stuff that's going on. That is all strategic because this is the tactics that the left play. You know, like with Sidney Watson. They took down Sidney Watson's Patreon.
Yeah, it's really weird.
Why would they take Sidney Watson's Patreon down?
Mm-hmm.
You know why? Because she's speaking out against topics, things that they don't want. But I know, like, DeSantis will be running for re-election, at least in my opinion, because that's why I don't want him to run for president yet, because I want him in Florida right now.
You need to share him.
No. Or and after what he did today with come out with with that announcement about the with the swimming and everything with the swimmers, and dude, he is pissing the right people off right now, and he does not give a single fuck, as he shouldn't. And I love what he's doing. So but yeah, I mean, this Disney thing, like, and that's another thing. I guarantee you Disney's used to picking up the phone and telling any politician in Florida, you can't do this, or we need this, or we need that. They're used to that because that's the power that they have, and it ain't happening with DeSantis. It's absolutely not happening.
This all stems from the type of audience you attract and what you're doing. Because they tried to play it off originally by saying, listen, guys, we don't want to get political. We want to stay politically neutral, all that stuff. No one bought that shit because that's not how they've been acting. You look and see over the past decade and see exactly what this company is doing. You can see by who they hire and who they fire and who they don't fire. Gina Carano. You can tell what they're doing. They are political. They are politically ideological. They just simply are. Now, does that mean they don't give money to both sides to try to get what they want? No, of course not. But you can see with their content, you can see with their policies, they have become political. And guess what? The audience you've attracted is going to hold your feet to the fucking fire because that's what you wanted. You went after the woke crowd and now you got them. And now they're dragging you around by a leash.
But isn't Disney's... sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, isn't Disney's audience primarily... well, families with kids. I mean,
yes.
So this doesn't make sense. Trying to appeal to this other audience, that's not the people who are paying anything. It doesn't make sense. The people who are buying Encanto and all of that are mom, dad, kids.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is that they're so comfortable. They've been so comfortable that they think they can get away with this nonsense. But I think what they're learning is that I think it's going to have, at least, again, when you are the size of Disney, market share is important. And I've talked about this before with like the theme parks. So you've got Universal and you've got Disney there in Orlando, and they're massive. Now, from a market share standpoint, Disney's market share is much bigger than Universal's. But Universal has eaten into that market share in the past 5 to 7, 8 years because of the Wizarding World of Harry Potter. And, there's a lot of different things that Universal's been doing. So Disney's still going to have mega numbers, but that market share starts to get affected. And that's a big problem for them. And I feel like the more that they continue to do this, families are going to look at this and just be turned off by this. Like, why are you supporting, children at kindergarten through 3rd grade? Why do you have any interest in them hearing about anything sexual? I think that will wake families up. At least I would hope so. But it's a much bigger thing than that too. But that's kind of how I look at that situation there. But the whole thing's embarrassing because the woke mob has failed miserably. It's an embarrassment. It's beautiful to watch it all play out. So I guess we'll have more information on this. It'll be interesting to see how the woke media tries to spin it. They may try to, I don't know if they'll try to add some different images or pictures, almost like with the Bubba Wallace thing where they tried to take a picture of the noose from a certain perspective to make it look like it was this real noose when in reality it was a garage handle. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, but they took a forced perspective picture to make everybody, and that was the one that all of the media pushed out there. It was like they got the NPC download. They're like, that's the one that'll make everybody think this is real. But in reality, if you saw it from the regular angle, it's like, that's a garage door handle that you pull. Literally everybody knows that. So guess we'll see how that goes. Now, we did get a super chat from on the Streamlabs side from Low Watermark for $150. Holy shit. Can't stick around this evening, but love you guys. See you on FNT and Ryan's Sunday stream. Thank you, Low Watermark. Appreciate that. And yeah, me and Ryan were not on FNT this past week, but Ripa and Mahler were on, and Brittany Venti was the guest. It was a great show. We'll be back. Me and Ryan were in Vegas for the memorial for our good friend John Bartolo. Rest in peace to him. Yeah. Shout out to everybody we met there. It was really cool to meet so many people that knew John. And, you know, we got to meet a lot of people that were connected to him. And it was not an easy trip, but it was nice to talk with people that knew him far longer than we had known him. And all they did is reflected everything that me and Ryan had experienced just in the year knowing him. Like, he was a really good guy. And we're going to move forward, but that's why we weren't there. So, but I appreciate everybody, you know, giving us the love and support on that one. John was awesome, man. He really was. So sad stuff indeed. All right, Ryan, I know you've made a few videos on this. G4. Blair Herder. Isn't that his name? Blair Herder? Yeah. Now, Blair Herder is a very, very anti-Trumper, you know. And he's also an if you didn't like what Frost said, don't watch G4. That was kind of his whole thing. So go ahead, Ryan.
So Blair Herder, if you watch the old G4, Blair Herder was all over the place on a lot of different shows. And when they went to relaunch this new G4, which again, it's being used to relaunch G4, but it's also trying to be this big esports thing eventually. That's what like the ultimate goal of it is for esports coverage and a launching platform and things like that. Blair Herder was brought in almost as the face of this relaunch, as someone that people were familiar with. He's the vice president of the G4 brand. That's how he was brought in. And 6 months later, Blair Herder's now gone. Now, of course, in that 6 months, over the past 2 months, they've been dealing with the fallout from what Frost said. And like you said, Jeremy, Blair Herder was one of those people who said, I'm so proud to work with this woman. And if you don't hear what she's saying, then don't watch our content. Said it straight up. If you don't like it, don't buy it. Unfortunately for Blair Herder, people fucking listen to him. They unsubscribe. No one's been watching G4TV. And with what we saw, we were here talking a week or two ago, Jeremy, with this big message they put out. We're all in this together. We're changing our brands. We're flipping our schedule around. We're doing shifting things around. That had restructuring written all over it. And this is just another step. I've had a couple people, like several people, reach out and say the very same thing, that they're going in the middle of some restructuring and some people are just bailing. They're bailing from a sinking ship right now. And don't be surprised if you see more of this in the future. So,
I mean, how many times have they, I don't know how many times these idiots have to do this. Like, what did we see with Battlefield years ago? You know, don't like it, don't buy it. You know, when they tried to, you know, push their forced diversity into that. And guess what? You lost hundreds of millions of dollars on that. Before we keep going, I got to say thank you. Geeks and Gamers really been enjoying the Geeks and Gamers tabletop server on Guilded. The community there is turning out to be really cool. Happy to hear that. Another project that we have for Geeks and Gamers. So really happy that you guys are enjoying that. But the G4 thing, like, it's just a disaster. And this was something we were, you know, all talking about. We've all made content about it, and it's all been funny to watch it all play out. I mean, it's just, it's such a brain dead, you know, type of approach. But I don't think that they can come back. Does anybody here think that they can actually recover at this point?
No, they're done. They're fucking they entered into a market that was already being dominated, and they left a bad taste in everybody's mouth. So it was a recipe for disaster. I think that the whole, like, all right, we're gonna focus on like YouTube and Twitch and all these other platforms that have really just a bunch of regular people dominating those platforms that are, for the most part, filming shit in their own fucking houses. That are in the same exact space in gaming, and they're making quality content. As the technology is, really moved up. You got people that are doing some really cool edits with the reviews and stuff. Like, so everything that they were doing in that or attempting to do, which was basically an overproduced version of what is already happening, it was always a bad model. In-game being potentially the esports stuff, but them entering in that market, like the only thing that they had on their behalf was the nostalgia, like of G4. It's a brand that's recognizable, and it's a brand that could potentially, you could see folks that you hadn't seen in a while be back in these spaces. Unfortunately, a lot of these people exposed themselves, so I don't think it was just a Frost situation. Adam Sessler became a fucking dickhead over the past years, and he had voiced it. You know what I mean? Like, so the person that we thought was cool turned out to be a fucking asshole. And thanks to Twitter and Instagram and all those things, like, it's these people have no problem telling on themselves. So they entered into a market. The Frost thing left a bad taste in everybody's mouth. So after entering into a market that they really didn't belong in, it was like that shit is more so for like cable TV and shit, and it just doesn't really transfer over that well in the space that we're in. They were fucking done. The minute Frost opened her fucking bug-toothed ass mouth, like, she was done. She was fucking done. And unfortunately, the whole approach was bizarre to me. Like, it was like, all right, we're gonna put this known fucking feminist weird chick in front of everybody, and it's scripted. So they knew she was gonna go on that rant. I don't believe for once believe that everybody here was like totally just out of pocket. Like, they were like, oh, we didn't know that she was gonna fucking do that. I don't believe that shit at all. You guys have other people, do your like reviews and shit. So I know y'all had that shit scripted. So that they even led with that, they immediately post a video to basically show we support this shit. I'm telling you, it was some blue-haired fucking weirdo that works for them. I was like, this is what the people want. This is what they fucking want. And they found out the hard way that, nah, bro, it's not. People don't want this fucking shit.
But even as like esports, they have no idea what they're talking about. To talk at something on an esports level, you have to be like a professional sports commentator. I mean, like, how many times do you watch actual esports and you see someone on there and they're like, oh, that was a good moment. I have no idea what's going on. Like, it's like, for like example, if there was like a professional Halo tournament, even though Halo Infinite's completely fucked at the moment, but if there was like a Halo tournament, they'd have no idea what they're talking about. They're not going to be able to talk about map control, power weapon control, plays for power weapons, shit like that. They're not going to know what that means. So how are they going to commentate that from an esports level, mate? These dickheads over at G4TV, they don't know games. All they would rather do is talk about American politics because, believe it or not, video games are actually well fucking wide. So you just cut off the whole audience there. What does any of this have to do with video games, especially on a competitive level? Nothing. That's the answer. They're fucked.
Yep.
I do think they're figuring out, though, what their audience wants. They're trying to make an adjustment. We saw the Amaranth situation, made a lot of videos on that. I was notified of this as well. This is over on G4's Instagram. This is Gina Darling here. She says, my career's in shambles. Well, maybe. This is now the type of content that G4 is going on about. After saying women are not, they don't exist to be easy on the eyes for you. You shouldn't be, sexualizing them, anything like this. You have Gina trying to force some meat in her mouth.
Oh my gosh.
Like attack. This is the shit like Olivia Munn used to do.
Yeah.
She needs to thicker hits more.
Oh my gosh.
God, they're so pathetic.
Wow.
That's shit Olivia Munn used to do. Like that.
Yeah, yes. But Olivia Munn was actually entertaining when she did it. She was hot.
Yeah.
But like, first of all, like with the esports commentary and stuff, Frost was not popular then. Like, they grabbed somebody that people.
She was ran out of the League of Legends esports community.
They didn't like her. Like, I can go back. You can go back and pull up the shit that they used to say about her in the Reddit threads, and nobody liked her then. And they're like, well, we'll bring her on. But G4 did this relaunch, bringing back Sessler, bringing back Kevin Pereira, stuff like that. They did it all in the good graces of their audience, hoping that, and they did it basically on a line of almost like credit to, this is what we used to be, and we want to give you what you used to love. And then when everybody saw this isn't anything that we liked, and all you're doing is jacking, you're doing D&D streams, like doing the same shit that everybody else is doing. Like nothing you've done is new. And the things that used to be special about you, we barely see because Adam Sessler's sitting in a box somewhere in some undisclosed location with his fucking bad back clapping and stuff. And nobody could figure out what the hell they were doing. Kevin Pereira was the only one that seemed like he was trying to do something, and even he looked fucking miserable. It's just embarrassing. And then once you let Frost do that, you basically announce to everybody on the internet, this is not your G4 that you loved. And if that's the case, and that's not the G4 we loved, why the fuck would we watch it when, like Rippa said, we have everything, all these other people that we liked before you, because you've been gone. Yeah.
They had their chance, and I mean, you had people like they clearly didn't want Chris Gore involved. Probably because Chris Gore actually knows what's going on.
He's certainly not going to come back now that he's appearing with us all fucking and all that shit. So there's no fucking way that guy's even being let through the front door. That's not happening.
And shout out to Chris Gore for that matter, because we love Chris Gore, and we will have him back here on Main Event as well. Now, Amanda, have you been following any of this with the G4 stuff?
I've been watching you guys talk about it a lot. I don't really, I appreciated Chrissy's rap on it, so that's kind of how I learned about it. I mean, I watched G4 when I was younger. Like I didn't even play games that much. I played whatever games the guy had a crush on, so I'm like, I got really good at DDR. But yeah, no, like I would still watch G4 because it was funny. Like I didn't even have to know what games they were talking about. They had like funny sketches, they had funny things. And so yeah, like just seeing the clip, I'm like, oh yes, that reminds me of when I lived in California. Like there's a lot of people. They're just very angry all the time. And it's never like, oh, maybe somebody has a legitimate reason for not liking this or that. It's like, no, it's because you're hateful. Yeah. You're a bigot.
And that clip, and by the way, shout out to Chris Gore. He's in the chat. So we just highlighted that. So love you, Chris. Look forward to talking with you more. Yeah, like that clip with Frost, like that rant. If you heard, like you could see it. You could see this is the definition of an echo chamber, because she was getting all of the cheers. She had all the support, and you could see the energy. She felt like,
I'm killing it.
Grand slam. This is gonna be like she was just all
getting a thumbs up from Zipper.
Fucking
rooting on and shit.
Oh yeah.
Tell him Frost.
Tell him Frost. Like
Black
you could just
Hokage.
see it. Yeah, exactly. Like and it was just such a monumental disaster. And it's not just that rant. It's not, but it's the mindset of everybody there. And the fact that someone came to, I guess Frost came with that idea, or maybe someone had it for her, and no one was there to go, guys,
this is a terrible idea. We're about to, everything that we tried to do is about to fucking crumble. You could see it in real time, basically detonate this whole fucking company in a matter of however many minutes that she was fucking ranting on about shit nobody gave a motherfucker about. So that's what I talk about with like the comic book stuff. It's like I could sit here and shit on the writers all the time, which I of course do. However, you got to look at the fact that, well, this shit is passing through how many chains of command before it actually gets put out. They're all fucking in on it. This is why I like Jim Lee. I was like, yeah, I thought his artwork was cool, but that guy's a fucking hack, man, because he's facilitated all this shit going on with DC, but they're all in on it. And I think that's again what the actual problem with modern entertainment is. Sure, I know there are people that are like, yeah, I don't want the politics involved in it at all. But if you had more balance, people have less of a problem with it, right? The fact that it's not heavily slanted, it's exclusively one way, where their line of thinking is the only acceptable line of thinking if you are going to be among their little mainstream ranks. It just makes for bad business because, of course, you have a supporter base. Like, how cocky are they? We talk about Star Wars, Lucasfilm, and, we'll probably talk about this maybe a little later with Kathleen Kennedy and their award that she wrote and the shit that she had to fucking say. You know what I mean? But think about that. Fucking Pedro Pascal liking half of the voting population to Nazis, man, like to literal fucking Nazis. So it's only one acceptable line of thinking. If there was more balance, people would have far less of a fucking problem. Like, but they don't depict like a libertarian or conservative like moral or set of ethics in a positive like manner. They don't do that. It's only one side of thinking. Every fucking month is whatever fucking is the flavor of the social justice left, and they fucking will use their brand to promote that shit. Meanwhile, they'll tell, or rather their members will tell people that are on the opposite end of that conversation to go fuck themselves. You suck. I hate you. And it's like, that's not, I guess that maybe works for people that have been around because they still have the nostalgia, but G4, dog, you just trying to come back on the scene. That was a bad play, man. It was just a fucking bad move.
It was an awful play.
You know, Ripa's been talking about this a lot actually lately with women's swimming and about all the people involved, how none of them have stood up and said anything, right?
Yep.
How, you know, until recently, we have one Virginia
and she
Tech
had to
swimmer,
lose for that to happen.
and she had to lose out on her final spot for her to finally speak out. But how all the people involved, by not saying anything, they were complicit in it. They saw the shit that was going on. Nothing happened. That's the same thing at G4. Whether every single person there is aligned in the same way or not, or believes the same thing or not, nobody stood up and said, you know what, that's pretty fucked up what she said. You know, Frost can have her take, but, you know, all you guys are welcome here, that kind of thing.
Right.
And you know what? I might not like Donald Trump. I might not have voted for Donald Trump. But you know what? If you did, it's still cool if you watch this channel. Everybody's welcome here. None of that. It was just full pedal to the metal. And some people were probably just silent and didn't say anything. And this is what you fucking get.
It's exactly what you deserve, man. It's awesome watching it play out the way that it does, because I think there's maybe going to be some sort of shift with people in the entertainment sector. Definitely as more alternatives start to pop up, that, you know, you can get away with it to a certain degree, but at some point you got to be able to read the room. And I think that's the inability that they have. They listen to a lot of Twitter. They listen to a lot of like just a demographic that isn't really customers. I think that's the biggest thing, right? It's like you're trying to appeal to a bunch of fucking people that they're not really paying customers, man. They're not people that are going to go out of their way to purchase your shit. And when they do, it's in an inconsistent manner. So it may work, but it's usually a one-off when it works. Anyway, it's not anything that's going to be consistent. They may retweet your shit, but that doesn't actually translate to like sales or some actual enthusiastic customers at all. So yeah, they get what they fucking deserve when they go this fucking route, but they played their hand, and you're seeing so many entertainers that are in these spaces over the last, let's say, 5 years have just been so cocky and emboldened to basically tell the audience that they fucking hate them. And I think people put up with it for a little bit, but more and more people are becoming more aware that they don't have to consume this shit.
Just let me just say, I'm just tired of the whole gender thing being brought into gaming. Like, I play Warframe, and my understanding is something like 90% of the player base is guys. I play Warframe not because I'm a woman. I just happen to be a woman. I'm tired of gaming, and every time it's like sexism in gaming, female gamers. Like, no, I'm just a gamer. Enough of it. I can't even blame guys for not wanting to play with women, because so many women come out there being these annoying pain in the butts, whining babies. It's like I can't even blame guys. But I'm just
talk to him, Cat.
Ryan. Yes.
Pandering. I'm tired of the whole gender thing. Like, you walk into my store and the gaming section has like 90% of the people playing video games are women. It's like, wait a minute, are you crazy? The majority of the people who are playing those games are guys. I mean, if Warframe were to start,
the same thing with a lot of these sub entertainment though. Like, it's comics the same way.
Yeah.
Like, it's a man's hobby, dude, and it's nothing like negative about that. It's not like I'm fucking trying to infiltrate, I don't know, knitting clubs and shit. You know, that's not my thing. And it's probably dominated by women and probably homosexual men. But aside from that, that's the demographic of people that are into that stuff. I'm not trying to infiltrate it. When these people can't even acknowledge their core demographic, it's like it's insulting. I don't know if y'all heard the story about fucking Todd McFarlane was basically like, yeah, man, a lot of these female toys, they don't sell.
They don't sell.
They don't fucking sell. They're not interested in it. And then all these fucking women that are part of the industry who don't want to acknowledge just basic demographics are like, how could you say that? Like, what? How can he acknowledge a fact? Like, you mad because he acknowledged that there's an actual dominant demographic of people that are interested in this type of shit, and they're dudes, man. They're fucking dudes.
Yeah.
And then they don't understand that the reason I got interested in first-person shooters was before it got all feminism gaming. So I don't want you to change it. I don't want you to pander to me.
Yep.
I want Destiny 2 to stay the way Destiny 2 is. I want Warframe to 90% of your audience is guys. I don't want you to pander to me, come to me like, oh, you're a female gamer, please. No, I just want to play Warframe. That's it. I don't care what gender I am. I don't care where I'm from. I want to play Warframe.
Yeah. Well, and it's like if for guy players, you're playing a game like a first-person shooter, and they were going to announce, guys, by the way, we have a new feature where like you can control like the size of your balls on your Modern Warfare character. Everybody'd be like, "What the fuck? Nobody asked for that." They're like, "Well, we made sure to give this character tits. Isn't that awesome, guys? Isn't that great?" And they're like, "We didn't really give a fuck because you can't see them anyways." But that's the thing. Every time you point out. Every time that you point out female gamers, every time you point out gay gamers, every time you point out trans gamers, or every time you point out a demographic in a group, you shine a spotlight on a bunch of people that want to be left the fuck alone. Most people want to be left the fuck alone and enjoy their video games and enjoy whatever media they're consuming. They don't want to constantly have people up their ass going, what do you think about this? How do you actually feel about this?
That's a bad example, Mike. Everybody now is wanting big balls for their
I was gonna say I would love that for my character.
I wish they would just let me control the dick size of my Modern Warfare character.
And people got really excited about that.
For cats. I have a blueprint for a cat controller. So cat gamers.
Cat gamers, for real.
I just want to put Rip on notice if he ever does join one of those clubs where people are sitting around there with like needles and stuff. I'm not even going to ask for a pass. I'm just going to call him a knitter. Hard R.
Hard R. Yeah, technically that's what I would be.
I knew that was as soon as he mentioned that, I knew those jokes were coming in the chat. Well, we've had Carrie Smith on and others, and oh man, it's so good. But yeah. Dude, when Mike mentioned like it's not like you make the balls bigger, nobody's asking for that. I'm like, actually, I'm pretty sure all gamers would ask for that.
I'm not asking for it, but if you're gonna give it to me, I'll take it. So
but it would be weird if that's all you ever heard about, like the new feature in this game.
I know what you're talking about.
Didn't they do that for like, was it Red Dead Redemption? There was like a whole article about like the balls drink on the horses.
I was like, what the fuck? Nobody asked for this.
That's right. Jim Manning knows. That was cool.
The things that we want.
It got Vouch very excited. I know that. So
go ahead, Krista.
No, I was just saying they ignore the things that we want and give us the things that we didn't ask for. So I know what your point was to that.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mike.
Well, and like I said, it just puts a spotlight on a bunch of people, and even the argument that, well, there's a lot of female gamers. If you actually look at the statistics, most people that are playing first-person shooters, most people are playing the big-name games that are super competitive are not women, and that's fine.
It's just the facts, man.
It's just the facts, because what if it takes, and it's actually really hard to dig those statistics up and find them actually talking about the breakdown of where these people are and what they're actually playing. The majority of female gamers are playing things on their mobile phones.
Yeah, it ain't that fucking hard. They don't talk about it, but it's not that hard to find it out. When you're looking at tactical shooters, when you're looking at first-person shooters in general, like all this shit that whether it's like fantasy RPGs, that skews a little more towards female. But the primary of these big AAA releases that we talk about all the time, it's heavily male. Sometimes up to 97%.
Yeah,
for
it's
a lot
like
of these
really
tactical
higher.
shooters and stuff.
Yeah.
It's crazy, and there's nothing wrong with that. Women aren't being gatekept from that. It's just not as many women happen to be interested in that thing. In the same way that not as many guys might be interested in Candy Crush or something.
I played Destiny 2 on my cell phone with Stadia.
Oh God.
Yeah, fuck.
I thought Stadia was dead.
No, it actually works.
Committed. She is committed to Destiny 2, man. Holy crap.
Well, I told somebody what Jay Hailstorm's numbers were, and they're like, damn. And I was like, no. He ain't got nothing on Cat. So
how many hours you have in Destiny 2, Cat?
Several thousand. I don't remember. I think like 95 days on Xbox and then like 95 days on PlayStation.
Several thousand hours? That's like more time than like the cumulative time I've jacked off in my life. That's a lot of fucking time.
And then I had original Destiny, and I have at least 2,000-3,000 hours in original Destiny.
Yeah.
God,
holy crap.
No, I just got the Valve Steam Deck.
Nice. That's cool.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Did
Man,
you see Halo trying to promote that all-female tournament?
What, they didn't have enough players or what?
Oh, they had enough, but they were all fucking shit. It was
probably dog water, man.
There was like 1 or 2 good players, and like 3 of the players had like boyfriends that were like pros. So it's like, that explains the lack of skill. You got skills in other areas that get you into the league, which I can respect. But it was so fucking bad to watch, man. Like, it's like, you know, when you want to watch like something at a professional level, and you're just sitting there being like, what the fuck is this, rookie hour? It was terrible, man. Terrible.
Well, yeah, I mean, and Lethal's a classic example of someone, same as like anybody here. I mean, like if you have a well-written female character, then any demographic's going to like that character for various reasons, you know? Yeah. But when you have a female character that exists to be representation, that character's not going to get any traction in any demographic. And that's why we see so many of them fail, because they're created for the wrong reasons, you know? And go ahead.
Well, Gary and those guys were talking about this earlier today on one of their live streams, but also when I watched Arcane, like the main character is like a slightly muscly, like pink-haired, side-shaven lesbian. But she's a great fucking character, and she was really well written, and I kind of fucking believed her because they show her training as a kid. They show her like training to be a fighter and being good at specific things and stuff. She never once puts down a single guy around her and reminds them, well, I'm a fucking woman, and don't forget that I'm a woman, and that's why I'm... None of that. None of it ever happened, and yet statistically, she should be the character that I don't like the most. And yet I really liked her character because guess what? If you write these well-written characters, you can even make them lesbians. You can give them pink fucking hair, and people don't give a shit because if it's a good story, it's a good story. But they can't conceive of that in their world. They think, well, I have to put this representation in, and if I'm not calling it out and making it clear that there is a message to be shown here, a message to be sent, that I'm failing as a writer, which, I mean, that's why half the stuff that we see now is so obvious. They go, well, you just hate representation. It's like, no, I hate shit characters, and all the characters that you write happen to be all the diversity that you want to see in the world, but they're also bad characters. So
right, like they failed as writers by doing what they thought that they were doing better, and like it drives me insane because just write a human. We relate to humans because we are all, as far as I know, humans, except maybe Ryan. I don't know, but like
Ryan's not human.
You know, he's just sort of like a racist cyber.
Apparently he's a cat.
I'm 4 cats in a human's costume.
Fair enough.
Like, even like my internet name, Lethal Lightning. The lightning part is actually from a Final Fantasy character, one of my favorite characters that just happens to be a female. So there you go.
We don't
all gamers are sexist, right?
We don't care what their skin color is or if they have a vagine or not. Like, as long as we can relate to their journey and see something about their struggle. And the idea that like, oh, look, it's a black. Oh, it's a woman. It's like, that's not enough. You need a story. Like, as a writer, it drives me insane that they think, well, this is enough, right? Here you go. Like, flesh them out, give them wants, give them flaws, give them stuff that makes them relatable. They make them flat and perfect because it's representation.
And to your point, and I'm not in the business of defending Ryan unless, you know, it makes sense. But to her point about what she's saying about, oh, we have a black, like that's what Ryan was criticizing in the Batman review. He was not criticizing just black people versus white people. He was criticizing, as he said in the fucking video, very much on the nose for current day Hollywood. He was criticizing Hollywood's placement of people based on identity politics. And that's why so many people have a problem with it. And you always hear people go, oh, so-and-so's offended because it has a female character or whatever. Like, you constantly hear these people. It's a constant thing. Like, yeah, it's a constant like, oh, Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers is upset again because there's a female character in a video game. Failing to mention my favorite game of last year was Metroid Dread, which shockingly enough had a female that the social justice crowd never mentions. Why? Because that female character is properly written. There's no virtue signaling around her, and there's no victim narrative around her. So therefore, they can't even acknowledge that Samus exists because Samus is actually a legitimate badass. Because real female characters don't get mentioned by social justice. Only shitty characters that nobody likes, that everybody rejects, so they can build their victim narrative around it. That's why that happens all the time. It never fails.
It's to the point now, though, where it's getting so obvious because so many people are doing it. So when you start to see promotional material for something, And then all of a sudden, it's like this snarky female of color who is somehow leading, who's supposed to be the main character around somehow. You know what I mean? And it's just like, even in the trailer, even in the promotional material, you see it and you could call it and you're like, something doesn't look right there. And then sure enough, that's what we get in the material, because that's all that Hollywood is doing right now.
Like a Halo Spartan that's dyed her hair, because that's totally a fucking thing.
Yeah, why would you? Yeah, you're in the military. They're like, yeah, that's fine. You can go ahead and dye your hair. But that's fine.
No, my favorite.
You should. It's important to be individual and take your fucking helmet off and let people see that your hair is pink. It's important. You know.
Yeah, well, we're gonna try, if we get time, we're gonna try to talk about that Halo nonsense a little bit later, about how I guess they. And again, I was out of town when that story broke. I'm sure Ryan and Rip are aware of that story about. I guess they. Yeah. I know. Look at Cat. Cat's already getting.
I covered it from my hotel room.
Yeah.
My favorite character, by the way, is a white straight male. His name is Viso, and he's in Warframe. And he's a white straight male, and he's my favorite character. And he's a guy.
It can't be possible. I'm sorry, that's not real.
Speaking of someone who I thought was a guy.
Viso.
Now I'm not so sure. We have proof that Ripa is in one of these communities here. So right there.
Nice sweater.
Yeah.
Yes, it's with the hard R. Look at his hands.
White ass hands.
They didn't even try. They just
hands white as fuck. Jesus Christ.
Oh man.
And since we have it up, I did have, of all these tabs, I think this is the right one here. This is why evidently this is why Jay's not here.
Oh wow.
So I hear you. The door thing wasn't okay. And this face of
so
Jay just made me laugh so hard when I saw it.
At least the arms match.
Oh man. So we love you guys out there with the memes as always. Now, and we have super chats, and I appreciate that. We're going to get to all of those. I did want to read a couple really quick before we move on. We have, let me see, where's it at? I lost it already. Retromeister has said, I watched Turning Red the other night, and I regret it. Turning Red is nothing more than an animated version of Cuties. No wonder there's a mass exodus from Disney to Lasseter Skydance animation. I know, Christy, you watched it.
Yeah, out of curiosity, because I've heard how bad it was online. So usually I'm like, okay, let me see for myself. And I did. And I remember I kept pausing it when I saw something ridiculous and texting Jeremy. I'm like, I can't believe that this is in the movie. It's crazy. Don't watch it. Moral story. I mean, if you want to see it for yourself, the ridiculousness. But after I was done watching it, I wish that I took all those minutes back, because it is, for a Disney movie, you wouldn't think that what is said and what you see is in a Disney movie. It didn't even feel like a Disney movie. It was ridiculous, is what it was.
My understanding is that it's basically about a character who's around 13 and is like starting to get their period or something, and dealing with like relationships between their same-sex friends and romances and shit that is not for children. That's what I've heard.
Yeah, and I made sure to watch it with subtitles because I wanted to see what was all that was said. And my gosh, the things that are said, as I mentioned, you wouldn't think that this is a Disney movie when watching it. And it shouldn't, kids shouldn't be watching this, in my opinion.
It shouldn't be like a PG movie, right?
Yeah.
Jeez. Well, I have not seen it. Glad I haven't seen it. Not planning on watching it.
But it wasn't made for me.
It always comes down to kids. It's important to them that they get your kids as soon as they possibly can, because if they can get your kids talking about this shit now, then they can talk to them about anything else that they want to. They can insert anything else. And if you think that because we've been trained that it's safe, you can watch kids shows, you can watch kid movies and stuff, but it's not, because you don't know what they're putting in it anymore. You don't know when they're going to drop something that is completely inappropriate for a child to be exposed to or be talked to about. And the thing is, by the time it's already been exposed to them, even if you can come and talk to them afterwards, the fact is, it should be, it is on the parents to talk to them about these things first and have these discussions with them in the time that you want to, and when you think they're ready, not when Disney decides that they're ready, So
yeah, absolutely.
It's grooming and it's fucked up. I think if kids want to grow up and watch something good, they should watch Sailor Moon and have a good female role model.
Boom.
Speaking of that, that's a nice segue, Lethal Lightning.
Gotcha.
Our special guest tonight, Amanda. Now, I know you made an appearance on Gothic's channel. Was it last week?
Mhm.
Was it last week?
Yeah, it was
and
supposed to be before that, but then she canceled on me to go on Tim Pool, and I was like, "That's fine."
Oh,
No way we were going.
Gothics! Not kidding. We love Gothics.
Yeah.
And then obviously you were supposed to be here last week, but then I was traveling, and I didn't want to. I wanted to be at home in the home studio, because I wanted to be like Ripa, but I wanted to be in the home studio because we're definitely excited to have you here. So. Just again, for our audiences, we got far more people watching now than we did at the start, but kind of introduce yourself a little bit and then tell us, what's going on with you and what you talked about on Gothic's channel and anything else you want to talk about with your experience. And maybe we'll have questions and we'll go from there.
All right. Well, I'm Amanda C. Miller. Do you want me to do the same thing as before? Or just I'm a voice actor for anime and video games and cartoons and stuff. And
Lethal Lightning has been geeking out the whole time.
Shaking.
I'm really not that cool, dude.
Oh, yes, you are.
Thank you. So for those who don't know, I'm the voice of Boruto in Boruto Naruto Next Generations. I'm the voice of Sailor Jupiter in the Sailor Moon redub and Sailor Moon Crystal, and in the Danganronpa video game series Fire Emblem Awakening. Well, I probably won't be in these anymore after this because I'm sure I'll get canceled. But I'm like, well, at least I'm hanging out with cool people doing it. So, and
that's a good one right there. It's cool to see a voice actress that's based. So, and as we get further into this, definitely have you shared your links with Krista so we can have our mods be sharing them? So mods, make sure you're sharing links so everybody can find Amanda's content.
Can you tell us about the channel that you've recently started putting content on and stuff?
So it started as like a therapy thing last year because I'm like, I have all these feelings, and my therapist is like, write them down. And so I wrote all these sketches, like 50 sketches of like taboo things I can never make jokes about. It was all like socio-political stuff where I'm like, this woke bullshit is driving me crazy. And then eventually I met like Gothics, and she's like, you got to start putting this stuff out there. So I slowly but surely have started putting stuff out there over the past couple months of just kind of I want to do what SNL wasn't doing, where I kind of want to make fun of everybody. Comedy is comedy. It should be funny, and is it true, or at least remotely true? Is there a kernel of truth in it? I don't really want it to necessarily be pandering, although a lot of my stuff has been kind of making fun of the left because they give me a lot of material. But yeah, so I started that channel. So that's DayWalkerComedy here. And then if you want to just follow my anime stuff, it's Amanda C. Miller VO on Instagram. But I barely post. I just post about hey, I'm going to a con. Follow me there. Go.
Yeah. Things that aren't offensive, that won't get any backlash, that type of thing. Yeah.
Well, I do know how difficult it is to speak out, even if it's things you believe in, because of the industry. And like me and Ripa have talked about this many times. We hear from people all the time that have huge followings. They're like, man, love what you're doing. Don't share my name out there or something like that. And it's like, I respect what you're saying, but in order for this shit to change, people have got to start speaking out and stop being scared of this shit. They just have to, because it's never going to change if people don't start speaking out. Because I guarantee you, I could drop so many names right now of people on YouTube that you would be shocked that they agree with almost everything I say. Your bubble would fucking burst. But I respect these people too much. Some people that people that I'm connected to on YouTube, and that's fine because they're fine being publicly connected to me. There's people in the industry. They're sick of it, but they're terrified to speak out. But it's gotten to a point where it's a serious issue, and it's affecting so many aspects of it. So I do commend you, Amanda, for taking that risk to say, I'm tired of the shit. I'm tired of it, because it is very frustrating, because you are a talented person, and you should be, appreciated from that perspective. But I'm sure that they try to utilize you for different reasons, or they want to put other people over you for different reasons or whatever.
It's funny because a lot of my friends don't know my opinions, but because I've stopped kind of hanging out with actors, and I left LA in 2018 and kind of started living a real person life. And I think it's sad because I was there 8 years, and it's not just LA is very a monoculture. Everybody kind of thinks the same. We read the same news sources. and you don't really have that outside perspective. So then, and then in the industry, it's the same thing. So it's just this double, like, bubble wrapped world. And if you're not going actively outside your bubble, because social media will keep you there as well, you think this is mainstream. So thankfully, I always had some things that kind of kept me anchored. Like growing up, my dad was is a black conservative, and so I at least always knew that conservatives aren't evil. I didn't like agree with him all the time, but like I knew that he was a good person and that he had, he was a big Thomas Sowell fan from back in the 70s, so like,
oh, Ripa. Ripa's like, oh yeah.
So like, and it's funny though, my dad is like the Key and Peele sketch, like literally he had like the glasses, the mustache, the way he talks, and then he literally, when I showed him that sketch, he had that jacket, that like suede jacket on the back of his chair. So they fucking pegged him. But like, where was I going with that? Yeah, I think it helped to at least know, and I was an Air Force kid, so I moved around a lot. So at least if I had grown up in California, I would have had no chance because I wouldn't have known like something's weird here. But because I had been around different people and I was raised around Christians or I raised around white people, like I knew that they weren't evil. And like even when Trump got elected, I called some of my dad's friends and I was like, hey, like I've been told that you're racist, misogynist, all these things, like, but I want to know, like, I know you're not that and I respect you. So I kind of want to know, like, what am I missing here? And we had great conversations. So I think that kind of helped me stay balanced. But yeah, I will say a lot of these people are very, very well-meaning. Like even the Don't Say Gay people who don't understand what the bill actually is, they think they're doing something right. They think they're fighting for something, but they're just, a lot of them are so misguided. And if you try to break them out of their bubble, some of them are open to it, but a lot of them, their world will crumble because the sunk cost fallacy where they've put everything in it. So they'll have a moment that I had in 2020 where like suddenly I started realizing like it was just like everything was piling on top of each other and the lies like couldn't. I'm like, that's not making sense. And the media is saying this, but the CDC's website is saying these numbers. And I started being like, wait, these numbers, like everything was piling up and my world kind of crumbled because I was like, I trusted the media. I trusted the news. If you can't trust your government and the news, like nothing is real. So, but
absolutely.
I could handle it because I like live in a space of cognitive dissonance. Like even when I say I was never a social justice warrior. I say I was in the social justice reserves. Like I never went to a protest. I never donned a pussy hat. I did have blue hair though. But to be fair, I thought it was cool. I was like, oh yeah, because I was getting I was starting to get typecast, or like people were like, oh, you're brown, right? You'll be our black actress. I'm like, listen, I ain't that black. I'm like,
yeah, Ripple will remind you. Don't worry.
Also, I saw somebody on Twitter say something about Rip is going to get real uncomfortable. About these light-skinned people. And I'm just envisioning like all of us light-skinned people, maybe like quarter black coming in. We like lock together like Voltron and just make like a regular black person. Like, not even a big one. We just make like
our powers combined.
Yeah, a whole black person. Anyway,
that's good.
Oh, that was good.
Perfect.
That was good. And real quick, shout out to congratulations to Quarter Black Garrett. The baby was born. Right. Congratulations to him and his family. Oh, wow. Really happy.
They're naming him. I heard they're naming him 1/8. So I don't know if that's true or not, but
I don't know why I started talking about that. Something about being light skinned. I don't know. The industry was having me be like their token person, and I was like, so I like dyed my hair blue because I was like, yeah, fuck y'all, this is punk rock. I didn't realize it was like lame. I still think it looks cool. Like I'll see colorful hair. I'm like, oh, I wish you weren't annoying because that actually looks really cool. But yeah, anyway, I'm just rambling, but
trust me, this is great stuff. This is great stuff. Go ahead, Ryan.
When I watched a little bit of you on Gothics the other day, and one of the things I found so interesting was Matthew Marsden. I know Rippin knows Matthew. He often says not all actors are like this. Right. There's people in the industry that whether they're speaking about it or not, they're not all fucking insane. And one of the cool stories I heard you tell was when you're in the green room for these conventions and you start talking to people and all of a sudden you take one little step and maybe open it up and you see that maybe there are some sane people there.
That's what kind of made me encourage me to speak out. Cause I just thought for a long time that I was a bad person because people were like, when I'd start to question something, I'm like, what actually is non-binary? Is it literally just dressing a certain way? Like, or whatever. Like I'd ask just questions because I was confused about things and people would be like, you're a bad person. Don't ask that. And I was like, no. So I just assumed, oh, I'm just gonna keep my shit to myself. But then I'd start to like poke, like the more annoyed I got, like I'd start being like, oh yeah, don't want to get canceled. Or I'd say certain like words. And if people said, oh, that's not a thing, I'd back off. But if they're like, oh, I know, right? I'd kind of be like, oh, okay. And it's interesting the number of people who are just fucking scared. We want to go back to just doing the art we love. We don't want it to be this battle, you know, where everything has to be, I don't know. It's people are afraid, but just know that there's a lot of people who think this way. Maybe not exactly as extreme as me or willing to talk about it, but just rest assured, a lot of the people in the industry are. And Ripa kind of made me feel convicted because I've been listening to a show for a while, and you had an actor on, I don't know his name. I think it was on The Walking Dead or one of those things.
Oh, Nick Searcy.
Yeah, and you guys kept saying like, oh, you know, we get a lot of people, but like, and you were like, fucking pussies or something. You know, you're like, they need to speak out. I don't care if you reach out to me, like, do something.
Yeah, I was kind of pissed. Yeah.
But like, and when you said that, I'm like, I would, Ripa, I would, but I got a career, and that was like maybe like, I don't know, 6-7 months ago, and now I'm like putting out stuff on the interwebs, and I'm like, all right, like, and I wanted to start the conversation because I feel like if somebody's like, oh, she spoke out and nothing happened to her, granted, if I get fucking canceled, it'll be pointless, but I actually don't care anymore either. Like, I'm kind of sick of acting. So
yeah, but I do think I appreciate where you're coming from with just trying to give a little more insight into, you know, a lot of the people that are you know, in the industry that, and we're not talking about like the top of the industry, it's about, you know, the everyday people in the industry, that they're not necessarily, you know, bad people as much as they're just misinformed. And a lot of them are just kind of like, well, I just need to keep my job. And I do get that perspective. I really do. Because I was there in terms of just not necessarily with like having a career per se, but like I was building Geeks and Gamers. And so again, I've talked about it many times where I've always been a Trump supporter since he started running, but I was never telling people publicly that I was a Trump supporter because I was like, oh God, I don't want to be called a racist. I don't want to be called a, you know, that. And finally it got to a point where I decided I'm not going to continue to not speak out about this because it's getting ridiculous. But I had good intentions for why I didn't speak out, you know, prior to 2017. And so I can understand that. And it's just good to get that insight from you, someone that's directly involved from that perspective. So I think it's really good information that you're sharing.
Absolutely. Have you had any pushback already?
Oh, no. Well, because they don't know about it. Like, I mean,
Gothix was the first time. So Gothix show was the first time she's really spoke out.
Mm-hmm.
Now she's getting on here with a lot of people watching. And trust me, that there's people that are probably stream sniping this like they always do, and so we'll see. But we got her back. We have her back, and that's
that's the thing. Yeah, like 100%. These people are scared because they think they're going to be alone, but like there's a community of people, like in Geeks and Gamers, you know, with Ripa and with Gothix and all of these people. There's a massive net of people that got your back.
Yeah, because
you need to speak out, and that's the thing, like. You know, the other part of it is there's a group of just on this panel tonight are a bunch of talented people with a ton of skills and abilities and all this stuff. But like, you know, I remember watching the original shit that we did on Geeks and Gamers to now. And I remember when Jeremy like announced it on the Facebook group, like, guys, shit's going to go different from now on. So like, get fucking used to it. And I remember when he went off and I remember the Facebook group like fucking imploded. But guess what? I'd rather be in this community than the community that we were in before where everybody was scared to say stuff. Yeah. Because you know what? Now you don't have to worry about people bullshitting. And the fact is, like, I grew up in the church and I grew up in a lot of different types of churches and a lot of different types of groups. And the scary thing about it is this community, all the shit that you said sounds so much like what it's like in the church. That's a bunch of religious people. That's what it's like there. You can't question anything. There are no fucking questions. What we tell you is true, and the people that are at the top, they're the ones that have all the say so on everything. And you don't get to ask why. You don't get to say no. And then, you know, whatever they decide is art, whatever they decide is beautiful, whatever they decide is real, and you don't get to say nothing about it. You know, and that's. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I 100% agree because the first time I kind of got red pilled was with the church, and I'm not an atheist or anything now. Like I still kind of just agnostic about it because I'm like I don't know. But I went to seminary. I literally could not get my questions answered because they were doing that same shit that I'm seeing with the woke thing. So I think that's why it like triggered. I hate that word, but like it triggered me so much to be like, wait, this feels familiar. Because you couldn't ask questions. Like I'd be like, hey, this doesn't line up, and people are like, stop it. And it's like, if people can't have their beliefs questioned, maybe it's not a very good belief. Maybe if it's that fragile, it needs to be destroyed. So yeah, I like went to seminary for a semester, started with aesthetics of atheism because I was like, I'm going to take the hardest class. And I wrote my paper on why Christian films tend to not be as good as films that are like made that are secular films. You can have a movie made by a Christian creator, but they're going to be much less heavy-handed with their stuff. And it's the same argument I have for woke shit, where it's like, good art raises questions. It doesn't necessarily answer them for you. And so when you have propaganda, whether it's like, I need you to believe in Jesus by the end of the movie, or I need you to believe in wokeness, or, I need you to whatever, it's the same problem as opposed to just making a story. And it can have those elements. It can have like a social justice problem, but like, just show it to us. Show us the humanity of these people instead of being like, and the problem is capitalism, or the problem is white people, or the problem is America. So it's the same. It was the same journey. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just was like,
no, you're 100% right. I mean, that's exactly it. And that's what I've been, saying. It's a religion to them. It's a fucking religion to them. And I got to see it from the other side of like, why the fuck are all these Christian people making movies that suck? Or why does every time any person, any actor or anybody that says anything that slightly agrees with them, they immediately go offer them like $1 million contract for one of their shitty movies instead of them finding good actors in the church. Because they don't care. They just want to be validated and they want to feel like whatever they have to say is right instead of actually like challenging shit, and that's the thing. Like the class, the one of the first things I learned about screenwriting is that art can be subjective, but the fact is there is a stark difference between the Sistine Chapel and a fucking Precious Moments doll. One is art and one is not. And that's the thing. Like, you can look at some of the movies that are being made today and go, that's not fucking art. And then you can look at a movie that was made 20 years ago and go, that still fucking holds up because it is art. I mean, and it's same with music and everything else. There's a subjection, and then there's a point where you say, no, that's not subjective anymore. This is garbage.
I can't wait for the movies, a year from now, or TV shows 6 months from now to come out and be like, there just be some like really fucking bitter old white man who's mad about something, and they'll be like, you know what? Here we say gay. Like, it's literally going to be a line in fucking movies soon. It is.
It's going to be in the Halo TV show because he's the bitter white guy.
Exactly.
Of course.
Real quick, Seth Trollin says, appreciate to see there's at least some sane voice actors out there. Every time I see a voice actor take, I want to gouge my eyes out. Happy to see you on the show, Amanda. Voice acting is always something I've been fond of. It's a cool profession. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the kind words, and that's, again, I really appreciate your perspective and what you're saying, because it gives us insight into things. It obviously, it kind of confirms what we're saying, which we've already kind of knew, but it also does give a little more insight into kind of what Ripa's always preaching about. We will win. And when you hear that there's people out there that actually, directly, have those feelings, but they just don't really know what direction to turn. That's why we got to continue to speak out and expand our voices even further, because it is like that cult stuff that you're talking about. That's a real thing. And it's like, I don't really understand that. I don't understand that mindset. I mean, even like the stuff, with like, no matter what, if you're starting to do something, people will start coming after you for various amount of reasons that try to divide you. They'll try to say stuff. We've seen this with Friday Night Tights. People saying that, well, it's almost like the argument has a lot of times people have said, like the whole thing with Ripa, which is retarded. Like, oh, you Geeks and Gamers helped him. That's meant to divide. I've heard now that now Gary has now become the guy that's building everybody's channel now. It's like, and that's just because it's meant to divide. You know what I mean? That's all that is. That's someone is trying to divide me and Gary and the panelists of Friday Night Tights. That's all that's about. We laugh about it because we're like, I don't care. Like they can say Gary made my channel. Hell, they say I've made everybody else's fucking channel, which isn't the truth either. You know what I mean? But that's all that.
You look around FNT, obviously everyone's sitting over 100,000 subs, right?
Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly. It's how it goes. Except that's not true. And that's the point. And so it's just a ridiculous thing. But what it shows is that we're having an impact in various, different places. And so, yeah, Amanda, we just appreciate you coming on and you know, and anything else, if there's anything else as far as perspective into the industry or anything
I got all night. Like this is like I've been keeping in for like, well, I think it's always been a process of kind of slowly being red pilled. Cause like, even, you know, like the fact that I called my like Trump supporter friends being like, hey, I'd like to understand your perspective. So I was never a very good, I guess I was a good actual liberal because I was open-minded, but like I was never a good lefty because I was like, I liked the Roseanne reboot. I was like, oh, this show will actually like, you know, make people talk because it humanizes both sides. It makes fun of both sides. Yeah. And then of course they canceled it. And then I did a Trump guy for 6 months and my friends were like, you must repent. I'm like, sorry. So I kind of I've probably never been a very good lefty, but and then in 2020, it just kind of piled on top of each other. And I think my saving grace, it was awful, but it helped me, was I was quarantined for the whole year with two, again, very well-meaning, very hardcore SJW types. And so like that year was a powder keg. And so when you're talking about events, like I'm like, hey, I don't like when people are burning down my city, you know, and they were like, you don't get to tell Black people how to be upset. And they're both white, you know, again, pretty white, but like still darker than them, you know. And
just smashing targets and grabbing Jordans, I can fucking tell you how to be upset. That's how it works.
It was insane because I'm like, you know, and we just, every conversation was just this thing. And I would say what I thought were logical things and I'd get shamed. I'd get called names. And like, I'm like, oh, these people are like literal walking Twitter retweets. I have a sketch called SJW, or like if there was a 12-step, Social Justice Warriors Anonymous or something. And several of those conversations are actual verbatim conversations. Like the one about the C word, if you look it up, that was literally something my roommate said to me. I was like, oh my God. Anyway, so it was like this dogpiling of things. And then I discovered Ripa during the riots because anything my roommate said, I would go and look up the opposite because I was just so pissed. So they're like, don't look at Jordan Peterson. He's the Red Skull. He's a Nazi.
Amanda's just like, Black lives don't matter.
Feel free to clip that, please. Like I don't care at this point. But I came across, I think it was one of your videos. It was why I don't obsess over racism, which I still
like
show to
biggest
people.
Videos. Yeah,
I still showed it. I showed it to my dad last week. And then something about like why I don't support Black Lives Matter.
Yep.
And I was like, a fellow darky? Well, I guess I'm not dark.
You're kind of putting yourself in that category there.
Yeah. I identify as a dark person.
A fellow mulatto. Wow.
But no, I'm the Rachel Dole of all of Geeks and Games.
Hey, I this started out with Lethal Lightning fangirling. Now Mike's fangirling. He's like one of us. Like,
time, man. I feel like I'm not alone anymore. You know?
I hope I'm not disappointing you, Lethal Lightning. You're like, oh, she's kind of trash.
No, this is better than I thought. This is much better than I
thought.
thought.
Lethal's face all night, and he's like, oh my God.
I've been telling people for years Jupiter was the best, and now I have proof.
I'm still like thinking about like back to an hour and a half ago when Lethal told us that he combed his hair, and I'm looking at his hair. I'm like, that's combed. Like,
that's combed, bro.
What does it normally look like? It's just like sticking all over the place.
Normally I look like Russell Crowe from Romper Stomper.
Ooh. Or like what's her name from Something About Mary or something?
Oh yeah.
I believe her name's Mary.
Outdated reference.
No, that's a great reference.
And I would like to confirm, Amanda, have I or anyone from my team asked you your direct political opinion before appearing on Geeks and Gamers?
No, I kind of.
Oh wow, that breaks the narrative right there. I still
you
don't
didn't learn
know
through the checklist,
and I don't care. Don't even care.
I will say Ryan actually paid me to be here because he needs me to like help clear his image. He's like, see,
that's right.
More Black people.
Yeah, I'm surrounded by good Black people.
I can count them. There's 3.
I literally had a picture taken with our buddy Suresh in Vegas, and he's like, Ryan, we got to get a picture together, man. I got to help you prove you're not racist.
Do you have that one? Do you have that? We need to throw it on Messenger. I'll share it.
Yeah.
Suresh is cool as hell, man. Suresh is cool as hell too, man. Oh my God, he was telling a story. This is a whole. I won't take us too far. He's telling a story about something that happened on a plane with a mask, and he was telling the whole story. And Tony was over there. He's like, "You pulled the black card, didn't you? You fucking pulled the black card." We were all just laughing so hard. It was so funny, man. Anyway, go ahead, Amanda.
No, I'm just talking. But yeah,
right.
yeah, that was really helpful because I was like, wait. a fellow like disobedient brown person, and you were like, oh, these fucking leftists. I'm like, oh, okay, so he's a Republican, but I'm like, he's kind of cool to be a Republican because I'm thinking of like my dad who's like, oh, I've got calendars of Ronald Reagan on my wall, but yeah, and then you were like, and then these chicken shit Republicans. I was like, there's another option. So it was really cool. So that kind of like helped me start diving and figuring out like, what do I believe? And I'm kind of just like, leave people the fuck alone. How about that? So that's yeah. Anyway, it's been a really crazy 2 years, and it's been insane to realize like my friendships were very fragile because I've been friends with mostly actors. And I realized most of these people aren't actually my friends. Again, very nice people, but like if your friendships would fall apart if they find out that you vote differently than them, or that you are like, hey, I don't like the government up in my business, that makes you a bad person. Like, so this is fun because like I actually can talk to you people. If I said any of this stuff to a lot of my friends or actor coworkers or whatever, like they'd be like, well, some of them will be like, I agree, but be careful. But a lot of them would actually, and that's, you said earlier, Jeremy, you said something about they use labels to divide us. And it's true. I would have never watched Geeks and Gamers when I lived in LA because you guys would all have been labeled, you know, incel, I'm sure you have been, but like, you know, incel, racist, all white supremacist, all that stuff. And I'd believe it because I'm like, oh, shoot. Okay, well, I'm going to stay away from that. So they use these labels to pit us against each other because you don't want to be associated with somebody who's a TERF or whatever. But they don't mean anything. These words are fucking meaningless. And I think that's why I realized I'm not afraid of them anymore. Because it's like, okay, call me names. And also the fact that I think I was okay walking away from acting because I'm sick of being people's token person. I'm like, this isn't acting. You know,
and this is the important thing. So you've only been following us for a few months total, right?
Yeah.
Like, or at least like Geeks and Gamers Friday. I think you found Ripa first, right? So you found Ripa first?
I found Ripa first.
Okay. Okay. So Ripa made this channel. That's what's up.
Yeah. That's the new I made Jeremy.
So weird calling you Ripa. I should probably call you like Mr. July because I'm like, you know, you introduced me to a lot of these stuff. So I'm like,
Mr. July.
But the point I was wanting to make there. So I mean, you've been following, you know, for a few months, and then you follow Rip. Like, but a lot of this stuff is like, this is your. I could tell just by hearing your perspective on it. These are just things that you were experiencing directly. So again, that whole California thing, you know what I mean? Like, oh my, I'll stay away from those guys. Like, we have someone on the panel that went through this Krista Nova, who when she was first, go ahead, tell her, Krista, when you first got on Twitter about me, when you followed me, okay, you followed me on Twitter, and then what happened?
And then all these people were like, do not follow him. He's a bad person. Like, he says a bunch of bad things. That community is so bad. Stay away from them. And I'm like, okay, what did he do? You know, no, don't talk about it. So I unfollowed him. And then I figured out on my own, okay, well, he's not bad. He has the same, like, you know, opinions as me, more or less. Like, he's a pretty good guy. So I followed him back. They got upset. So I left that little corner. And here I am now.
And then a year later, you're fucking posing in a MAGA hat. Looks like they might have been right there.
Interesting timing on that super chat right there. Discussing Nova ever talk. And thanks for another Tuesday night. Thank you for the support. And the reason is that's funny because I do kind of I pay attention. I pay attention to as many little things as I possibly can. So when I saw Krista. When I saw her third video, I think, where she was talking about being bullied, you know, and everything, that's the time I reached out. I was like, this girl's actually like legit. Because when I first saw her, I was like, oh God, another geeky girl who's into, you know, I was like, okay, you know, but I saw that. I'm like, she's genuine. But I sent her a message. I was like, hey, it's a great video. And we talked a little bit. And I point blank, when I was considering bringing her onto the team, I was like, did you follow me and then unfollow me? Because I noticed it. She goes, you noticed that? I'm like, I absolutely noticed when you followed me and then unfollowed me. And she goes, how the hell did you see that? You know, but she explained it to me. She goes, yeah, when I followed you, I had people like, oh my God, don't follow that guy. He's a racist. He's a sexist. He's a horrible person. And then what did you say? she edited it when she told me. She goes, all I know is after somebody said that, I looked at your Twitter and you told someone to suck your above average. And she's like, yeah, he really is a terrible person. And yeah, so but that's hearing that from Amanda's perspective, like that's a real thing. And so, you know, like I said, with Mike talked about it when I kind of shifted my attention to being more vocal, running Geeks and Gamers, we had people on the team that I was allowing them to have their left-wing beliefs on the team, on the website. They could have whatever opinions they wanted, and they were very, very anti-Trump, you know, pro, you know, all these progressive things, and I had no problem with that. And they knew I was a Trump supporter privately, but when I publicly started talking about being a Trump supporter, they all quit, and they all said horrible shit about me because they had to, because once they were publicly linked to a Trump supporter, they had to say something. You know what I mean?
Like,
yeah, they had to do it the moment that happened. These are people that have my phone number that I, you know, helped out in different situations and everything like that. And yeah, it's so I feel you on that, you know, because that's just how that left-wing logic is. It's insane.
I literally told my friend recently, I was like, bro, back in the day when you posted your Ghostbusters review, I was like, oh, but I like him. I didn't know he was an incel. Like, it was like so dumb. Because even I had problems with the movie. Like, I saw it opening weekend because I'm like, I want to be a good whammon. And the thing is, I actually didn't think the movie itself was that bad. I think a lot of the marketing around it and the way they treated the fans was shitty. But there was definitely like, even I was like, why did they make Chris Hemsworth's character so fucking dumb? Because like the secretary in the original movie wasn't dumb.
Yeah.
You know, like, so it's not like they're making a comment. Like, I'm like, it would be tit for tat if that was the case. But even back then I was like, but I'm like, no, I can't say that. This is good movie. So when my friend was like, yeah, I didn't really like it. It was kind of unnecessary, blah, 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 blah. I was like, I can't believe he's an incel. Like, I wasn't always like the most critical thinker, but I'm like, you know, again, you're in these bubbles.
You're in that bubble. Yep.
And also they take stuff that sounds reasonable that everybody should be able to get behind. So then if you're against it, then you're a bad person. So like, who's against social
Black
justice?
Lives Matter. It's like,
yeah, Black lives should matter. Do you think they don't? Like, they take things that tug on your heartstrings to make it so that you don't want to be caught on the other side of it.
It's like when if you called your organization "Puppies Are Cute" or some shit.
Right.
It's like, who could disagree with that? Well, I mean, you see X-Ray Girl's dog. That's fucking easy one. The thing's ugly as hell. But other than that,
so like a little rat dog.
Oh my god, it's one of the ugliest things I've ever seen in my fucking life. It's got these big bug cross eyes. Its tongue's too big for its mouth. It can't fucking breathe.
Krista, find a picture so we can have Ryan can fangirl over X-Ray Girl's dog.
God, that thing is. Look at Mike. I don't know, he's
that dog is
losing
fucking cute, bro. That dog is fucking cute. I don't know
Jeremy,
what's wrong.
You got
with
some ugly dogs too. All right, don't make me start.
Go around.
All right.
Oh man, how can you hate on that dog? What's wrong with you?
It's fucking ugly. You want me to pretend? You want me to pretend it's not? Look at the one in the back. Like JoJo in the front is like, he looks like he just woke up. He's a little tired.
No, look at the next picture. Look at the next picture.
Yeah, you see the one right there?
Now which one's ugly?
That's not even a good picture of the black dog right there.
You gotta find another one, Krista. There's another one.
I'm surprised no one's accused me of not liking it just because it's black, to be honest with you.
Oh, I did notice you put the black dog behind you, like he's in the back.
I said it's the X-Ray Girl, but it kind of looks like X-Ray Girl and Mark. Their dogs.
Because JoJo's eyes are slanted. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Oh.
No. Oh my god. Putting words in my mouth.
That's exactly what
That's the only thing I can figure out. I saw something today. Jeremy, did you see the message I put in one of our FNT chats? Hold on.
Yeah, I did not.
I got to get this picture. I got a couple pictures to show now. Hold on.
No,
all right. Oh God, look at that thing. At least its tongue is like hanging straight out. Usually it's to the side or something. Oh my God.
That is cute.
Look at JoJo. Oh my god.
Ugly enough to be a G4 host.
Yes, exactly.
Oh my gosh.
So I was literally scrolling through YouTube today and I saw this from Black Conservative Perspective, and I literally stopped as I was scrolling because I thought it was Extra Girl for a second. And so I just screenshot it and I said, "Extra Girl, explain this." Boston Mayor makes racist jokes.
Didn't that channel cover the Jody Ripa thing?
He did,
yeah. It had a ton of traction. He got a ton of traction on that one. So
he did. And this is just the latest proof. Again, not racist. Here's Suresh from 221B Tactical. He said we had to take this picture to prove to the internet I am not a racist.
Dude, that's the first time I've seen the picture, bro. That seeing John's thing in the background, man.
I know,
that's
man.
so cool because that's right there in John's office. You just had that done.
Yeah.
And then I think that's John and Suresh behind in the picture, right?
It is. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So
Suresh is
yeah,
right there.
man, that's cool. But Suresh is cool as hell, and yeah, he's really interested in working with geeks and gamers, man. So
Nice.
he's a great guy. But he was so funny when he was like, "Ryan, we got to take a picture with us. Let's prove you're not racist, bro." I was like,
because so we met Suresh this week. We hadn't met him before that. We knew of him and he knew of us through John, and John talked to us about him and him about us and stuff like that. And so like when we were texting back and forth, we went to the studio to talk a little bit. This was before Friday. And we were just talking and laughing and joking for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. And he's like, "Hey, Ryan, I got to hear, man. There's something about this Batman review."
he just randomly brought it up.
He just randomly brought it up. Like, how the fuck did you hear about that?
Is this like the biggest thing, the biggest controversy you've had so far? Or is it just the biggest controversy?
It's actually strange because
it's interesting. Yeah.
Although I do think it's, as far as the amount of people that were talking about it and how wide it went on Twitter and, other shit like Reddit or whatever, I do think it's probably actually the biggest thing we've ever had, like, go viral in that type of negative way. But I saw no negative impact on YouTube, on anything like that. It was only growth. It was real positive, actually. So it just kind of goes to show that there are very different realities out there.
Yeah.
Like the Twitter sphere doesn't mean anything. Like that news cycle just going to reschedule. I did not have a single person unsubscribe because of my Batman review. I only gained subs on all my channels.
It's really interesting too, because and I mentioned this on Gothic's show, but I feel like everybody needs to know this because it gives perspective. Pew Research did a study that showed that only 20% of Americans are even on Twitter. So 80% of Americans don't give a fuck what's happening on Twitter. So they don't. So yet they're pandering to the 20% on Twitter, and that 20% isn't even active. So it's like 10%. Of all users make 80% of all tweets. So it's just a bunch of like really prolific, angry tweeters on all sides. You're getting the most extreme loud people. And like you keep saying, like, those aren't the people who buy stuff. They're just the loud ones. So these companies are dumb because you think by now they would notice their bottom line is not like these. I don't understand why they keep pandering to them.
I love that, man. And I actually talk about that all the time because not only are you right, it's, 10% make 80% of the tweets, but Twitter skews very heavily left, heavily young, and heavily female. So even the people that are on there, it is not a good scope of reality. Whereas something like YouTube, a couple years ago, it was like 76 or 77% of American adults use YouTube on a daily basis. Those are just the ones that are like logged in. So not even people that don't have an account or whatever. So that is actually a good representation. If you want to get like the best kind of grouping that you can, it's a fairly decent representation of our society as a whole. So that's why you'll see these things that might blow up on Twitter, but not, you have see completely different opinions, like The Last Jedi, for instance. You see all these Twitter people, the blue check marks that are pushing the conversations, say it's the best thing in the world. Everybody who hates this is just a racist, an incel, a bigot. Yet on YouTube, all the things that are doing really well are the things that are critical of it, that are kind of calling it out for what it is. It's very different worlds.
And I see Nate, who's been a guest on this show before. I don't think I was on that one, but that was a great episode of Main Event because I was out of town and I know you hosted it. Nate is fantastic. So great to see you here, awesome. Nate. Appreciate you. And then we have Gothix is in the chat, and she is so happy. She's so happy to see Amanda on.
She's so fucking rad. I came up to her at a so it was Freer Future Fest, last fall or something in Tennessee, and I was like the weird fan who came up to her after a panel. I was like, "Hey, Vanessa, I just want to say I really like your stuff and I appreciate that. Like I kind of like what I did to Jeremy.
It
Where I'm
was
just
basically like me when I jumped on.
yeah,
yeah.
Like it's
yeah.
She's still fangirling. You spent 2 hours with her the other day. You're still fangirling.
It's so weird, this like world I live in, because like 2020, like her and like Ripa and a bunch of others like kept me sane, and and you guys like helped continue that. So now I just am. It helped me feel like I could speak out, because like I watched her journey and she was kind of getting red pilled in real time as I was, and being like and seeing, you know, I told her, I was like, it's so interesting to see how emotional the reaction would make her in the beginning, and then a year later she's like, whatever, fuck you guys. So I'm hoping that that's the journey I go on, because I'm still like trying to toe the line of like, I want to be authentic to myself, but also I really don't want people to send me death threats and dox me, you know. So it's that, yeah, in a year maybe I'll be the same way. So anyway, it's just cool to be around cool people.
Yeah,
well,
it's awesome.
and I think
Ryan's alt account is here too, right there. So,
hey, look like a smart guy, Brian. Hey, just saying.
Go ahead.
And that's when you realize that it doesn't matter. And that was one thing too that we really. It gave the whole Batman review thing gave me an opportunity to do exactly what we preach all these people about the entire time, is just laugh at these people. Don't bend the knee. Like, don't apologize. There's a lot of people on this platform, not really in our group, but there's a lot of people on this platform that would, if something like that happened to them, they would immediately come out and do an apology video. They would take down their original video. They would do all of this stuff to try to do a mea culpa or something. And that's exactly what they want, and there's blood in the water, and they'll just come after you harder. Whereas no, I'm not going to apologize for something that doesn't need apologizing for. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn on a stream and I'm going to laugh at you having a retarded reaction to a 30-second out of context clip about a fucking movie that I liked, you know. And that's what we did, and that just made them that much more angry. And you know, they don't have any power unless you give it to them.
They're bullies. They're just bullies. I think that's when I started to realize it was helpful. It was helpful to have my roommates kind of bully me. And again, they thought they were doing the right thing, but just every time I expressed a thought that they didn't like, you know, I literally had one thing where we were talking about it was the believe all women thing, and I was like, well, I mean, you know, the women on Dateline kill their fucking husbands, so I'm sure there's most women probably wouldn't lie about it, but unfortunately, because some people, they're shitty women, they're shitty men. Unfortunately, there are some who would. So you can't just ruin somebody's life because of all that. And my roommate was like, she like had to go to her room. And then the next day she's like, I couldn't sleep all night. Remind me not to let you talk about that stuff again. Like I was being silenced in my own house for stuff that I thought was reasonable opinions, being like, hey, women are people. You know, like we have good traits and bad traits, but
well,
I don't know
something
as far as people, but yeah.
Yeah, we're close. We're an approximation of people.
It's kind of like what happened with Vic.
Yeah, but the Vic Mignogna stuff, yeah. Which I didn't even know much about that stuff. I covered it like a couple times on my channel, and then Pensacon, my local convention. Now I'd had press passes to that convention the 3 years prior, but because I covered it, and I basically was like, I'm not sure if Vic, I'm not really sure. I didn't even know how to pronounce his name on the videos I made. I'm like looking at what I see
Josiah.
Here. Yeah, I was like looking at what I see here. I don't really know that you can actually say one way or the other. They pulled my press passes because of that video. They pulled my press passes and banned me. And I'm like, well, fuck you. So then I made more videos and made more money, and you know, and gained more subs.
Probably
but
know more about it than I do, because I'm like that was like a Dallas thing. We had like LA and Dallas, so that was like, so they might know more about it than I did. I don't actually know Vic, so I can't.
Yeah, I didn't even like it's not something I'm personally connected to. So even with that, I didn't make a lot of videos, which a lot of people were shocked. They're like, well, you had every right to. I was like, I did. I just didn't have the passion to look too far into it. I never watched the guy's stuff. You know,
I was watching during that time. I was watching Nick like religiously every night when he would talk about all the updates, and when you know, new documents would come out, when new statements would come out, all that stuff. And that's when Nick Recato was really blowing up with that. But yeah, and I mean, I was actually on. Vic was on a Flashcast months ago that I was able to be on and talk to him. But yeah, it is one of those situations where you have people that are saying, look at what this guy did, you know, even though none of the evidence supports that, even though all the people that come out and talk to him, that doesn't make any sense. That's not how it happened. Their stories continue to fall apart, but they end up getting the dude blacklisted simply because enough women say something and enough people refuse to actually stand up and do anything about it.
Yeah, it's the exact opposite for I can't remember what the dude's name is.
Damon Mills.
Damon Mills, Freezer. Yeah, it's the exact opposite for him, and sounds like he might enjoy that Red movie that.
What happened? So he had sex with. You said it was a minor.
Well, yeah, give us some backstory on that one for people that don't know.
So I'm not as connected to this one. I don't know if there was actually anything that happened physically, but I know that it was, you know, Damon Mills is a gay voice actor, and there were allegations of something that happened between him and, I believe, maybe Lethal knows, an underage child.
Yeah, that's what the story goes.
That's what the story is. And, you know, obviously so many people that sat here and, you know, defended Vic Mignogna, as so many people in the voice acting community to try to get him canceled, said, where are you guys now? Like, where's the outrage? All you people that were saying, get Vic out of here, with literally nothing to go on other than stories of these harpies. Where's your energy at for someone who's doing this to young boys? The problem is Damon Mills has the right politics for them, so they didn't say anything. And sure enough, some threats go out of possible litigation to try to shut people up. And all of a sudden, you know, the account says, well, you know, maybe I misremembered it. Maybe it wasn't quite that way. I kind of retract what I said. So that's what I know of the Damon Mills situation. But, you know, I know Yellow Flash has covered it extensively. I'm pretty sure that Umbrella guy has as well. So,
yeah, those are good guys. And obviously Rekieta, if you want, you know, he was the guy with the Vic Mignogna stuff.
I'll look into that
because people. Yeah,
I respect Rekieta, like, because I kind of just was like, I don't know, because all I knew was rumors that I'd heard about stuff, and I don't like making speculations based on rumors, because I'd heard rumors about Vic in our industry for a long time, like way before the allegations. But again, that was in Dallas. Maybe they didn't like him. I didn't really know, so I didn't really form that like, kind of opinion. But I will say, like, I'll use this as a platform because I want to free Chris Neosi. My friend is a voice actor. He has not worked in like 2 years and has lost like everything because of back during the movement. His ex came out and said something kind of vague on Twitter, and people dogpiled on him, and they were like, "Oh my gosh, he's a rapist," all that stuff. And then she even came out and was like, "No, that's not what I meant." Like, and then she deleted her tweet, deleted her account, and told him, "I don't want to be involved in this," even though she dragged him into it. And he lost his roles in Sailor Moon, Boruto, like all this stuff. Like, we tried, you know, the cast of some of our shows, like we tried to band together and be like, please don't cater to 14-year-olds on Twitter. This is a man's life. And they literally were like, we don't want to be involved in the drama, because they think the Twitter thing is so much bigger than it is. Yes, it might be a couple thousand people, but what's a couple thousand to a country of what, 350 million or something?
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, I just want to bring his name up because he's also, because like, while we're bringing up people we want justice for, I would like
absolutely
cast him again.
Well, yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, it's, you know, for every Vic Mignogna who gets a ton of support and has a ton of support, there's probably, you know, a lot more people that get caught up that don't have that support. You know what I mean?
Vic will be fine financially.
Yeah.
He's got his supporters. He's got his people who like do signings with him. I don't know if the industry will let him back in. Who knows? The industry might not let me back in. I don't know. We'll see. This is an experiment.
Yeah.
But
unless Broly comes out and sounds like a girl, then it's like, fuck, maybe we do need him back.
Right. In a couple years, I think once people forget, they might start doing it, because like the industry, again, they want to make money. If he makes the money, then, you know, but I don't know. I'm very curious to see how long they can continue these kind of things.
That's the thing, though. You know, some of those decisions, like Vic, when he's at conventions, he's got lines wrapped around everywhere. Like, there's people just coming out just to see him. And the people that they're catering to, like the people who say, I don't feel comfortable if Vic Mignogna is at this convention, have 10 people there. You know what I mean? So those decisions aren't being made for money. You know, those decisions are being made because, well, we can't piss off these people because there might be Twitter backlash.
Right. And to be fair, Twitter is a big part of anime stuff. So like, you know, like that's why you have all these like people who have anime avatars. Like a lot of, I don't know what the ratio breakdown is politically for anime fans, but I do find a lot of them are on like TikTok and Twitter. And so Twitter does probably have more of an impact on these conventions. Like if you get Twitter drama, your convention could get canceled. So I don't know how real the threat is, but you're right. They're going based off these people threatening them. Like, are you associated with this person? It's like the mafia.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you're gonna work with that guy? Really? Let's just, you know, break your, you know,
God, it's crazy. It's crazy.
And like, why don't we just let people make their own decisions? Like, why don't we just, you know, like sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, like, if somebody did something illegal, absolutely, like, report it. Let's get that person, you know, out, or like a Harvey Weinstein or whatever, like people who are predators with people. And again, I don't have an opinion either way on Vic. Maybe he did do it, maybe he didn't. I'll look into the Nick Rekieta stuff because I knew what I had heard, but again, that's all from actors, so I don't know if, you know, there's probably a bias there. But
Rekieta definitely the best source for it.
And he was, I appreciated his coverage of the Rittenhouse trial, so I'm like, okay, like I imagine he would have been very thorough about it. So
yeah,
I will.
He's great.
But yeah, all that to say, like, if somebody did something like questionable or something that you don't like, why don't we just let people, I mean, it's my libertarian side, but just like let people make their own decisions. Like, if I want to still support somebody, like a certain artist, let me do it. You don't have to. If you're uncomfortable, don't go to that person at that con. Like, it's just this idea of, if I don't like it, no one can like it.
Right.
Yeah.
And real quick, I just want to say, because at some point I'm probably gonna have to turn the show over to Ryan tonight because I've got tornadoes. I'm watching the radar right now, so tornado warnings are about to be in my area. They've been in New Orleans. They're now in Mobile, Alabama. Mobile's about an hour from me, and they're moving my way. It's gonna be bad. These tornadoes this is the same shit that was in Texas yesterday. This is a terrible system. So I'm keeping an eye on the radar. So if at any point I disappear, Ryan will take over. And if I'm dead, just send super chats. So.
On the bright side, if you do get sucked up like on live stream, that like your video would get a lot of views. Like that would be cool.
Amanda knows what's up.
Just jump in the
pool.
pool.
Would probably happen. Someone would probably say, "I just saw this racist get sucked away by a tornado." Put it on Twitter, get 1 million views.
Yeah, I really don't like tornadoes. I really don't. I mean, as I said, I've lived in Florida for over 20 years. So I've been through all the hurricanes, none of that really bothers me except for tornadoes. Tornadoes are so fucking unpredictable and they freak me out. So I'll be paying attention to this. But yeah, in all seriousness, if it happens on camera, that's good views and that'll help Geeks and Gamers continue.
You just gotta jump in the pool, man.
Yeah. Yeah. So,
not the worst idea.
It's not. But I will say, like, Amanda has been fantastic tonight. This has been great information. We are kind of closing on a 2-hour mark, and I know, Kat, I know you have to work early. So
yeah.
How are you doing? You good? You need to bounce?
I'm good. I could handle a little longer, another half hour maybe.
Okay. We're gonna try to get into that Halo stuff so I can hear you rant.
Oh, you don't want to hear me rant because that just.
But okay, anybody else? Everybody good at the 2-hour mark? If anybody needs to bounce, anything like that, everybody good? All right, good stuff. I know that we may have an appearance. We may have a special appearance from someone a little bit later.
Oh man, it was absolutely amazing.
They will be here potentially. I'm gonna play his clip real quick. It's just too good. It's too good.
These shirts are on. Jamie said I could plug my shirt, but he waited till everyone left. Like now there's like no one watching the stream, so now no one's gonna buy the shirt. And I was
100
like,
people is no one.
it's my chance.
So, dude, he was sleeping. He was out in La La Land when I put that camera on him personally. You can buy my shirt. So it was good stuff. Yes, Jay will be here a little bit later. Awesome. Okay, so we do have a lot of super chats to get to. Bruno sent a $25 Streamlabs. Says, I don't know you, you don't know me, but the fact that you're here tells me you're willing to have a conversation, and that's all I want. Whether we agree or not, thanks for this panel for giving us new opportunities for first contacts. Well, thank you, Bruno. Thank you for the support. And yes, 100%. Like, that's what Geeks and Gamers is. It's about individuality. Nobody here ever has to explain their personal opinion on politics to me, or a movie or a video game or whatever. Like, I don't care about these things. Just don't call people racist and sexist over a fucking movie opinion. Don't call people bigots because they don't have the same political opinion as you. I don't really care. I don't care what you believe. I don't care what you do. I don't care who you fuck. I don't care. And that's what the world should be like. And that's why I've, run it this way. I mean, it comes down to everything else. I mean, like, people that are on this panel. Some of them are part of the team, some are not a part of the team. You know, like every time Ripa gets asked about Geeks and Gamers, he's like, I'm not fucking part of Geeks and Gamers. I'm not fucking part of that shit. Does that upset me? No, it doesn't bother me because it's a fucking fact.
Hey,
he's not.
I just want to make it clear I'm not connected to Geeks and Gamers.
It's just, you know, it's such a strange thing, but it's just about, you know, it's about individuality. That's all it's about, and creating conversations. And I think that there's, you know, people are always like, why don't you guys invite people that don't agree with you? Have you tried? Like, I've tried to talk to people that don't agree with me. Look what happens with Ripper when he brings these people on. It's just a shit show. That's all it is.
There's also a difference between people that don't agree with you and people that literally all they want is attention.
Yeah, yes,
there's a big difference between those
that
things.
Very
over
true.
here, we have a saying: just let the retard dribble.
Yes.
You know, I have to say, Jeremy, I've had people do the same thing as Amanda, where they're like, how can you follow or support Jeremy? He's a Trump supporter. My response is, how do you know I'm not? Aren't you assuming that I'm not a Trump supporter? I mean, you don't know my politics, baby. You know,
that's a good answer. I don't even know your politics. You know, like I don't care. You know, I can assume you're not a Biden supporter because you have common sense, but you know, so. Oh man, but yeah,
with when I try to describe to my friends, like, how could you wokeness? Why are you anti-wokeness? Do you not like diversity? It's like, no, I like actual diversity, because what wokeness does is it puts people in these boxes based on superficial shit, like, you know, like whether you have a dick or not, or like whether you're like arbitrary things that say nothing about your personality, the amount of melanin you have, like who gives a fuck? You're putting like, they put walls between people and say women need to think like this. If you don't, then you're a pick me. You know, black people need to think like this, or you're an Uncle Tom. Versus like uniting us over our shared humanity. That's why I have such a problem with it. It's not that I don't like diversity or representation. It's the idea that all people are like, oh, you have a hijab, you must think this way. It's like, you are a woman, you must think this way. It's ridiculous and it's dehumanizing.
Well, because they'll put you right back in a situation where you got to use, like, black people got to use separate bathrooms and white people and stuff, and they'll say, well, it's actually because we want black people to feel comfortable. We want them to not have to use a bathroom with a white person and stuff, and then segregate your ass, you know, as they go live up in their fucking mansion on a hill. You know, it's because they are that's more akin to actual racism than somebody saying something that they don't agree with. And like Ripa and me have talked about it before and stuff like that. You know, they'll call you every name in the fucking book the second you step out of line, and they'll call you all the names that like like research names. Like they know names that sometimes I'm like, fuck, I gotta look that up. I don't know what the fuck that means, you know, but they know all of those names because they're sitting there with them guns loaded, ready to go off on anybody that don't agree with them. And then you'll meet somebody that they're telling you is racist. Like they'll tell you that Jeremy's racist, and Jeremy fucking got beat up by black people all the time, and he doesn't hate them, you know.
That was such a weird fucking example.
Such a weird delivery.
Yeah.
Well,
I just like black people made like Jeremy his bitch. Like, it's not racist.
They beat it out of him.
No, I always thought it was funny because like Jeremy's always reminded me of fucking Woody Harrelson from like White Men Can't Jump. So I always thought it was just funny. But you know,
Mike, if we did go back to like separate restrooms or water fountains, which one would you choose?
Whichever one I felt like at the time.
Yeah. You could do both. You could just self-identify.
Yeah, well, that's unfortunately they'll tell me that I'm using the wrong bathroom.
So
yeah.
They're able to tell me where I fit in all this. I'm the only one here. I'm the most African American in this entire group.
That's true.
That's true.
And yet I am probably one of the most whitest in this group. And yet, so they have never been able to tell me where I fit in any of this. My family is from Egypt.
Yeah.
And don't tell me I haven't like just. That's why I find the whole thing ridiculous, because they can't tell me where I fit. So
it's a cult. It's a fucking cult.
They're scared to put a label on you, Kat.
Yeah, they better be scared about putting a label on me. I'll put a
you.
label on them.
Regret it. Not put a label on them.
Put a couple labels on.
Let me get this real quick. Hey, Jeremy. fellow Pensacolian here. Haven't forgot about the Pensacon 2019 fiasco you dealt with. Yeah, it's crazy. I'm glad that you still remember that. Just because I dared to, show some support to Vic and question their BS narrative, keep fighting the fight. Thank you. And yeah, like I fuck Pensacon. Okay, I mean, I had such a good relationship with them. Treated them good. And they really didn't like it when they took my press pass. And this was like, I don't even think the channel had 100,000 subscribers yet. And I basically made a totally sarcastic video. It was a car video. And I'm like, I'm too big for you anyway, Pensacon. Fuck you. I got too big of a following for you anyway. And that really pissed them off because I was like, I don't need your fucking stupid press pass. I was about to call it something else, but I didn't need your stupid press pass. And they got really mad about that. And I just it's such I don't even like conventions to begin with. You know what I mean? So yeah, the whole thing was a complete disaster. But I hope you're staying safe. Cause like I said,
you guys are exchanging your last messages before your town gets fucking wiped off the map.
Louisiana is getting rocked.
Such a fucking asshole, dude.
Just based on how Jeremy speaks and everything, I assume there's a lot of trailers around there. So prayers.
Let's see. Club Fortress. Salute this great panel. I appreciate the different opinions. Let the degenerates fall. Character over identity politics, and that is 100%. That's it, man. That's it. Yeah, I mean, again, it's been a great discussion. I do want to, before Kat leaves, Ryan or Ripa, whoever's caught up on the Halo stuff about them not following, or I guess they know nothing about the games. They didn't even look into it. Is that the story?
They didn't. Well, basically in their storyboard or whatever you want to call it, the process of drafting what this story was going to be.
246 different versions of the scripts.
Yeah.
None of them
have anything to do with the fucking games.
Well, part of them goes back like 10 years ago to when this was supposed to be a movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
this has been a fucking shitstorm for a decade.
Yeah.
So we have two Halo experts here. We have Kat and we have Lethal here. So
right.
Go ahead, Ripper and Ryan. Though.
But no, it's just they just don't.
Hang on.
It's another example of just a company that just doesn't give a shit, man. Like these people care more. Like the people that generally look forward to this type of stuff care way more about the properties than the folks that are in control. It's just yet another example of okay, and this is, if you think about it, most stories in the last decade have been written like this, where you basically could change the actual story per se, not the story, like the subjects within it, and it'd still be the same fucking story if you plugged in or slapped Star Wars characters over it or Marvel characters, or it'd be the same shit. The reason being, and why it feels like that, is because that's how it is. Generally, these guys go into it with their own individual idea of what story they want to tell. And because they understand that name recognition matters so much, definitely in this day and age when it's people are finding it a lot more, I don't want to say a lot more, but it's a little more difficult. I would disagree, but this is their position. It's more difficult to have something original and fresh or whatever. So they look at it like, well, in order for my story to get told, I need to use a brand that's recognizable. So Halo is just yet the latest example of this. And when they have said, yeah, when we were talking about this, we didn't play the games. We didn't talk about the damn games, which is interesting because you're adapting a fucking video game fucking franchise in a show. You think that would be the first place that they go to, but they don't. This isn't necessarily unlike anything that we've seen in other franchises. Halo is just the latest example of that. And again, they're bold enough to just simply say, yeah, fuck it. Like, we didn't reference that. Why? Because we had our own stories that we want to tell. And that's more important than it is for simply giving the supporters what it is that they want. You think in this day and age, it's a no-brainer to give customers what it is that they want. Like, you have to go out of your way to fuck that up. You have to go out of your way to fuck up Halo, to fuck up Marvel, to fuck up DC, Star Wars, Star Trek, Lord of the Rings. You have to go out of your way to do that. But that's what they're doing. They're going out of their way to say, you know what? Fuck all of y'all. We know better. You should like what we want you to like, not have some sort of base expectation upon this source material that already gained all this ground that had nothing to do with the people that are generally in control of it now. So this is why I continue to say that you care a bit more about it than they do. And it's just another example. They care more about this. And Halo won't be the last one. Like I said, If they haven't got to your franchise yet, they're going to get to it. If you have something that you like that has been around forever and you're like, well, at least I still got it, just wait. Give them a little bit. They'll get there. And then some blue-haired wench will be like, I'm going to tell my story and I'm just going to plug in the characters. They might not, hell, sometimes they don't even have to look like them at all. They could just fucking be them in name and name only, but they slap that brand on it and they're just telling a little interchangeable story, and it sucks. The Halo is the latest example of it.
Well, and the bad thing about it is because video game movies have always been, such a big problem for people that are even trying to tell a genuine story about it. Like Halo has an incredible story, that you could adapt, and the fact that they didn't even look at it. Lethal, Cat, I'll let you guys have the floor on this. What do you think about
ladies first?
So
I watched a whole video once years back about how great the storytelling was in Halo, which is funny coming from Bungie. But they had a great story. I'll admit it. Destiny has some cringe moments. Their storytelling, and this is coming from a massive Destiny fan. I just don't understand. I thought by now they would have learned better. I thought by now they would have known better than to do this BS. I don't care a shit about their goddamn story. I don't. That's why I like Halo. How stupid do you have to be? You didn't even play the goddamn. You don't even have to play the video game. You can watch it on YouTube. What is wrong with these people? Seriously,
that's even too hard for them.
I cannot believe the level of
YouTube.
stupidity.
You kidding me?
The level of stupidity this is. You don't even need to read.
The reason they won't watch it on YouTube is they're scared that the next recommended video will be a Jordan B. Peterson, and then they'll be going down the alt-right rabbit hole like Amanda did. So
if you expect my money, if you expect me to work my ass off to get paid because to buy your product, then you know what? I don't care about your fees. I don't. You make me a good Halo show. You want my money? I want Halo. I thought by now they would have learned better. I thought by now they would have realized. I mean, how stupid do you have to be?
Double down.
Yeah.
Triple down.
Yeah, and I don't. It's not stupidity. It really is not. I mean, these people know what they're doing. They're actively looking to hijack something. Yeah, because again, they want the sex appeal of the brand, but they don't want to actually respect why it has that sex appeal in the first place. They just want to hijack it and do their own thing. Lethal. What do you think?
There's things that they're doing just in the trailer that are outright fucking insulting. Like, for example, this whole silver timeline thing is just the most retarded shit I've ever heard in my fucking life. Halo is not a multiverse. It is an A to B story. Crazy shit happens in between. Obviously, you got side stories, Like, I've read quite a lot of the Halo books, man. Halo is more than just a video game franchise. There's comics, there's books. You got like your Star Wars EU. It's about up here in terms of how much there is and how deep it gets. You got Halo EU about here, man. Like, there is a lot to this. We can go all the way. I can tell you all the way back with the precursors and how it became the Flood and all that type of shit. But just in this trailer itself, both of them, this is so bad that they're saying it's its own timeline, a silver timeline. And they've taken the blue team logo, which is Master Chief's fire team. Master Chief's part of blue team. They've got his logo on his breastplate and they're calling it silver team. It's the same fucking logo. They have AK-47s 500 years in the future. They got a Camaro 500 years in the future. They got I'm assuming it's the Prophet of Truth, just based his chair. They're taking that and made him grey. When the fuck was this cunt grey? This cunt's never fucking been grey. The closest this dickhead's been grey is when fucking flood spores were popping out of his head. I've spent 2-hour streams just watching fucking interviews with that Gronk, Pablo Schreiber. He's the dickhead that's playing Master Chief. And that motherfucker thinks he's playing Christian Bale Batman to a T. He thinks he's Christian Bale Batman, specifically that version of Batman. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about in any of this shit. None of this, man. It's quite fascinating the way they can take little tiny things. You go, oh, I know what that's from. And they go, and they just change the whole name to it. That's not Halo. I dare say they don't actually know what a Halo is. They probably think a Halo is a Spartan. No, a Halo is the ring in space that can wipe out sentient life, right? And you look at the fucking Spartans walking around in this shit. I've had not arguments, but like a lot of people in my chat are diehard Halo fans as well. And I've been like, that's a Spartan 4. And they're saying, no, that's a Spartan 3. Go, well, that's a problem right there. A Spartan 4, a Spartan 3, a Spartan 2, a Spartan 1 are easily identifiable. You can tell what they are. Chief's a Spartan 2, for example. Johnson's a Spartan 1. But we're looking at these other Spartans going, this looks like a mixed match of a 2. There's a bit of a 4 in there and a 3. That doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever. And this whole new silver team is trash. And the only good thing about this is the simple fact that it is not canon. They've said it's not canon. And I found it pretty ironic that not long after they did the first trailer, not long after, they were like, oh, you know, there's the canon new Troy Denning book coming out. You guys like Troy Denning books? I mean, Brian could back me up on that. You guys like Troy Denning books, right? Yeah. Well, we got that one coming out. There's also the Halo show that's not canon, by the way. And I mean, dude, I like to rip on Halo Infinite because of how fucking bad that game's become. There's not even an in-game Halo event to advertise this show. They don't have faith in this. It's been renewed for 2 seasons because of how much money they've already put into it. They don't know the characters they're playing. They don't know what a Halo is. They don't know what a Spartan is. They don't know what the Covenant's about. The simple fucking concept of having humans a part of the Covenant defeats the whole point.
Yeah.
The Covenant, it's a lie. It's all a lie. But they've advertised their eradication of humanity as a fucking holy war. That's what it is. It's wipe out humanity because humanity is offensive to them. They're offensive to the Forerunners. We know, you know, throughout the games that that's not true, but they keep pushing that. But then having humans as part of the Covenant, Halo ring activation like that. The end. Done. Think about it in Halo 3. They have to beat the shit out of Johnston, force a gun to his head and go press the fucking button, cunt, and he won't do it, man. Because he knows if he presses that button, that's it. Game over. We see that in Halo 1 when Master Chief confronts Guilty Spark about it. So you don't have to be a diehard Halo fan to look at this trailer and be like, they've completely butchered this whole story, man.
No.
Go on, Mike. I can go for hours.
I was gonna say, you know,
not Lethal. That was good shit, Lethal. That was good shit.
That was good shit. I fucking love that shit.
Yeah, that was good shit right there.
The whole timeline argument is bullshit in the first place because you say, well, this is a separate timeline. Okay, well, like just by the law of like how things play out and how events play out, if you say, okay, this is a separate timeline, so events happen differently, but that means people's characters are completely different. The way people look are completely different. The way events play out are completely different. That makes no sense. Like the way that they're playing out this story, they just grabbed a mismatch of things and said, oh, that looks good. That looks good. That looks good. But like also the other part of this, and this is the part that I get really pissed off about when it comes to these writers, is they keep arguing and making every fucking excuse in the book that they can for why Master Chief should be taken off his helmet and why Master Chief, you get to see his face, and Pablo Schreiber is like, well, it's really integral to the story and blah, 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 and all this stuff. And that's part of the reason Halo hasn't been made is because Hollywood has been arguing for years, decades now, that you can't make a Halo movie because he doesn't take off his helmet. So they've been trying to figure out a way to get around it. But the fact is, you can watch the Halo story play out and still enjoy the story and not touch the gameplay. We've played games that have great gameplay and shit story. They're not mutually exclusive. You can also have a good blend of both and enjoy them both. But the fact is, you can have a great story and shit gameplay and have people watch the story and go, dude, the story is incredible. The gameplay is awful. But the fact that we are all connecting with a character that doesn't take off his helmet, that doesn't talk very much, and we're still having a great time and still being moved by the story, still being moved by the characters around, means that the argument that they're making is bullshit. And they just don't want to take the time to actually write a good story around a character that doesn't take off his helmet or doesn't talk a whole lot. So
we've heard him talk about Chief taking off his helmet as some monumental moment. And you go, well, no. Well, I've seen what Master Chief's face looked like in the Fall of Reach story, which was adapted into a CGI movie. You see a young Chief and his face is in it, very prominent. And in the book, it's described, you know, we do kind of know what his face looks like. We could kind of, you know, when you look at someone younger and you go, oh, if I was to age him up 20 years, I think I could kind of figure it out. That's me with Chief, you know, but for all I know, his face is fucking cut open from everything that's happened. The problem is at this particular stage, no, we should not see Chief's face. No, absolutely fucking not. I mean, don't even get me started on how they've got Cortana wrong and Pablo Schreiber's comments on Dr. Halsey. He has no idea what he's talking about. In fact, what he's talking about is borderline fucking incest, in all honesty, especially considering Chief's relation. His name's John, considering John's relationship with Halsey. But then what you said, Mike, about how they want to change shit. I mean, just off the top of my head, like, Ryan, remember Star Wars Infinities?
Yeah.
When they'd be like, what if Luke Skywalker missed the shot? Okay.
Yes.
If we had to do something that wasn't canon, what if we did Halo? Now, I'm blanking on what the operation's name was, but it was like a last-ditch operation. The plan was to steal a Covenant ship, fucking just Mad Max fucking blitz run it into High Charity, grab a prophet, kidnap the cunt, fucking chuck him in the boot, mate, drive him back to Earth or Reach or whatever at that stage in the story and go, look, because humanity doesn't lose, but is on the brink of losing the war. So that was the last-ditch effort, was like, you were going to kidnap a prophet, we're going to hold him hostage and say, you sign a peace treaty or the fucking prophet gets it. You know, that could be a spin-off, you know, multiverse what if story. I don't think they should do any type of deviation from canon. I think part of what makes Halo great is the fact that it is pretty consistent. There's some contradictions here and there, sure, but name one franchise that doesn't have some contradictions. But it is pretty consistent.
Disney Star Wars.
Perfect example. But it is pretty consistent.
I've made a creative decision on the stream. Chat, let me know if you want me to make this happen or not. Lethal Lightning to review each Halo episode for the main channel. Just to hear him rant.
Yeah. We're actually planning on doing that.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, okay. Mike and Lethal joint effort right there.
Maybe
Boom.
depending on time, mate. Depending on the time, I've actually spoken with Lady Gravemaster as well, so we'll figure it out. But yeah, I mean,
Lethal, that rant was beautiful, right?
I know fucking Halo. I know Halo, man, and I'm a great Halo player. I'm a legit Onyx ranked player, despite 343 resetting my rank. They can suck my fucking glorious cock. Even though that's probably what broke their fucking game in the first place. But there is just so much going on just in these 2 trailers. His voice, man, his fucking voice. I watched the trailers and I thought, like, this dude sounds like a wannabe Christian Bale Batman. And then I watched his interviews and I'm like, he is a fucking wannabe Christian Bale Batman. Like the whole thing where he's like, Silver Team on me. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? That's not what fucking Chief sounds like. It's all wrong. Chief doesn't talk like that. Chief says stuff like, Blue Team on me. Chief is calm, cool, collected. He is always in control of the situation. You know, think about when he confronts Guilty Spark in Halo 3. On Halo, you tried to kill Cortana. You tried to kill me. He's not fucking growling at him, but he's putting pressure on him. And
where's Cortana?
Yeah.
Where'd he go?
He's the detonator for the Halo. You know, where's the Halo? You know, shit like that.
It's like I'm giving them their weapon back. Like Halo 2, that moment when he.
Oh man, well, that was good stuff. I was not expecting
what you got to do
that,
if they actually have to do this. If this is what they have to do, I know it's already been done, but just adapt Fall of Reach. Just adapt Fall of Reach. If this dickhead actor Pablo Schreiber has to show his fucking Gronk-like face on screen, do Fall of Reach then. But he's probably too old for that. The problem is these fucking douchebags do not care about the characters they're playing. If I was playing Master Chief, I would be like, you do not show my fucking face. You do not show my face whatsoever, man. But these assholes, they need the credit. They need the glorification of it. Whatever happened to the days when it would be like, yo, that's Michael Myers, man. Like, you never see the guy's face, but that dude walking there, that's fucking Michael Myers, man. That's Jason Voorhees. That's Freddy Krueger. That's him right there.
Shout out to Dread.
Dread.
Okay.
Carl fucking Urban, man.
Carl Urban, like, no ego involved with it. That's why it's you know, so many fans look back on that, and you know, that was a great film. It was a fantastic film.
And I just don't buy the entire narrative of you have to show the face to be connected. We didn't have that. Obviously, if these stupid fucks had cared about the games, they'd realize that. But even in something like The Mandalorian, which I think is a complete waste of space and time, but they had Pedro fucking Pascal take off his helmet in that. But the times that he's not, and it's usually not him in there, it's somebody else. They actually do a great job of him conveying emotion and like what he's thinking, and you understand what he's supposed to be thinking in that time, so you can connect to him. Man, so I reject the entire idea of you can't connect to a character because they're
even better Star Wars than that. Darth fucking Vader.
Yeah, exactly.
Until he takes off, you know, you see that busted ass face, and you're like, "Damn, dude, just put the helmet back on."
Well, and again, like look
Mandalorian, because they've actually said, "Oh, you know, Mandalorian set the bar for us." I'm like, well, you're 2 fucking different franchises. Halo is not Star Wars. Star Wars is not Halo. The one thing you have in common is it's in space. That's it. That's all you fucking got. You should not be aiming to be the Mandalorian. You should be aiming to be Halo.
And the source materials there that you can do it.
Well,
and yeah, like talking about like
games.
Snake Eyes. I love Snake Eyes. One of my favorite characters. And even in the terrible live action G.I. Joe movies, you know, with Channing Tatum, Snake Eyes in those movies played by Ray Park never takes his mask off. And there's emotional moments that you can feel it because of how it's done. And then they did the whole Snake Eyes movie where he never has his fucking mask on, and it fucking failed miserably. You deserve that shit, Hollywood. Fuck you and everybody.
Stop Asian hate, Jeremy.
But yeah, that was good. That was good stuff. So we are gonna have to
I got
move
more
on from that. Oh, you got more? I know you do, but I gotta let Kat. I gotta let Kat go because she's got to get some sleep. So
I have to get to work tomorrow. So
okay. So subscribe to the Hijabi Gamer if you want to see Destiny 2. Also Destiny 2, and then she plays Destiny 2. So wide variety of Destiny 2 over there. And
Warframe. No, Warframe. I play anything with guns, but I've been on a Destiny 2 thing since the Witch Queen came out. And Warframe's the new war. I'm finishing that up because Warframe's awesome.
Johnny Gamer's great. So go watch her Halo rants. She's got some good Halo rants.
I will be making one now after this.
You got a couple already. So all right, Kat, get some rest. Pleasure having you here as always. Have a great night.
Thank you, you too.
All right, bye. All right, Lethal, you want to keep ranting? Does anybody else need to leave? Like Amanda, are you good? Like you just as long as you're here as long as you want, or you can leave whenever.
I don't sleep, so this is fine.
Great answer. Great answer.
Batman.
Lethal.
Oh, I forgot where I was at. What was I yelling about specifically?
You said that you really are looking forward to the Halo series.
Can't wait. They're finally giving me a Halo show that we deserve. Hey, could you imagine, hypothetically, if they gave us a good canon Halo show? This would be the biggest thing going, man. The biggest fucking thing. You'd have big time fans like me, fucking jacking off to how fucking good it is and how they're including like all like these little nods to like precursors and forerunners and shit like that. And you'd have like people like Jeremy being like, "Oh, cool, Master Chief's fucking shit up, man." But instead we're getting whatever the fuck this fucking dog water is, man.
And I don't even understand it because it's like with Hollywood, they're doing reboots and they're doing all this stuff because they're creatively bankrupt. So here, you would think they have all the material just given to them that they would use it, but instead they're like, "No, this is the time we're gonna try something original." It's like, no, then make your own.
It's like
thing.
what Ripper said, they want the brand name Halo. You go up to some dude down the street that doesn't play video games, I guarantee you they've heard of Halo. And the other thing about that trailer, the first one specifically, is holy shit, what was with that music? Halo has one of the most iconic game scores of all fucking time. Instead, we get "I Can Feel It Coming in the air." Fuck your air. I don't give a fuck what you feel in the fucking air. That fucking air is in your silver fucking timeline. Take it and fuck off.
I love this. I love it because again, we're seeing the passion that I've been having for the fucking years as I'm watching Marvel sit up here and destroy literally every goddamn character that exists, and everybody calls me fucking crazy because it's enough for them. Spider-Man just is a motherfucker in a red and blue suit slinging around.
It's a mantle.
And it's a mantle. It can literally be any fucking body.
Anybody can be Spider-Man.
It's a different universe. Then that means anything. Nothing's off limits. Basically, Marvel. Who cares? Marvel is a fucking woman now. Different universe. It's not the comics. And I've been screaming my fucking head off because we sitting there and watch this shit happen in comic books, and now again, people are getting that shit happening to their franchise that as knowledgeable as I am on Marvel and DC shit, you have people that are just as knowledgeable on these other brands that already have mountains upon mountains of source material. And it's like, what are you fucking doing? And like to what Lethal said is the point that I've made. You already got the shit wrote for you, right? You could tell that story, and the people that are normies are gonna like it anyway. So this is why I say that you got to go out of your way to fuck it up. Like, why can't you? People say, well, they can't. Like, why can't they adapt something that's out? Why? Like, who's gonna be fucking mad at that? It's gonna be new to the people that haven't seen it. Shit, like for example, in the comic book, they don't read it, so that's gonna be new to them. So if they told, like, let's say the Infinity Gauntlet arc, like as a 1-by-fucking-1 in terms of what they did in the books, nobody's gonna be fucking bitching at that. They could have told that as a fucking 1-by-1. You could have had Thanos. You could have hell. You halfway set it up.
Some of the characters you wouldn't have, but there's no excuse for doing some of the things that they did.
Most of them. That's the thing. Most of them were that. I mean, you didn't have like Wolverine, but you had like fucking the people that when they went off in fucking space and they were fucking fighting.
Not having Adam Warlock is inexcusable.
Yes, because they set it up for that. It's right. So you had that, but like they had Cap. Cap was in the Infinity Gun. They had fucking Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch was in that arc. So they had a bunch of the characters that were there, and they had set up the scene for Warlock to appear. They could have done that, and it would have been no fucking problem. Nobody would have bitched, but that's too easy. Why do that when you can just have whatever the fuck it is that we got, where normies are gonna clap at it either way it goes. But you get people that have read this shit. It's a slap in the fucking face. Like, people know the most criminal thing that I probably ever seen in a movie was what happened to fucking in that Captain Marvel movie. Like the Marvel thing, like Lady Ripple can speak to this. I was eating chicken strips and I wanted to throw the goddamn strips at the fucking screen when I saw this woman sit there fucking appear, and I'm like, what the fuck is what? Like the person's name that you fucking jacked, the basis for your fucking powers. You're gonna sit there and now it's some fucking irrelevant woman. Like this is a prominent character in the sense of, you know, this is Marvel, the death of Marvel. That was Marvel's first fucking graphic novel. It was a historic fucking moment when this character died of cancer. Man, that was huge. And they said, you know what? Fuck that. We can't have this woman looking up to a fucking man. Absolutely fucking not. So they made some old ass woman and they called her Marvel. And I'm like, this shit is fucking criminal. This is the most criminal thing that I've seen, like in a comic book sense of how they had to go out of their way to shit on that.
Yeah, it's like I'm saying with the blue team logo. I'm looking at that logo on his chest. That's the same fucking logo. And you've changed the name.
Yep.
Because my silver timeline, we're going with a silver theme. Get it? Get it? Silver timeline, silver team. You get it? You fucking get it?
And then you look at.
Go ahead, Mike.
I was gonna say, and then you just, this is a Linda Ripples thing, like with the Guardians of the Galaxy. Like now you have to go back and find the old stuff to even know what they actually were and what they were actually about. Because as soon as that movie took off and did well, Marvel completely changed how they act, how they are, how they look, all of their retconned a bunch of their shit in the comics. Star-Lord is nothing like how he was in the original comics.
Very true.
He's completely different.
Most of the Guardians aren't like most of the Guardians, and then they adjusted the comics to try to fucking adapt to that. But it's the same thing. It's like they were taking some of like Marvel's look. Like remember when she was in the green fucking suit, right? And she had the little joint. That's literally Marvel's original like get up. And they gave it to her, and I'm sitting here like, what the fuck? What are you doing, and why? Like what on earth possesses you to do that? And I got to remember that we're dealing with cocky son of a bitches. Like to what Lethal was saying about characters not even like looking up, or people not even looking up characters that they're playing. They don't care. It's like, who gives a shit that this character has mountains of source of material and we know who this person is and how they're supposed to be? Who the fuck cares? It's about me, what I want the character to be. It needs to be reflective of my individual views and whatnot. It's almost like you're not even acting at that point. You're just being you. You know what I mean? And just fucking, whatever it is that you want it to be. And it's so insulting to people that have, I look at it like this. You could like say going back to the Halo, we kind of went from fucking Halo to Marvel because of fucking me. But it's the same thing with the Halo situation, man. These guys, it's an insult to the customer, right? You have people that have spent mountains upon mountains of dollars, whether it be in buying these games. You speak to the fact that there's other forms of source of material that exist. And when you do something like what they're doing with the upcoming Halo, you basically told all of those customers to fuck themselves. You said you don't matter. You got away with the loot. Thank you for all that bread that you spent, but fuck you. All that shit you invested in, be it in emotionally, obviously financially, doesn't even fucking matter because we're going to do what we want to do. And yes, it has the Halo brand. It has the Halo brand, and here's this suit that kind of looks like what Master Chief will look like, but it's not really him because they have another story that they want to tell. It's the most insulting fucking thing I think to do to customers, and I don't like that so many brands act like fucking canon and continuity just doesn't fucking matter. Like nobody's invested in that, and that's bullshit. You know what I mean? It's an insult to your fucking your customers, an insult to your fans, an insult to the fandoms who have spent years be it theorizing and putting pieces together and all that shit, and then you come out with something else that's supposed to be cool, right? All this technology and this CGI and all this shit, we can now make these stories turn like just come to life, which we couldn't really do that decades ago. And instead of just giving them what it is that they want, you say fuck you, fuck the money that you spent. This actor, this producer, the people that are part of this project, they have their own fucking thing they want to do. It's the most insulting thing, and I hate that they act like people don't care about this shit.
Without canon and continuity, shit's just pointless. You're like,
that's true.
Why would I care? It's just an episode of The Simpsons. He'll be back next week. He got fired this episode. He'll be back at the power plant next week. Doesn't matter. It's just an episode of The Simpsons. I sometimes I wrestle what's worse, the fucking dickheads doing this shit or the dickheads fucking shilling this shit. Like, if you're genuinely looking forward to the Halo show, don't let people like me stop you enjoying it. Fine, whatever. Who am I to tell you what you can and can't like? But I've seen fucking people defending that little clip they showed where it's got Master Chief going into the cave. And they're like, oh, it's a throwback to Combat Evolved. He says the same line. This cave's not a natural formation. Okay, cool. But we're going to talk about how in that same fucking scene, we see Master Chief's visor. And it's orange. It's fucking orange. His HUD is orange, not blue like when you play the game. The whole point of playing the game is you're seeing what Chief's seeing. What you see in the right corner, that's what Chief sees as well. And they go into this first-person view, and it's all wrong. The layout's wrong. It's the wrong color. It doesn't even have an ammunition counter. You can't even tell you how many grenades he's got in his pocket because they don't. It's the most basic shit. But then again, they didn't play the game.
Why would you? Because
they didn't play the game. Yeah, exactly.
Yep, 100%.
Unbelievable. It's like, imagine how cocky you have to be, man. It is a trip. But I love what you said, Lethal, about like, what's the point? If not to abide by the confines of why you do this shit. Like, how can you expect your audience to get invested in something when you've told them none of this shit fucking matters?
Like, exactly. I mean, every time Sailor Jupiter was in trouble, I was like, oh no, not her, please not her. Because I know the chapter that leads into the next chapter is going to lead into the next chapter, and it's going to tell one story.
Yeah.
But if that wasn't the case, it'd be like, yeah, we'll see you next week.
Yeah. Yep. And like you can't get invested. And this is like, I think one of the easiest things that often is overlooked. I've talked about this with the upcoming comic book universe and company that it is that we're talking about. Like, dude, that for sure is something that I'm heavily emphasizing because I know I'm speaking from the customer's perspective. Like, all of this money that I fucking have invested into these fucking companies, you know what I mean, to be knowledgeable on this stuff. That's stuff that people care about, man. And you shouldn't undermine that. But to see people do that with like Halo, it just sucks, man, because I know there's people that were stoked on something like this happening, mainly because, again, with the technology's there, they can make this shit come to life.
That's the other thing. Like, there is no reason why you cannot make a fucking incredible Halo show,
right?
Especially with the budget that this has. But like I said, the only silver, and maybe this is me on hopium or maybe copium, but the only silver lining, silver timeline. But the only silver lining to this is the fact that they keep telling you it isn't canon. So it's like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter in its own.
But
there's another, Ryan, hold it down. I got to check on this.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, you're good.
Don't come back since super chats.
There's another interesting, and this happens in Star Trek. So when J.J. Abrams took over Star Trek and did his reboot of the Star Trek universe or whatever,
the Kelvin timeline,
they were in the canon timeline and explained to you the events that happened that changed the timeline, and then they spent the rest of the movie with fucking Prime Spock explaining to you it is extremely important that this timeline play out as close to the timeline I'm from, because the world will not work the way it does because of the events that I lived through, because of the shit that I saw happening. If it doesn't play out this way, a lot of bad shit can happen. So they even rebooted and created a separate timeline in that franchise with J.J. Abrams' creatively bankrupt ass and his stupid ass fucking surprise box shit. And it was like flat out said to you, it is extremely imperative that this story play out the way it's supposed to, and that this all works the way it's supposed to. So any deviations you can explain as, hey, some of the shit Kirk isn't as exactly the same way because his dad died and he didn't grow up with him, and that's not normal. Or, oh, he's not captain yet. That's weird. He's supposed to be by now. All the stupid shit. But then they explain it's supposed to happen a certain way, and by the end, everything's supposedly right, and then they fucked it up with the sequel, but whatever. But the point was, this was important. So there's a franchise that they even acknowledge, hey, you know what? Canon's kind of important, and if we're going to do our own thing, we need to be able to address why things look different, why things feel slightly different, everything. They treated it with more respect than they've treated any of the other franchises that we're watching them fuck around with right now. With Halo, it's such a deviation that the only explanation for the silver timeline is we don't fucking care about canon and we don't want to be held to it because it's not really a Halo story. We just wanted to tell a fucking story, and with what's going on with Marvel and stuff like that. You know what? In the beginning, it felt like they were trying at least to nail these characters and what they're supposed to be about. And then they just kind of said, fuck it. We know what? We'll just make them all funny and make them all cocky assholes. Like, I felt like I'm specifically harping on Guardians of the Galaxy because I know we're going back and forth. But, like, Drax the Destroyer, I think is one of the coolest fucking ideas as a character,
dude. And with him, like that, they didn't even try to have the Thanos connection. This motherfucker was literally created to destroy Thanos by his fucking was grandfather. This was
his stepdad, or something.
Yeah, because he's like, but they didn't go the whole. Basically, he's this cosmic being or whatever. But he was specifically created to destroy Thanos, and he was before it. He went full retard before they like reincarnated him. He was very thoughtful. He was hot on this motherfucker's trail. He was a very powerful person, and they didn't even try to adapt that. Again, Thanos is in your universe. He's like, you can make this make sense very easily. They didn't even try.
Didn't give a fuck.
Well, no. You see a lot of this stuff when who they got working on it. Like me and Ryan went through this years ago with Star Wars Expand Universe. Like, oh, cool. You know, all these amazing authors out there that you could go to. Like, I fucking wrote the shit. I'll help you make the show. Yeah. They don't even bother with that because they know better, because they know the story better than you as a fan that's read it for how many years. They know the story better than the fucking cunt that wrote it. They know better than everyone. And what do they produce? They give us a fucking Grand Admiral Thrawn that got beaten by space whales. That's what they fucking gave us. The same Grand Admiral Thrawn that just needs like, what, a fucking handful of Star Destroyers and says, fuck your New Republic. I'll bring it down in one shot, cunt. Nah, beaten by space whales by fucking Space Aladdin.
Yeah, just a couple retards and a shitty ship. That's what Grand Admiral Thrawn lost to.
Yep. But you know what fucking trips me out as well is I met fucking Timothy. I've told you this story, right? I met Timothy Zahn, and I asked him to his face. I'm like, "Yeah, how do you feel about Grand Admiral Thrawn?" And like, "Oh, I think they did it justice," which is Kofa saying, "If I don't say anything, they'll keep using his character, and maybe I'll make a bit more money out of it. Maybe I can not jeopidize the fact that I'm writing more books with this character."
Yeah, maybe I'm the only person that writes books for them. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we did, guys. We did get another big stream labs that I want to get to. Thank you so much to Jay Schwalbach for $101. Says, I'm drunk. Take my money. Love you bastards. Great show. Thank you, Jay Schwalbach. Appreciate that.
Absolutely, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
They have a wealth of stories they can adapt, and it never had to look like it does. They just don't give a fuck.
And it's like that with every franchise. It seems like it's the same goddamn story.
Yep.
We're sitting here like, you set the scene up, or it's right there for you. Hell, Kathleen Kennedy, which we can't segue into that. This helper had nerve to say back in the Gap that they didn't even have source material to fucking even go by like comic book folks. I'm like, even I knew, I'm a Star Wars normie. Even I knew like, that's not fucking true.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about? But again, it just goes back to that there are people that are in control of this shit do not value it in the same way that the general supporter actually does. And it's a crying goddamn shame, because you got folks that are so knowledgeable on here that can help you with this sort of material. Hell, they do it for fucking free, just for the sake of being just to see it adapted, you know,
out of passion.
Out of passion. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like they do it. You could have them as consultants for free, but they never get those fucking gigs because they know too goddamn much. And that gets in the way of Hollywood. Hollywood, no. We need hell. Remember what what's his name said? The dickhead director that told John Cena, don't even try to go look up.
James Gunn.
James Gunn. Don't even try to look up fucking the source material on this shit, because I don't want you finding out that what we're doing is completely fucking different to who this character is supposed to be. Instead, we want the character to be like I want him to be. Like this
I don't want any of your, I don't want you to do any research so that you don't know when what we're doing isn't the same.
Yes.
So I guess Pablo Schreiber's the perfect chief then.
Yep. And guess what? He's the same motherfucker that rebooted the Guardians and
I was about to say that.
Yeah,
like it's ironic. It's the same fucking guy. He doesn't give a shit. He's this cocky motherfucker who's like, I want to tell my fucking story, and that's what it is that we're gonna do. All that source material that we have mountains of, who gives a fuck? Who cares? We're gonna take the characters and name only, and maybe they'll look slightly like what they have looked in some cases, but who they act like, no, that's for him to determine. These sons of bitches are fucking cocky, man. Like they cocky as shit, and they think they know better than everybody fucking else, man.
Yep. It's really is insane. Like you were saying, like they could take a story that like a dedicated fan of an IP knows and make a movie or a show out of it. The person that knows the story from the comic, the game, the novel, whatever it fucking may be. And we're going, oh fuck, they're doing this story. Yeah, let's go. Oh shit, this part's really, really good. You know, like we'll be watching it from that, being excited to see our story come to life. You know, and then you'd have like the casual fan being like, whoa, what is this?
Yeah.
Like, Ryan, could you imagine if in a perfect timeline we had a fucking Jaina Solo on screen? If you didn't read the Star Wars EU and you saw Jaina Solo on screen just tearing fuckers up, you'd be like, who is this chick? I got to go back and read all her books. And then you've sold all the books because the people that don't know that character want to catch up on who that character is because they've just seen her on screen just tear fuckers up.
That's what we Japanese do way better than the fucking American.
Absolutely.
Anime sells the manga sells the fucking anime. You got their supporters that will rip you a new one when you deviate too far from like what the manga was or anything. Almost most of them are one by one, to be fair, but they don't have a lot of liberty. But because of that, the manga sells the anime and the anime sells the fucking manga.
It's a circle, man. It's so simple.
It's an easy thing, and the fact that you don't see that correlation with Marvel and DC. Well, they can have a movie make $1 billion and it won't do shit in the books. Like nobody gives a fuck about this fucking character. You're not gonna see an increase in comic books. It tells you that they fucking up some fucking where. And this is why I'm saying they have to go out of their way to do that. They have to go out of their way to do that.
Yep.
I'm not going to make the argument that maybe at this current time, Demon Slayer might be the biggest IP in the world at the moment. And that anime is damn near fucking 1-for-1.
Yeah.
And how many times like I see people going, I'm going to read this manga now. And I'm like, yeah, you're about to see some cool shit. So there you go. Yeah. Sales just went up. Interest in the anime just went up. I mean, the fact Demon Slayer got more views than the Olympics. More people tuned in to watch Demon Slayer than the Olympics. And
it's, check this out, it's a relatively new IP.
Mm-hmm. Like in the grand scheme of things, yeah.
It was like not that, like Demon Slayer and Jujutsu Kaisen. Both of them are fucking killing it. That shit is not that old. You know what I mean? So it goes to show, even with original material, people fucking want that. And they still botch it. Like for whatever reason with the Western media, it's not like that. It's like, well, yeah, we're gonna use these characters that have appeared in this realm, but now this new adaptation is gonna be literally that. It's just gonna be the characters in name, and we're gonna slap the brand logo that people know to get them kind of excited, maybe to get butts in the seats, to get them to subscribe to whatever brand it is that they want to subscribe to. It's such an easy thing because normies will eat it up regardless. So why not please both audiences, man? It's such a simple thing to fucking do.
But they need that division. They need that division. That's what they need.
Versive. The old what's that dickhead that works for Naughty Dog?
Neil Druckmann.
Neil Druckmann. Yeah, that fucking guy.
That man made me a lot of money. Thank you, Neil.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Shout out to. I mean, look, at any point in time, you guys want to do another Last of Us Part 3, do that whole thing over, we're game.
Oh, even better. We got the show coming out soon. Pedro, yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna.
Maybe we can see Neil Druckmann disrespect his own work.
Oh shit. Yeah. So, quick update. Yeah. So it's getting pretty bad out. It's not there yet. I mean, the winds are picking up, but I'm watching the radar. But I'm seeing what Louisiana, man. Thoughts and prayers to everybody. It destroyed New Orleans, Louisiana, from the footage I'm seeing. And then now Gulf Shores, Alabama, and Mobile is getting a lot of tornado warnings. Which I don't know, how bad was it in Texas? I know you didn't get anything directly, Rippo. I know you had sirens going off,
like definitely like Fort Worth area. You guys seen some of these videos where these motherfuckers are tossing. That goddamn tornado was tossing pickups. It was nuts.
Yeah.
I just don't react like I usually do. I mean, I live in Tornado Alley, man. I'm in North fucking Texas. Like I know it's hard for people to believe that this literally happens fucking every year.
Yeah, every week.
Yeah, definitely during this time. Like it happens, little tornado warning, hail, heavy hail.
It's different. It's different like that. We've actually had a decent amount of them lately down here, a little bit unnaturally. Yeah. It's different in places where they don't often happen because you don't have the sirens. Like you don't have like a fucking basement. You know what I mean? You don't have like some of the shit that people are used to in different places. Like for me, it was normal. Like siren goes off. All right, grab the fucking dogs. Let's go downstairs in the basement and shut the door and hang out. Get the flashlights, get the radios just in case, and hang out for a while. It was just normal.
Thing? No, this right here. This is My Nerdy Home. Did you make this, Steph? Holy crap!
Probably. She's a memer.
God,
Ripper throwing chicken strips.
Yeah, that's what I look. For real, man. I was like, I'm the only like knowledgeable comic guy. I'm the only knowledgeable comic guy in like the which I don't know. Again, I question those numbers that Captain Marvel did anyway, because my opening day, my theater was not fucking full.
Same.
But I'm like the most knowledgeable person there, and I'm screaming like, "What the fuck!" Like when I saw Marvel using that in the quotes pop up, I was so mad, man. I was so fucking angry because I didn't see it coming. Like I'm usually not one to go look into that type of shit. Like anyway, like try to figure out who was cast. I never really was that guy anyway, but I was completely caught off guard with that.
Or the Supreme Intelligence also is the same character.
She's eating.
Is it chicken strips?
Don't have the camera on if you don't want to be.
You're muted.
You're muted. You're muted.
Just choking and shit. Just pulling her.
We're not even listening.
She was on camera.
She probably has the speakers on, so they probably like get feedback if she'd never headphones in. Yeah.
Oh man, I was gonna ask you if you're.
Oh man. Movie, man.
That was
good.
No,
the movie was fucking.
You're still
aggravating, man. It was like just literally aggravating the fucking
I was eating
watch.
ice cream.
Did you make that? Did you make that, Rip?
That was good. That was good, Steph.
All right, one more time. We'll show it with Steph here.
That was pretty good.
I like the fact that you left the groaning.
Here we go.
Rip was smiling.
Look at
It's so dumb. Like it's so simple.
Oh man, that's
It's
like
so
my favorite
dumb,
scene
but I
in
love
the movie too.
I love Rip's face.
I just screenshot real quick. That's all I did.
Oh
man.
That was great. That was great.
Yeah,
now Steph's always here taking timestamps. So
Yeah.
when we re-upload everything, Stephanie's backstage taking timestamps.
Shout
Chris
out.
is here trying to get all the, super chats in order, keeping us posted on stuff like that if I got information. So that's what we got going on. So
we didn't share this one yet either. This is from earlier. This is Amanda's Voltron.
Oh, that's good.
They brought back Suge Mike.
Suge Mike.
I miss
Suge
Suge
Mike.
Mike.
Suge
God,
Mike.
you look like a fucking criminal in this shot right here. Look at you.
Sure.
Hey, if I stole the robot or I earned it myself, I don't give a fuck.
It looks like a mug shot. Look at it.
I want to show one earlier.
Look at that comment. People keep photoshopping Rip on the whitest body.
That's so good.
Oh no! Still better than Mexican.
What the fuck? It's so random. Look at that fucking dog.
I don't like that. I don't like that. That's a thing, man.
Well, you're welcome.
Oh
I
God!
don't like that. That's a thing.
I do. I also want to mention we are live on Rumble and Odyssey. So shout out to our audiences on both of those platforms. I know you guys are over there in the chat and everything like that. We appreciate you. So every week live on Odyssey and Rumble, Geeks and Gamers. So make sure you're following us over there. So good stuff. Good stuff. Man, good. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking I'll probably be on for another 20 or 30 minutes. So we'll see until it starts getting bad. And then I'm probably going to at least go off cam because I can already hear it outside. I can hear the thunder and everything.
You don't want
and
to.
it looks like it looks. Well, I do want to monetize it, so
yeah.
So Amanda knows what's up. She knows what's
Jeremy's trying to like run the edge. He's like, man, how dangerous can it get before I got to run away? Like
Amanda's like, look, what if I'm gonna get canceled? I might as well be on a viral video while I'm at it. So.
Like, I mean, I'd feel bad for you, but it'd be great for my channel. So
yeah. It's like, yo,
way to think about it.
It's like a live stream. Dude got sucked up in a tornado.
So let's talk about this real quick. So Halo Infinite. Now, we all had fun with it when it first launched. Even it had some problems. Then they've got big team battle fixed. They got some of their stuff working, but like they have had a massive collapse. So Lethal, what has been going on here?
I didn't realize it was this bad because I don't see these numbers on Twitter anymore. The game's fucking shit. It doesn't work. It's as simple as that. There's no content and it doesn't work. That's why 96% of the players have left. You give me a mid-season update that does nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing.
How did they go from celebrating record numbers? Obviously, it's a free game. That's fine. But just because something's free doesn't mean you're going to have a massive player base. Obviously, you have, the Halo branding and everything. But the game was good. The core
gameplay is fucking great. It is great. But when you have a game that doesn't work, I mean, why am I getting sniped for a wall? Because the game has amazing desync issues. I have never seen desync in my life like this. We complain about Call of Duty lag. This is next fucking level. This is like if Halo was on a Nintendo server times 10. It shit just does not fucking work. There's no new content. There's been no map updates since this game came out. Season 2 is delaying co-op campaign and Forge. Look, I don't like Halo 5. I think Halo 5 is the worst story in the Halo. Well, maybe this new shit might top that. But by this stage in Halo 5's time lifespan, we had already had Forged, a bunch of new maps. This has fucking nothing. And I like to play Halo as on ranked mode. I get kind of into it. I get competitive and all that type of shit. And the competitive scene's trash. There's just no reason to play it. Your CSR system makes no fucking sense whatsoever. I could grind for hours and go up to CSR with lots of wins, but I drop one game by 1 point, half a fucking rank gone. Yeah, fuck Halo Infinite at this stage, man. I'm done with it. I'm fucking done with it. I'm not touching it until Season 2 comes out. I'll do a stream of it when Season 2 comes out. I'll see what it's like, and then, I'll catch you in Season 3. At this stage, this is going to be very reminiscent of the Master Chief Collection, where give it a year and a half, it'll be good.
Just that it's so disappointing. By the way, Steph, I didn't mean to throw you into this, so I'll bump you to the back. So bye, Steph. She's sitting there trying to eat, and I throw her into a damn stream of 3,000 people watching. But anyway, it's so disappointing because I remember when we first started playing it, we were all having fun. We were all like, "Oh man, this is great! This is great!" And it's just like, have you played it anymore, Ripa, recently? Because you were loving it.
To be honest, I mean, the last time probably me and Lethal and Jay Hellstorm at that session was the last time I even fucking touched it. To be honest, core gameplay wise, it's amazing. You know what I mean, and for what it is. But I mean, in terms of sustainability, you got to do something about that. I mean, you got to give people new settings. You got to give them content, and that seemed, which I don't know, it didn't really make sense that was the angle that they took, especially considering that they made it free to play. And then, if that's your model, the expectation is that there's gonna be shit cut. I know this dog ain't yelling at me to fucking but yeah, it's like you gotta constantly be updating this shit, and they're not doing that. And
this game's a live service with no service.
Yeah, that's there. Yeah, exactly. Which doesn't make fucking sense whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, like some of the shit is unacceptable. Latency issues and the desync issues and shit like that. Like I noticed it when we started playing it, and I was like, well, it's early, but and stuff like that. But it wasn't this bad. Like, how do you make it progressively worse and then have done literally nothing to address new content, new maps? And what is it? I heard Season 2, it's like one new multiplayer map and then one big team battle or something. It's like really small amount of content. And it was 3.5 months before we even got a Season 2. I mean,
there's been clips of professional players say on stream, they go, "Yeah, this game sucks. I just play it because I'm paid to. Like, I've got a contract."
Yeah. And and I'm like, and this was to be one of the greatest multiplayer experiences that we all grew up with and saw. Like, it was competitive. It was like shit. There was Call of Duty and there was Halo. And how do you get this bad? Not only that, but you're an extension of fucking Microsoft, one of the biggest software companies in the world, and you can't make a fucking multiplayer game. You've been doing this for decades.
Well, as someone that doesn't play Fortnite, clearly they've done a great job of keeping that game.
Yeah, say what you will. As much as I say what you will, goofy ass fucking game. Looney Tune ass game. I've said that before. Like, they're always adding shit to that shit, man. Like,
and then even recently, they just the new season dropped. They got rid of building mode.
And it's like it feels like a new game. I might have to fucking give it a shot now. that they took that shit, you know, and I've seen some of the guys that are really in that scene. We're like, shit, this should be permanent. You know what I mean? Because it plays like a more athletic fucking H1Z1. I'm like, shit, if that's what it is, then I need to get in.
That's a pretty bold move from Fortnite because building's kind of
that's
like
what the game
thing,
right?
Yeah, that's their thing, man.
But that's exactly it, like Rippa said, and it's constant new updates, new character skins, the map constantly changing, and when a map changes is a big deal. Fucking had a whole fucking Galactus event, even the stupid ass concerts. Like I don't want to listen to Travis Scott talk like sing on fucking Fortnite, but guess what? People did. People came out to see it. They saw Ariana Grande's digital ass all over the screen. They were all, you know, I mean, and what the fuck is Halo doing?
If you wanted to know the plot to the last Star Wars movie, you had to play Halo during that. Fortnite during that time.
Yeah. But you know, and then you got fucking Halo, and they're like, "Cool, man. You can play Fiesta and unlock a samurai skin, maybe if you play it a lot for the little bit that it's here." You know, so
it's a shame. You got gameplay. Tops.
Yeah, I know, top notch gameplay, man. I'm fucking.
Well, it was like with like Call of Duty, you know. I mean, that's Warzone. I mean, they have completely fucked that one up.
They're fucking sucks. It's terrible.
They fucked it up so bad that they're saying we're gonna do a Warzone too. We'll try again.
It's shit. I hate it. Yeah, but Rebirth is good. I had a good time.
Rebirth's good.
Mike just like screaming. Rebirth is good.
Rebirth is good. Yeah, I'm having a good time with that. You know,
Amanda, have you been into any video games? Have you done a lot of gaming?
Yeah. So, sorry, I got distracted.
Okay.
I got my baby's first cancellation tweet.
Oh,
I was like,
really?
Oh,
nice.
Anyway,
I've been canceled.
I mean, like, I'm not worried. They're like, Viz, do you still want to support her? I'm like, oh, this actually happened.
Nice.
Anyway,
One of us.
Yeah, you're doing something right if people are like, anyway. Yeah, I mean, I was always, like I might have said earlier, or it was a Gothic stream. You guys all look the same to me. You racist, transphobic people.
Love it.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm definitely racist.
That's right.
I was I played in high school. I got into DDR and Halo because the guy Tim that I liked played them, but I was bad at Halo. I was the idiot who, when you were doing multiplayer, I was like, man, I'm fucking crushing it. My friends, like, I'd play like 5 minutes, and my friend would be like, no, you're the one in the corner. I'm the one spinning in a circle, shooting at the ground.
Screen.
Yeah, I was that person. I'm not good with hand-eye coordination, but when I was a kid, I still have my Sega Genesis. My favorite game was Streets of Rage 2. I'm a big fan of
nice.
So I still have it, and so I live in Georgia, and I found like a vintage game store recently, and I found Shaq Fu, and I'm very excited.
Oh, dude, I love that fucking game. Shaq Fu.
I never played it as a kid. I don't know why that never crossed my radar, but my friend Timmy's like, oh, you know that they've got like a Michael Jordan game where he like fights aliens or something, or ghosts, or I don't know.
Chaos in the Windy City.
Michael Jackson.
Yeah, Chaos in the Windy City was Michael Jordan's game. So that
do you still retain your DDR skills?
I think I do, but I bought a DDR pad, like one of the old ones, like the ones where like, I didn't like the plastic ones. I was an artist.
Because you were slipping.
Yeah, I was slipping, and I'm like, I can't do my craft. So I had the ones that was like a puzzle piece inside, and it was zipped up, and it was like heavy duty. I bought one off of eBay, and it doesn't fucking work. So I'm gonna see if I can take it to the game place.
Krista, do you have a video of hers you want to share?
Yep. Oh yeah.
Okay.
About to pull it up right now.
Your boyfriend, you say, was really into DDR? How Asian was he?
He was not my boyfriend. No, it was a guy I liked in high school.
I saw this. I saw this. This shit was fucking hilarious.
All right, so you want to explain this real quick, Amanda? Do you want to give us any lead into it?
Basically, all you need to know is that the topless protesters, there's a group in France, I think it's French or it's some European group called Femin or something, and they basically, anytime there's something to protest, they're like, tits out. And so recently, there's photos you'll see of them. You'll see it in the thumbnail of the video, but they were like, you know, Putin, war criminal, as if they were doing something. It's like, people are fucking aware. This is not like something you're drawing attention to. You're just trying to whip your tits out. So I kind of thought it was funny, and it inspired me to be like, oh yeah, like all the different reasons somebody might whip their tits out. So
this is Krista's idea to show this video.
No, my goodness.
The thumbnail got her.
We're like, what do people like? I'm like, oh, this one's short and it's got boobs.
Right. Here we go.
Hey, are we protesting something? No, do not take your tits out. I'm taking my tits out. A French woman's macarons are her favorite fashion accessory. And it's not just for protests. When you go to a party, le tits out. When you go to the beach, le tits out. When you go to the funeral of a kind of work acquaintance and it gets really boring, especially then. Oh yeah, back in my day, we did it to protest the patriarchy.
It'd be pretty groovy if both sexes had equal access and opportunities under the law.
I still do it to protest the patriarchy. We're not done. What do you mean you're out of oat milk creamer? If only it was we also have most of the student debt. Inequity. Take this! Is this supposed to be a punishment? The patriarchy never sleeps. Doing something like this in my country is punishable by death, but we had to draw attention to the human rights violations happening under our oppressive government. I try to go to as many of these protests as possible. Don't even matter what it's for. I just figure it's the only other time I get to show off my sweater puppies outside of a mammogram or a Super Bowl party. As the ancient wisdom goes, when in doubt, whip them milk jugs out. Why do you think Rose asked Jack to draw her like one of his French girls, We got Ruth, Bader, and Vajinsburg.
Holy
fucking
shit. Any more reasons to subscribe?
Yeah, there you go. So
give me all your racists, all your poor, you're hungry.
Damn. So definitely subscribe. Mods drop links in the chat right there. Krista, I'm sure you've already shared that with them. So
Yep.
that is
Super,
awesome.
guys.
Hell yeah. That is awesome.
I've got some coming out. There's certain topics I'm like, even I won't touch that. Like all the sketches I've put out are like, I can't. A year ago, I was like, I can't make fun of feminists. I can't do that. And then
they're,
like now,
they're the best ones to make fun of.
it's such an easy target. Because it's like, bro, like, yes, you can be for like supporting women, but like actually support women. Like, there's women in the Middle East, like literally, the female volleyball players have gotten beheaded. Well, and then silence, complete from them, yeah, definitely. But like the people, like it's insane. They're such
the fucking people that are sitting and walking out over this bill in Florida that has nothing to do with gay people. Like, please, the same energy for when they're throwing gays off second-story buildings and fucking the Middle East.
Exactly.
There's
Holy
actual
fuck.
stuff happening. Like you could be useful somewhere, but the fact that they like are like la la la, that's just their culture. Brown people can't be guilty of anything. It's like
Yeah.
you don't
Hey, I'll-
actually
I'll-
care about the things you say you care about.
I'll chip on a
Exactly.
GoFundMe to send them to Saudi Arabia. I'll, see how they last in a week. I'll be all right with it.
Oh shit!
But we do have a lot of super chats. We've done a lot of talking, so let's try to start getting through these here. And again, anybody
if you
need to
can't
leave,
if you're having trouble finding our channel, Mods are dropping the links. I saw Steph dropping a link. I think Krista dropped a link as Geeks and Gamers. So Mods are dropping links right there. So and Krista, if you can go ahead and put a lot of the stuff that like her information in the description of the video, so that they can find it right there. But yeah, so does anybody need to bounce? Anybody good? Because
I'll fucking bounce just so I can get to fucking work.
I know you got all kind of shit to do.
Yeah,
so
I
like
get to
mainly
fucking-
practicing fucking Mario Kart. That's all
I did well enough having not known those maps, so y'all in fucking trouble now.
his class is making mittens and caps.
Yeah, that's
so he's got to work on that.
Ripper, your ass needs to get back on fucking premium. Them motherfuckers were ridiculous.
Yeah.
Last holy shit.
Yeah.
Premium is where it's at. Ask Johnny. I saw you in the chat, Johnny.
All right.
Premium ain't no joke, man. Woo!
Get Splatoon.
Competition. So
Get Splatoon, goddammit. Get Splatoon and play Splatoon.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
It don't even have the lag issues, Ripper.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. See? It don't.
Every
There's no
week.
lag.
Every week we go to Lady Ripper. When did he get in this goddamn game? He's like, I don't want to talk to him about it no more. You don't listen. We just want the damn.
I consider it. I can fucking consider it. Nah, but nah, it's been fun, man.
Yeah.
Y'all know I'm doing my same shit throughout the week, man. So y'all come holler at me 12 p.m. man. The show's been killing it as of late, man. Really,
You've had a lot of people every single fucking day the past couple weeks, man.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the show's been growing, man. So I appreciate everybody that's coming through, hanging out. Here be talk some shit for an hour and some change. So
every day.
man, I'm gonna work on some book shit. And get caught up with some of these fucking emails. But yeah, it's been fun. It's been fun, man. Big shout out to certainly everybody here. I appreciate Lethal and of course Amanda for joining us this week, man. It's been fucking fun. It's been amazing, actually.
Yeah, you know, much like how, you know, like the FNT thing is like a Geeks and Gamers thing with me and Gary. Like this is kind of a thing with me, Ryan, and Rippa. We all kind of decided to do something together. And me and Rippa have been talking about doing something together forever.
Yeah.
And we finally got it together.
Made it happen.
Yep. So, all right, man, take it easy. Appreciate you.
Man.
Don't be throwing no more chicken tenders at the fucking TV.
Yeah, I'll try, man.
So it's a waste of good tendies.
Yeah, no, keep Captain Marvel away from me. I'll be fine. Shit. All right, man. Y'all take it easy.
All right, have a good one.
Peace.
All right. Anybody else? Everybody
I just
good?
need to go to the bathroom, but that's about it.
Okay. All right. Amanda, like I said, you're welcome to stay as long as you want. Like,
Yeah,
but
no,
it's-
I mean,
so cool.
unless there's like a segment where you're like, oh, we kind of want everybody to leave so we can talk
No,
about our housekeeping stuff.
no, you can definitely hang. We're gonna read through a bunch of the super chats right now and try to get through those. We apologize for not getting to some of them sooner, but we've had a good discussion because ultimately, and we've had great numbers. We had 3,500 people here tonight. Everybody's is holding, so that was great. We appreciate that. Plus all of you on Odyssey and on Rumble, appreciate all of that. Streamlabs. So yeah, let's go.
That's right.
We'll see if I can survive the next 20 minutes. We'll see.
Samuel the Infamous for 5. Just watched Drinker's Show with Neil Marshall. What's y'all's thoughts on The Descent? I think it's one of the best horror films of the 2000s. I never saw it.
The Descent? I haven't seen.
I think they
that
go down to
one.
the ground. Shit gets all
But
fucked up.
But if it's a
Women
good
die.
if it's a good horror movie, I'll check it out because I love good horror movies.
Malignant was my favorite horror movie. It was,
I'm not a big horror movie guy. I don't like
Pussy,
being scared.
pussy.
Malignant.
I just don't like. I find like no enjoyment in it. You know, I don't know.
It was a
It's
joke.
weird. I don't like watching horror movies in theaters because there's no impact on me. But if I'm at home and there's like nobody home and I turn the lights off, it freaks the fuck out of me, dude. It scares the hell out of me. So.
When I watched The Ring when I was in high school, and that's not even like the scariest movie or anything. But like there was something about that bitch that like crawled out of the TV. Like she freaked the fuck out of me to the point where I couldn't sleep with my hand off the side of the bed for like 2 weeks after that. Like that's how
Very
just
premise. It's like a psychologically scary idea that you're not safe for your TV.
See, that's what The Exorcist did for me, man. The Exorcist fucked me up as a kid. I saw it way too young, freaked me the fuck out, and so I said, "Nah, man, I ain't watching these fucking horror movies."
I wasn't even really like that young. I mean, it was high school. It was just there was something about it that hit hard for me. I don't know. Maybe I just didn't like women even back then. I don't know.
Have a good night. Thanks for being here. Appreciate your guys' support every Tuesday and Sunday and Wednesdays over on Gaming with Geeks, which again will be live tomorrow night on Gaming with Geeks playing some Splatoon. Friday Night Tights. I think we got Melanie Mack this week for Friday Night Tights. So it's gonna be awesome. Good stuff.
You guys never stop working.
So no, never. No. And then Krista Nova with her birthday stream playing Kirby. I know she can't stop talking about that.
Yeah, I'm really excited about it. I love Kirby so much. I grew up with it, so.
Can you give the chat your best Kirby imitation?
Hi.
I meant like open your mouth as wide as you can.
Oh no.
There was so many people put their finger on the screen.
That just shows the innocence of Krista. As soon as she made that tweet, I'm like, Krista. She goes, "What?" I'm like,
I like how she gave like a legit Kirby impression. "Hi," or whatever that fucking was.
She's too innocent for
Well,
this.
look what Christopher Arcella made in my Discord. Jesus, take the wheel.
Wow. That's
a meme.
That's a meme right there.
That's really good. That's really good.
Man, Chris's memes have gotten better since he's able to hear us now after he got his hearing aids.
I've actually talked to Krista about this. I don't know if she's going to move forward with it, but like she can do a lot of those voice impressions. Maybe getting to know somebody like Amanda to help her out, but she could do stuff on YouTube with that. Like I told her to take Christian Bale's Batman and do like a cute voice over it, like where's the trigger? And she could be like, doing like her little squeaky like that. But like bad lip reading, like those videos like bad lip reading, that shit's, and she does so many weird voices and like all these kind of crazy noises. I think you could get good traction on that if you did something like that. You got Steph that could help edit it. There would be some good stuff. So just saying.
Biggles for $2 is high lethal.
G'day.
Bruh for $5 says bruh.
Bruh. I like that. How he just sends like a $5 super chat says bruh.
Drewby rants for 5. Thoughts on Ricada ripping just some guy, a new one again. He needs to not get into it with lawyers who know their stuff. P.S. Taxation is theft. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I disagree a lot with just some guy and how he thinks about the bill. I saw a lot of people talking about it.
Yeah, as far as just some guy goes, at the end of the day, just some guy's always been cool with me, and he's obviously got some very divisive opinions right now, and I have no problem with that because he's always been cool with me. He's been on FNT several times. I think he's been on Geeks and Gamers once or twice back in the day when I was doing a lot of live streams. But I like just some guy. I appreciate his take on a lot of things, but we disagree on other stuff. If I can deal with Uche, I can deal with just some guy. So
yeah. Epstein's goes for 5. Hail Geeks and Gamers. The ladies are definitely repping on here tonight. Cheers for the great guests. Hell yeah.
It's had a good show. It's been a damn good show. There's some good, I'm sure Steph's got some good moments that we can clip out, and it's a good show. And Chris has been pushing to get Amanda on. Like the moment she heard about it, she's like, we got to get her on. We got to get her on. So
thank you, Krista. And she's also just been super supportive. We've been texting back and forth. I'm like, I don't know, should I do this and that? And she's like, yeah, it's a supportive community, people, and
She's like, really? Ryan's part of it.
Do you ever watch any of his videos?
I'm like, I've heard they're a bunch of racists. Krista, do I wear my Klan hood for the thing, or do we put on it halfway through?
I was disappointed you didn't iron your sheets for this appearance. So
yeah.
Oh my god.
Dermy Wormy for 5. Amanda, I just looked up several of the shows you were in and I've enjoyed several of them, but I have to ask, who did you voice in SL World?
Okay, yeah, I was Seiji Nomi. He was the douchebag who's just like, I'm gonna steal your burst points. That was like his main motivation. And then I think I know I was another character, but it was really small, so that's the one I remember. Sorry.
Isn't it so funny that
Ty Sloan, I want to get this one real quick. I watched Nerdrotic today. He said open one might leave Tatooine. Also, thanks to Amanda for speaking out. More needs to do so. That's awesome, Ty. Ty's always like waiting for a Jedi. Waiting for a Jedi Fallen Order.
Do you think Jedi Fallen Order 2 will save Star Wars? That'll be the next super chat from Ty. And yeah, it's like Obi-Wan's not on Tatooine in the trailer, so he's definitely not there.
Yeah,
for portions of the show.
Lol.
Yeah. But what I was saying is, I think it's weird because there's this strange movement right now to like, oh, you can't let a non-Jewish person portray a Jewish person in TV. And it's like, as a voice actress, you portray men. You know what I mean? It's so weird.
It's bizarre because it's seeped into voiceover. Not as much anime, thankfully. I mean, there has been some where they're like, this character's brown, so maybe she's brown coded. And it's like, no, the Japanese don't give a fuck about that stuff. They just happen to draw her brown. Like, it's not like they're trying to make a statement about Black Lives Matter. Like, just cast whoever. But for like other stuff, I have honestly, my agent sends me auditions every night, and I don't think I've auditioned in a while. Like I'll pick like whatever sounds interesting, but most of it's just like, we want a BIPOC actress, and I'm just like, ugh, why? I mean, like, look, if you want a certain sound or a certain whatever, then sure, pick somebody of a certain culture. But like, there's times where they're like, we want somebody who's a differently abled voice actor. It's like, they're not going to be able to hear that you can't walk in your voice. Like, I mean, I just don't, I understand on camera maybe, but like,
can we hear the squeak of the wheelchair to confirm?
It's like, it's more authentic. It's like, what? And it's insane because they kept asking me, like, it's why I stopped being as interested in it. I was like, I honestly don't give a fuck anymore because like, I started getting auditions just because of my race, which was annoying. It's like, I wanted to play everything. That's literally one of the cool things about voiceover is that I can play boys. I can play a friggin' dragon. I played evil sushi once in a movie called Dead Sushi. It was it's a crazy movie. But, you know, like, and now I feel like I'm being pigeonholed again. Like, it happens on camera and it happens and it's just insane. And it's frustrating because I had somebody reach out to me recently and I made a sketch about it. I'm going to put it out in a couple weeks, but it's like, they reached out, they're like, hey, and they haven't reached out to me in like 6 years. And I knew something was probably like, oh, it's probably a black thing. And then sure enough, they're like, we thought of you. I'm like, oh, I'm sure you did. And it was something like, you know, the biography of me or something like that. And it was like, sent me like pictures from the book. And it's like this girl who's like, you know, sitting in the classroom and she's like a black girl who's sad because America's horrible and blah, blah, blah. And her ancestors were picking cotton. It was like awful. But I'm like, oh, you thought of me? Like, really? Like, do I?
As soon as we read Cotton Picking, we thought of you,
Yeah.
Amanda.
Yeah.
Like,
I have literally.
I'm so
that's-
glad you're bringing this up because I've talked about this many times about how it's so disrespectful to treat people like that, and the fact that you're standing up against that that's a hell of a thing. So go ahead though, you have more to say. But
Yeah, no, I 100% agree because it's like, how dare you? You diminish my experiences to just, oh well, she's in this category, so I know what she thinks, I know how she votes. Like, fuck you, like. And it's honestly, I also understand that they think they're doing a good thing. They think, oh, I'm giving her more opportunities, but like, you're kind of not. Because I used to be able to play like on camera, I'm ethnically ambiguous. I used to be able to play like Egyptian, like Middle Eastern. I could play like, I don't know, Puerto Rican or Dominican or something like that. And then they started doing this shit, and it limited me to only being able to play what I actually am. And like, nobody's writing roles for people who kind of like are vaguely black but look mostly white with curly hair. Like, no, like, no. So it actually hurt my chances and like made it so that I have fewer opportunities.
Yeah. You and Peter Dinklage have like the same amount of possible roles in Hollywood.
Yeah, and I'm like, no, I literally was learning for like 2 years. I was learning Arabic because I was getting auditions for it. So I'm like, I want to be able to do this authentically, and then it was a fucking waste because I'm like, oh well, I'm not even gonna be allowed to play this on camera.
You just gotta start lying about your race. That's what I do.
I thought Mike was white when I first met him.
Mike could pull off Puerto Rican if you like cut his hair a little bit.
Yeah, no, here's the thing. Puerto Rican people don't look. It's not normal. Like when I went to Puerto Rico, there was a white dude, a black dude, and a Hispanic looking dude, and they're all from Puerto Rico. Mm-hmm. Like I went to an Olive Garden, and the chick was like a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl. She was born and raised in Puerto Rico. It doesn't make any sense over there.
You went to Puerto Rico and you went to fucking Olive Garden?
My cousin took me there. I don't know what to tell you.
So you go to Puerto Rico and you go to the Olive Garden in Puerto Rico.
Like, what the fuck do you want from me, Ryan?
Okay?
My wife's cousin was like, we got to go somewhere cool.
Did you have lunch at McDonald's?
No, I didn't go to McDonald's, okay? Motherfucker, okay? Most of the time, I had people making food for me. It was Valentine's Day. We went to Olive Garden. Don't be jealous.
I mean, I love Olive Garden. It's just not where I would go to. It's same thing I bitch about Jeremy. Like, we're in Vegas, and all he wanted to do was just go to In-N-Out Burger for every meal. And it's like, can we try like something else? You know what I mean?
No, I found
Well, you're lucky you got me there. We tried the new thing.
And I yelled at her in English to make me some authentic Puerto Rican food, and she was terrified.
Yeah, Olive Garden sounds fancy to me, Mike.
Then I finally get a new thing. Chris is like, let's go to this ramen place, and all of it's in fucking Chinese or some shit. Don't even know what's on the menu. Just a bunch of flavored
water. You got that video, Krista? You got that video, Krista?
I do, but I just want to explain what Jeremy got. So Jeremy got chicken.
I'm
in
a
his
simple
ramen.
man.
I
I'm a
know.
simple man. I'm a simple man.
Everyone was
no one's
eating.
ever accused you of anything else.
Everyone else was eating with chopsticks, their forks, spoon, whatever. Jeremy was eating with his fingers. He picked up the chicken from the ramen and was eating it straight from the bowl. I never seen that in my life. But
yeah, it was animalistic. Like a fucking ape.
So you have a video of this, or you're just describing it?
I think.
You have video of so basically we went to this ramen shop and then Krista
was off with Jay Coffin.
Yeah, Krista's making a little vlog for her channel, and she's pointing the camera right at Ryan, and I don't know if Ryan knew he was being recorded at the moment it started or not.
Not initially,
but Krista doesn't cuss on her channel. She doesn't cuss really at all outside of like if something drops on her toe, I guess I don't know, but. Krista doesn't say the bad words. Okay. So, he's just cussing like crazy about everything. And it's so funny to look at the look on his face when he realized, you were even talking to him. Okay. Here we go right here. This is great. She bleeps out all the words that Ryan said.
Well, this is how it started. I just want to get Jay Coffin again. So we're going to be eating where are we eating, Jay?
Right at 24-hour water. Noodles.
All right, let's find Ryan's part.
No, he just had like a stroke in the middle of the video.
Yeah, you weren't paying attention, Ryan.
It's so tiny.
What are you going to be getting?
It's extra gross.
What are you going to be getting?
What am I going to be? I don't.
No, I come to this ramen place.
I have to beat that out.
It's a bunch of shit that I don't even understand what it is. Oh, you have to beat me. Why are you even talking to me if you're trying to not have swear words on your channel? But anyway, I don't know what I'm saying. All this stuff I don't understand. Looks like a bunch of animation, to be honest with you. I asked if there's burgers here. They said no. I asked if there's pizza here. They said no. Asked if there's chicken tenders here. They said no. I'm supposed to eat.
I don't know if there is a clip of you eating it, Jeremy. Oh wait, there you are.
It is.
This is how he eats his ramen. And that's how you make your money back. With hands. Not only that. You didn't even touch the soup.
You just ate the meat out of it?
You did.
Yes.
Wow.
I never saw anyone eat ramen that way.
I actually regret my decision on coming on this channel.
Yep, I knew it.
It's the most effective thing that has
We
happened.
finally got there.
You got a hell of a lot farther than I thought you would.
Yeah,
I'm like, I got past all the other stuff.
At least you didn't do it at the beginning like other people have. Okay,
It's like racism, transphobia.
You
know,
like
that
people
stuff.
bailed like live on the show.
You don't know about the Zack Snyder thing, huh?
I heard about that. Was that on Geeks and Gamers? I thought it was something
It
like
was on
different person's
Uche's channel,
channel.
who's part of Geeks and Gamers, but it was originally going to be they were considering it for Geeks and Gamers, but then Zack Snyder ended up telling everyone it was going to be on Geeks and Gamers before we wanted to announce it. But so then that created a lot of internet backlash. So then I decided we'll move it over to Uche's channel, but then we had raised like $70,000 before Zach even joined the stream for suicide prevention. But Warner Brothers was upset because Zach was connected to Geeks and Gamers. There were some mistakes, that were made with websites and stuff like that.
Yeah, there was a logo on the charity website that
Yeah.
wasn't supposed to be there.
Yeah.
Basically, at the end of the
And
day,
that
like the white supremacy symbol or like
yeah.
the blood.
Well, we had a big fucking
it is to
Nazi
some
symbol.
people.
I mean,
Yeah.
whatever.
I would do it.
Like,
Yeah, and so the whole thing was that logo was there and it wasn't supposed to be there. The problem was the people that designed the website were operating off of the public information that Zack Snyder put out there that he was with Geeks and Gamers.
Yeah.
Not anything I said, because I was playing defense the moment he put our name and his together. And so ultimately he came into the stream after 70,000 was raised, and then he comes in and everybody's excited. And as soon as he comes in, he's like, thanks for having me. I just want to make sure everybody aware, we don't stand with hate. We're not for hate. We're not affiliated with Geeks and Gamers in any way.
It started off, he said, I just want to make it clear, there's questions about the website. We're not affiliated with Geeks and Gamers. We're not associated. We're just doing this charity stream. And then the next words out of his mouth was another fucking virtue signal, because when that dude went on a shooting spree in Georgia with the massage parlors, probably because he couldn't get anyone to jerk his shit. Then that probably had nothing to do with race. But and so then he said, we don't stand with hate, blah blah blah. Sounded like the fucking things got connected, and it was fucking.
But he said it immediately after, because that is pretty shitty.
And it felt like they were connected, and so that just kind of sent everything into haywire. And I continue to hear this. Should have checked him, Jeremy. Contrary to popular belief, Jeremy wasn't there. I know it's a popular thing for people to say that I was there and I should have done something. I wasn't on the stream, but I did make sure that I was like, don't derail it, don't check, don't just move forward, because ultimately what you have to realize is maybe people that have continued to try and criticize that from afar, that have made it their livelihood for the last year, which is shout out to them. You got to stay relevant somehow. You might as well use me to stay relevant. But what those idiots don't understand is that if that stream would have went off the rails, I probably still wouldn't have a channel. None of it. And all the money would have been refunded. And because we've seen that happen before. So
the fact that you guys were doing something objectively good, you raised that much money for suicide prevention, and that's what they fucking focus on.
Yeah. So I couldn't. So we weren't going to derail a charity stream. We took the L. We literally took the L, and we just said, you know what? The charity is the most important thing. Let's move forward. So that's what we did. And guess what? My channel and every channel I'm connected with has grown substantially more than the people that have continued to cry about how that was so detrimental to Geeks and Gamers. So I think we did take the W when it was all said and done.
It's very strange how that works.
I just can't get past the fact that Ryan commented the guy probably shot a bunch of people because he couldn't get jerked off at an Asian massage.
I'm like, that's what gets you canceled, not your Batman review.
This motherfucker can't get a hand job.
That's 1000% why that dude did that. Let's not fucking play games. Like, that's not why he did that. What other purpose could it have been? No.
Yeah, I'm sorry that you've dealt with all that shit, and I'm very curious.
It did suck. It sucked when it happened, and it sucked for several months after. And I've kind of talked about it recently. I never talked about it for the several months after, but reflecting on it now, because it's easy for me to reflect on it now and to kind of be more transparent about it. But in the moment, in the months after it happened, it fucked me up. Like, mentally, it fucked with me because I was upset that I put us in that position to begin with. That's why it bothered me, because I felt like I felt like I was questioning my leadership decisions, because I knew that putting us in that situation with Zack Snyder, it was a tough thing, that I was kind of 50-50 on it from the beginning. But I decided the fan movement, because that's what the Snyder Cut was a fan movement. I felt like celebrating that was the most important thing. But after that happened, the channel still grew a lot. Like, the channel got like a 3,000 to 5,000 subscriber bump, but I kind of had a mental block. Like, I kind of stopped doing consistent content, and I started focusing on other places just because I wasn't sure. I was questioning myself. But ultimately now, I mean, it's obviously we're so far removed from it, and we've more than, benefited, and we've moved forward thanks to everybody here. But yeah, I felt really bad because I did put, our fans and our followers in a bad spot, and I felt like I failed them, and I did, and I failed everybody on the team, to put them in that position. But ultimately, we have come out of this thing looking great now. But it took me a long time to kind of come to grips with how that all played out. It sucked big time. Yeah. It really did. Yep. So
I'm sorry that happened, especially because if you like the Snyder Cut, you're probably excited to be like, oh, cool, Zack Snyder's on our team, and now he's shitting on us.
I fucking hate those movies. So I fucking hate those movies, and I told him to his face I don't like them. But we have people on the team that love those movies, you know what I mean? And I've always been supportive of it. And I liked Zack Snyder. I always thought he was a cool guy. And I still think in a lot of ways he is, but he totally cucked himself. Like, he totally been over for WB and virtue signaling left-wing nut
That's
jobs.
the most annoying. That's the most fucking annoying part about that entire thing. I've talked about it before. Is this is a dude who, like, the fan movement is why he's there, and kind of bucking the system almost is one of the things that happened with that, and saying fuck you to Warner Brothers and all this shit. And then it's 100%. I blame Zack Snyder.
I wasn't racist before that stream.
Yeah.
Ryan's like, I haven't even reached my final form.
Yeah, exactly. So for him to do that because Warner Brothers made such a big deal about it, it's kind of like, fuck, dude. Like, how'd you even get here in the first place?
Accountability over entertainment, Ryan.
Borg hashtag Borg life. I get, but yeah. I mean, accountability would have been to. I don't know how much I want to say. Accountability would have been to, actually clarify what he meant.
Yeah, probably
that would have been accountability over entertainment. For
but
Zach
since then, we know what he's about. He's played both sides of this. He's played it on us privately, and he's played it to other people other ways private. Like, this dude's played it both sides. He absolutely has. And I took bullets for him. I took a lot of fucking bullets for him because I was giving him time to clarify that shit publicly, which he did privately. But he chose to go and play at the other side of it with another group of people and try to spin the whole thing. So,
look, well, I'll fucking say it straight up. Yeah, he told us that that's not what he meant in any way, shape, or form, and he can't even believe people took it that way. And so, but he refused to fucking publicly say anything about that. So, what is it worth then? It's not worth nothing. Anything.
And I told him I wasn't running with that. I told him I'm not going to be my own source for your bullshit. I'm not going to.
They'll never believe you.
Right, exactly. So that was the day or two after. And I'm like, I'm not going to be my source for that shit. Like, that's not going to help me.
Yeah.
You got to fucking do
Zach
that.
Let us, just so you know, Zach told us he didn't mean that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
He won't say it himself, but trust me.
Yeah, so exactly. A year later, like, it's fine now, but there was no way I was like, I can't be my own source for that shit, bro. Are you fucking kidding me? You know?
It's just unbelievable. But again, that's the Hollywood mindset. These people are terrified to give their true feelings because they are terrified to be canceled. Well, and that is the problem. And Amanda has walked into a hornet's nest.
I'm very curious. I mean, it's so far, I think it's only been the one, but he's like, at Viz Media and Studiopolis, you might want to look at this. You sure you want her any further? And I'm like, oh,
can you screenshot that?
I can text it to Krista. I don't have good technology skills. How do I?
So yeah, get it, Krista. Because we'll. I'd love this, but though, like, I mean, these people.
I don't want people to like attack this person. They think they're doing the right thing, but it's also just funny to be like, oh wow, this actually the board has like activated. They've like.
She is new to the thing, so we don't want to. If she don't want to put them on blast, totally understand that. Because I
we don't need to shit on some random fucking person.
Yeah, because I'm like, you know what, these people, and that's the thing is a lot of these people are miserable. I was miserable when I was on that side. I never canceled people. I never used shame to hurt people. I was more likely to just internally implode. But these people aren't happy, and I don't think I want to do that. But it's just funny to be like, oh wow, during the stream, I'm already getting it. So maybe I'll wake up in the morning and be like, hey, you're fired. But you know what? Honestly, it's what you were saying, Jeremy. Like I noticed something recently, and I always thought I wanted to be like an A-list celebrity. I thought I wanted to climb that ladder because I thought the bigger the roles you had, the more opportunities, like the more fun it was. But it's not. It's actually bondage. And that's kind of why I'm like, you know what? I'm going to make my own stuff because I'm actually okay if I don't make my money acting. I'm okay going back and working on a horse farm like I did in college and just doing videos for fun because this industry, I mean, slavery is a very dramatic word. But like I was reading a list of all the things Marvel actors have to agree to. And it's like, or Zack Snyder, like you were someone's bitch at that level. I didn't understand that. I thought it meant that the higher up you called the shots, but no, you're just owned by more people and there's more money riding on you.
I personally hope, and I don't think we have enough pull for this, even though we have connections there, but I want to put the bug out there. I hope the Daily Wire reaches out to you. I hope the Daily Wire has some shit going on because they have their own production studio. They're doing big budget, films on a different level. So if something does happen to you, I'm just saying if something does, I hope the Daily Wire, I hope we can get her on their radar, And again, I know me and Ryan have done stuff with them. We've got a few contacts here and there, but it's not like I have Ben Shapiro's phone number. You know what I mean?
we got to call up Ben and say that the one thing that Daily Wire really needs to like get into is big fucking anime titties. All right. Slap a big Daily Wire symbol on them. I can do it.
He was like, wow.
I got folders.
For once, it'll be like they'll be talking about my milkers and not his sisters.
I didn't even have to bring up Abigail Shapiro.
I guess that one ain't happening now. No,
sorry. It's not an insult. I'm just saying I'm gonna like.
I know.
The one guy from the Daily Wire's watching. He's like, oh, never mind. I can't.
He's like, nope. No, and it's. I mean, honestly, I would love. I don't know, because I was thinking about that. People are like, you should reach out to them. I'm like, I don't necessarily want to do political stuff, but it seems like they're not trying to make content that is political. They're just trying to provide an alternative, like Ripa. Yep. And like, I want that. I want to do like indie films. I want to do stuff that's not just pandering to corporate interests.
To be hired on merit and not identity.
Yeah, it's insulting. Like the times that I booked something that I know it's because I was in a small pool because they were only casting brown people. That doesn't make me feel good.
No.
Like nobody fucking wants that. I want to know that I was the best for it. And like the fact that people will be like, oh, thought of you. And it's always my race. I don't really identify with that stuff. Like it's not been a big part of my life. I was an Air Force kid. I didn't really experience a lot of racism. Not saying it's not real, but it hasn't been a big factor in who I am. My mental health has, or my, like there's life experiences that I like on screen. I feel represented by people who share a similar life experience. I don't feel represented because somebody has my hair or my skin color. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, your race and your sexuality should not be even in the top 10 most interesting things about you. They are part of you, but they don't make you who you are. They shouldn't. That's sad.
There's
Those
literally
aren't
millions of other people that have that same thing about them. You
Yeah,
know what I
they're
mean? So
not
like, what does it
traits.
fucking matter? Yeah.
You know, so I don't know. Remember what we were talking about? I went off on a tangent.
No, but
we were
sorry,
talking about
sorry.
big tits.
Oh, okay, yeah. After yours,
Anime tits. Oh.
Haas Studios for 5. Stuff like the Disney walkout is why I can't take the new deal for animation seriously, especially when they make at least $70K per year. There you go. Thank you, Haas Studios. I don't really know what that is, but I imagine it's people complaining that they're oppressed and not getting paid enough for something, and then walking out of their place of work.
Press them more.
The Killer Spotlight for 10 pounds just bought a green shirt from the merch store. Keep supporting free speech. Thank you very much, Killer Spotlight.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Nikki D for 5. Do you think the MCU will ultimately go down the same route of diminished relevance as Star Wars, or will the normies keep the franchise afloat? I think this phase 4 is definitely the turning point here, I think.
Yeah, well, we're already seeing it. I mean, they can blame the numbers on the lockdowns and the pandemic all they want, but like those movies are sucking because they suck. Like, I mean, you know, they're gonna sit there and talk all the shit that geekies gamers that they want about Shang-Chi, but the normies said they love Shang-Chi, and the movie barely broke. The movie barely made money. Like, it wasn't setting records. Spider-Man comes out and breaks all these fucking records, completely shatters all of the bullshit about the pandemic stops you from making money. They'll never be able to make blockbusters anymore. I mean, you know, so.
Yep. And Jose
Jujutsu Kaisen comes out as well and does its thing in the first weekend, so it's all.
Yeah.
Jose,
Jose,
it's been bullshit since the start.
Coincidentally, my latest video on the channel is about
oh my
Star
God, that
Wars.
video was
and there
so
was
good.
so many people were in. When I say so many, I mean that's obviously like not. There's like a few people that were like, "Here he goes, he can't stop talking about Star Wars, and he's attacking." And I'm like, I literally said in the video, I'm to a point where I'm so beyond Star Wars, and I'm happy for you if you're excited. And I admitted that there's excitement for Kenobi. Like I said, like there's excitement for it. It's not really from me and people I know, but there's definitely excitement. But definitely go check that out, Jose, if you haven't seen it. I was really happy with that video. In terms of that video, and for the 2,500 of you that are still watching, unlike Jay, I do appreciate you. You're still the best audience. But love you, Drunk Video.
And speaking about the audience, we got a couple things over on Odyssey. My man, Radicalized Ryan. We got 2 donos. One's for $25 with a little library coin super sticker. And then another one 2 minutes ago, a $50 dono over there on Odyssey.
Hell yeah.
Coins.
Thank you. Thank you.
Radicalized Ryan. Thank you.
Radicalized Ryan. It's awesome. So what I was going to say is I am definitely looking at like different, like I'm looking at different ways to make content, and I'm trying to add more like evergreen content, not necessarily like going that way completely, but I'm trying to add more editing. So like that video that I uploaded, that video was actually complete a week ago. But Ivan did such a good job editing it. I wanted to add more to it, but once I got home, I sat down, I was like, you know, I'm just going to run with it. So I let, you know, load it. I let it go today. So I'm proud of that video. I'm proud of the G4 video that we did with the little skits. A lot more editing and a lot more time is going into it. I know I'm missing the ball on like getting videos out like right when news breaks, but I'm willing to take the hit for the short term because I think they'll be beneficial for the long term. But you know, we'll see. But still going to be pushing out different content. So just thank you guys for the support. So keep watching, liking, and sharing.
That's right. Yep. Unpopular movie reviews for 5. Read Thomas Sowell's book, Discrimination and Disparities, if you want to take a huge red pill.
No, any Thomas Sowell book is going to be a huge red pill.
There you go.
That's a great one.
Muggsykins for 5 says, I think the stream should have come with a warning because you have Kat here and we'll talk about the Halo show. Kat, give him hell. It happened. It happened.
She gets pretty fired up.
Yeah.
Lethal's rant was great.
Oh yeah, it's fucking awesome.
It was better with the beard. He looks like he's fucking insane. So
yeah, that's the plan. That's the plan. If only I still had that white wall from when I first moved in, right?
yeah, it's true.
You remember that?
Smokey777 for $2.79 says Krista Nova Hart. Thank you very much. Marksman of 117B for 2. Disney learned less than 40% of their customers have kids.
Say that again?
He said Disney learned less than 40% of their customers have kids. I don't know if that's possibly true. Like I do
yeah,
like I am sure there's a lot that fucking don't. I'm sure there's a lot of people like 30 and under that don't. But like to say over half of them don't have kids is like I mean I guess it's possible. It could be. But I don't know.
It doesn't feel like that's right.
But Marksman Williamson, he got it from somewhere, so I'm sure he's not just making it up. B. Carswell for 2 says fishing knot is close to a noose. White supremacist? Maybe. Depends how thick the fishing line is. Smokey for Canadian 279. Frost makes my junk invert. Fair enough. Biggles Mets for 2. Jeremy ignored my high lethal super chat. Well, we got to it, Biggles. It just takes a while.
I don't particularly like lethal, but
that's cool. I don't like you either.
There we go. That's what I'm talking
I like
about.
lethal. I mean, it is what it is.
Canman 1984 becomes a channel member. Thank you, Canman. Joel Rolston for 5. I hate to say it, but what do you guys expect? G4's broadcast, they got their numbers looking at demographics. Don't use ad blocks and VPNs.
Well, I mean, G4 is
not
just
exactly
complete.
sure, but yeah.
G4 they're in panic mode, and they should be, and I don't think they can get out of it.
No,
I think they're past panic mode. I think they're in acceptance at the moment.
Listen, I get well, yeah, I think so too. There's several people have reached out and have said that it looks like there's severe restructuring going on, that they're completely revamping things, that there might be some people fleeing, that don't be surprised in the next several months if you see more things like Blair Heard, or all of a sudden someone, it's not like a public firing, but all of a sudden this person's just, I got this new opportunity, bye G4, thanks for everything. And that they're kind of going bare bones production quality wise because they're fucking losing money. It's got to be why. So
Yep. Well, and then anytime you see somebody like in the position like Blair Herder leave and they have no successor ready at all, tells you right there like they knew that was like, I'm out the door. Bye. The timing is just too coincidental.
Yeah. Nuclear Winter Gamer for 10. Gerard's face right when she says sexism in gaming, you can pinpoint the moment his soul leaves his body. Should have stuck with this channel. Probably. Defendo for 5. Can't wait for the Nidaverse. Thank you. Young Nida.
Hey, I appreciate when you guys say this shit. It's hard for me to even comprehend that. I hope you genuinely feel that way, and I hope we continue to help build it up, because it's hard for me to even process being viewed like that, because of G4 such a massive entity and they have such a massive budget, but they don't. We get more views than them. It's crazy.
Yeah, well, like Chris Gore brought up that point, and I mean, Chris Gore was part of G4 back when people actually liked them. And he said that, I think he said it to me publicly on streams and stuff too. He's like, you guys are like the spirit of G4 and like what it was always kind of intended to be, you know, here, Friday Night Tights, stuff like that. Like that's what it was meant to be about. Yeah. And this new thing is just a corporate rehash that is obviously fucking failed.
Yep.
Josiah Fitch for 5. Where is the Ripa beauty line? And are you using crowdfunding? The Ripa beauty line. All you need is hydration. That's all I heard.
Yeah,
that helps your skin. So, and then are you using crowdfunding? Ripa is going to be launching it through his website. So if you go to his website, ericdjuly.com, whenever it comes out, that's where all the information is going to be, and that's where you can buy it. It's not really going to be crowdfunded when it's ready to launch. He's going to do it, and you guys can purchase it there, and he'll get it to you. That's my understanding.
He's doing it a very difficult way, which is exactly what you would expect from Eric. That doesn't mean that other people doing it other ways is wrong by no means at all. Everybody's got to do it their own way and whatever works best for them. But without people that are willing to take risks in life, then you got nothing, you know? Yeah. And it doesn't mean that anybody's right or wrong for what they're doing. It just means that you got people out there that, without the people that have been doing it the way that it's been done up to this point, I'm not sure that it would have given him the confidence to do it the way he's doing it. So everything is necessary.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah. He's taking a big chance, man. It's big.
Yep.
Yeah. And like he's said it numerous times. He's not trying to be some like, you know, little fringe thing. He's trying to compete. That's his goal, is to eventually compete with Marvel and DC. And that doesn't mean, you know, by Indiegogo and stuff like that, and then maybe you guys get it several months later or a year later or whatever. That's by you guys. It comes out and you can have it immediately.
Yep.
That's what he wants to do because that's what it takes to be able to compete with this stuff. So
yep,
that's his vision, and we're 100% behind him.
Jeremy, we need more COD and Halo streams. You got to flex on lethal on the scoreboard.
Get the fuck this flex on what? How do you flex from down the bottom? Fuck off.
Well, Halo, I have no chance. Call of Duty, I have my moments. I have no chance in Halo. But Titanfall, that's my jam. But Lethal clearly destroyed that game because it was the only first-person shooter that I was substantially better than him. So he, with his Aussie connections, took down Titanfall 2.
Fuck around, find
All
out.
they did was just plugged in their Australian internet to their servers.
Yeah, no Titanfall 2 for any more of you gronks anymore. It's gone.
What does that mean, you gronks? I've heard you say that like fucking 10 times this past week.
I actually sent Krista this morning an image from Urban Dictionary what gronk means. Would you like to read it, Krista, or should I?
I think that you should.
God.
Like,
oh no.
I don't want to read this.
Oh
Gronk.
no.
Australian slang, noun, a person that is totally lacking fashion sense, motor skills, and or social skills, usually a total moron, an extremely unpleasant person, or an unwanted guest. Example, no wonder he can't get a girlfriend, he is such a gronk. Example 2, why did you steal my car for the weekend, you fucking gronk?
See, when you say Gronk, it just reminds Americans of Rob Gronkowski.
Rob Gronkowski. That's
who is
it.
like
That's
a big dumb idiot, but he's kind of lovable.
So that kind of fits with him.
But he's like kind of lovable and fucks a bunch of chicks and shit.
Yeah, he's very likable and he bangs porn stars. Lethal. So
he's not a gronk then.
He's like Donald Trump.
Oh man. Go ahead. Go ahead.
We got a fitty from Sanity Claus. Says, hail G&G crew, great show, love the guest, get her on all the shows, FNT, Real BBC, Simcast, etc., all the places because YouTube needs her and more like her. Thanks for the show. Thank you, Sanity Claus.
I agree. I think Krista, you should probably coordinate with the X-Ray Girl and see when you can get her on FNT because
man is based as fuck for real.
Yeah. So
thanks, guys. I mean, I'm just like taking like my career. I'm just like, but like it's fun. Like I'm like, oh, I would rather blow.
You're grenade jumping it. It's fine. You're doing it. Yeah.
Just pull off the band-aid because it's like I've been watching in the shadows like Batman, like a lame ass Batman forever. Might as well just be Batman and actually try to kick some ass while I'm going down.
Boom.
That's right.
Yep.
She's great. She's great.
You've been awesome, Amanda.
Thank you guys.
Compliments don't come easy from me. So.
No, not at all. If he said anything nice about you, there you go. You did it.
He's just doing it so that they'll clip it, so they'll be like, "See, he complimented a brown person and a woman."
Well, to be honest, that would have a far greater impact on my reputation than the Batman shit. So, the Batman shit was kind of on brand. So
this hasn't been racist enough. I was kind of actually.
Please don't challenge him.
Literally, it's funny because I was talking to Jeremy, like when that stuff blew up, because it blew up overnight, and I saw the tweet that went out about that clip of me, and like one big person had retweeted. I'm like, I just feel is really going to pick up traction overnight, and it fucking did.
Before you go, Ryan's good at this shit. Okay, this has happened in the past where something that blew up. He the night before he was like, we need to keep an eye on this, and that was fucking the goddamn rewriting Ripley thing. You knew that was like this is gonna take off, and like he's good at that shit. Anyway, go ahead.
You've got like a sixth sense about
and I just felt like because I saw the clip, I'm like, you know what? There's a lot of retarded people out there, but even without the retards, if you just heard it and you weren't really thinking about it, you're like, okay, that sounds kind of weird. And this guy definitely looks like a racist. So, it's 2 and 2 together. And so in the morning it was, and I was set. I had a video ready to go that was just fucking blasting everything is going to be all white, that racist black documentary.
Right.
And I was like, probably should hold off on that video for this morning. So, and I held off for about 12 hours and put it out that night. It fucking did great numbers, no backlash or anything. But it's just like, I don't think that should be the next video when people are coming to my channel from this controversy.
Right.
Just me making fun of a black woman for pretending to be a victim. I didn't think that was the best way to go.
Just read Eric's bio on the site. No mention of D.O.A. Cobra launching his career.
That's very strange. You got to check IMDb producers. That's what you got to check. Fantastic Mr. Knox for 5. My YouTube name's based from a Star Ocean game where the character is named Abel Knox, who looks feminine but wore a dress, but is a guy.
A femboy.
Thank you. Drive-by commenter for 5. Evening, y'all. Do you ever think the mainstream will be done commoditizing geekdom for the future, or will they leech off it for years to come?
Forever.
I think it's got a while. I think there's a while for them to continue banking off it.
Yeah, sucking off
eventually
that
it'll
for
end.
as long as they can.
Yep. I do have one from Matthew Hammond, $10. I listened to a gaming podcast on Saturdays. A regular guest said trans rights is human rights after discussing the Harry Potter game due to J.K. Rowling. Joined Geeks and Gamers for a year after canceling my Patreon to them. I want to hear about games, not politics. Matthew, I think I know what podcast you're talking about, but I'm not going to mention it here. But I would like for you, and I did see where you signed up to geeksandgamers.com. Greatly appreciate that. We'll probably, if you join one of our premium streams, we'll talk about that more on a private setting. But I think I know which one you're talking about, and I feel the same way because I like that podcast. So, but thank you for the support. And yeah, and if you do like Gaming with Geeks, that's our gaming centric channel. We talk straight up games over there. You know, we play games over there. We play games on our Twitch channel, and then we obviously do Mario Kart stream here. And one thing about our gaming streams is I do keep like the politics out of it completely, because it's like you guys are here to watch us play Mario Kart, watch us play Splatoon, watch us play Call of Duty, watch us play whatever we're playing. There's no point in us having political debates on those streams. There's a time and a place for that on our other bigger channels, you know, or bigger, you know, streams that we do. But Mario Kart streams are doing really good, and we don't talk any of that stuff. We're just there to play fucking video games. So
And
Gaming
I'm
with
just
Geeks,
there
so a
to
lot of good stuff over there. So
just there to scream profanities at the sky.
I've heard that there's like this cry for them to like have trans playable characters, and I think, I don't know if I'm fucking crazy or some shit, but listen, like if you want to have a trans say you want your character to be a male, like was a male transitioning to a woman, is now a woman, wouldn't that just be a fucking female player? Like, yeah, like what the fuck do you mean you want a trans gay
that's exactly
player? It doesn't make any fucking sense.
No, that's
me.
exactly it. I mean, they've done similar things with like you know, games like D&D and stuff like that too. They're like, oh, we want to be able to have that in between. But the point is, you're in a fantasy universe or a sci-fi universe. You don't have to have because that's the thing too. Like even in that community, there's a lot of backlash for people that are like passing and that actually look like women because they don't like it, because the people that look like dudes in dresses don't like it and complain about it because they're like, I can't look as good as you. That's not fair. We should all look like dudes in dresses so that we can complain and bitch about it and feel like we're a minority. That's
if
really
they
what
really felt that way, maybe they should have bought Cyberpunk and they might have been able to hold off the damage when that got a million refunds overnight. I played Cyberpunk for about 3 hours before I wanted to return it. My character had huge tits and a huge dick. It was funny as fuck.
Because you can make them big. You can
do whatever the fuck I want in that game. Yeah.
See what Mike thought no one cared about, Lethal loved. So.
Exactly. Everything has an audience. Just got to support it.
Well, yeah, and I mean, ultimately, this whole I have no sympathy for J.K. Rowling or Rowling or whatever her fucking name is. I have no sympathy for her because I think she's a left-wing lunatic, and she's proven it time and time again. Now she's getting eaten alive by them, but she's not gonna backtrack on calling PewDiePie a fascist and a racist, which she did multiple times. She's not gonna backtrack off of all of her anti-Trump rhetoric, which again, you can hate Trump all you want, but it's the way she was doing it, the language she was using, and the way she would view his supporters, and then the nonsense she's said many times. Now, the problem with the right is that they will. I think it was Bryson Gray said something about like whoever, like all somebody's got to do is throw on a MAGA hat and the conservatives will just support. They don't care. And we've seen that time and time again. You know, we've seen it with people in our little world that are the worst people, but because they did one thing, all of a sudden conservatives are out there calling them heroes. You know, it's crazy.
The friggin'
it's crazy.
I mean, I was kind of excited to see like Nicki Minaj like speaking out, but like last year, people were like, "Oh yeah, you know, I've always liked that Nicki Minaj." Like, shut the fuck up.
Yep.
Or like, "Oh, that easy, yeah. Oh yeah, oh
yeah."
It's like
sit there and bitch and moan about WAP, and then turn around as soon as she says something about somebody's balls, and they're like, "Man, I agree with her. I've always liked that girl."
Yeah.
Conservatives are the way that I actually see it is very weird. Ripa talks about how like Black creators, woke creators, whatever, they only see like actual validation in the white characters. They see the white characters as better than original Black characters. That's why they need a gender swap and everything. It's almost like so many conservatives only see validity in like these big time celebrities and shit.
Yep.
So like, and that's the only. So when they finally have like one sane take, all of a sudden they put them on this pedestal.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's a very strange thing.
Yeah, it's a fucking cult.
Yeah, but
it's a cult without orgies, so it's pointless.
and now there's nothing wrong. I've made a lot of videos about like the people that are going after J.K. Rowling, and what it shows is that you can be 99.9% aligned with everyone. You can have all the woke takes, you can do all the virtue signaling, everything. You can even believe completely that you support trans rights, all this stuff like J.K. Rowling does, but you have one opinion that doesn't fall inside that echo chamber. They want you canceled. They want you dead. They want your legacy fucking torn down. These people eat each other alive.
Oh, and that's the crazy thing. J.K. Rowling, is it Rowling or Rowling?
I think it's Rowling. I say Rowling, so I don't give a fuck.
Either way, J.K. Rowling is one of the most accomplished people of our entire lifetime.
Yeah.
Like she's like what she has been able to do it's like George Lucas level shit. You know what I mean? Like
1000%.
She's incredible. And the fact that the crowd that wanted to tell us just a few years ago how we need to celebrate powerful women and successful women are trying their best to destroy her legacy tells you everything you need to know about social justice. Like I can't stand her, okay, because of what she's done, but I respect the fuck out of what this woman's created. My God. I mean, it is truly incredible what she has done. It's truly mind-blowing when you take a step back and look at the world she's created. You go to something like Universal Studios Orlando and you see the passion for Harry Potter. You know, you watch those movies, you see the passion, the fandom, the impact it's had on the world. It's incredible. And anybody who denies that is fucking stupid. Like it is truly incredible. But the fact that you have a woman who's done that and the crowd that preaches about respecting women are tearing her down over one opinion, that's social justice in a nutshell right there.
Yeah, they don't like a woman or a person of color or whatever. Like they love you. They're like, we love Black people. Black Lives Matter. Ask them if Black Lives Matter to them when you say, hey, how about like a Black Republican, a Black Trump supporter, a Black Libertarian, like
Gothics.
Yeah, they changed their tune real fucking quick.
Candace Owens.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, okay, so you just like Black people that agree with you, so you're no different than anybody fucking else.
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, and I hear you on this. Here, let me highlight this one because this is a good point. Jeremy, some of us take the same issues with Rowling as you do, but still care about what's happening to her because we're against cancel culture. Totally respect that, and I understand where you're coming from. I think my issue with it is I think that she's the type of person that she's shown that she will stab you right back as soon as she has the opportunity. Like I believe she would absolutely. You could save her from drowning, and then the moment that that she could stab you in the back, she would. That's what I believe based on her behavior. And until she proves to me that she's changed, I have no sympathy for her. But I greatly respect everything that woman's done in terms of what she's created.
I think what I do is I talk about the cancel culture aspect and I say, look, this is what you fucking get. You know what I mean? Like, not that she deserves that, but when you're part of that crowd, that's what happens to you.
There's a difference between saying I'm against cancel culture and you played by those rules. Now you're reaping the benefit or like the negative of those rules. She wanted people canceled before all this shit too. So she just found her line.
But oh, go ahead.
I was just saying it's a great thing to look at and show the insanity of these people. You know, And J.K. Rowling, I disagree with her almost on everything, but I completely support what she's saying and how vocally she's saying it about the issues, about fucking biology. It shouldn't be controversial, yet somehow it is.
Yep. There's a really great article by James Lindsay. I think it's called the Cult Dynamics of Wokeness or something like that. It's long, but it is so thorough and it covers all this shit, and it covers kind of like how they pull people in, how they make you feel welcome, and then like how they'll turn on you, and they keep people in via fear. And it's the same as like an abusive relationship. And I'm like, and that's not being exact. Like, I've literally been in therapy for that kind of stuff. And it's the same stuff where they love bomb you. And that's what they're doing. They make these people feel so welcome, so loved. It's like, oh my gosh, yes, our BIPOC queen. Like, I've had people be like, oh my God. It's like, you don't fucking know me. But then the moment like you step out of line, like in those kind of toxic relationships, it's the same shit and it's evil. And that's why I felt like we have to speak out against it, because it's not just annoying, it's damaging people. They are afraid.
Yep. 100%.
You are correct.
All right, let's get through these.
Amanda has been great tonight.
Oh, hell yeah.
You've been awesome. Yeah.
Lethal and
very, very different from the most dub voice actors and actresses out there. There's a bit of a stigma against the dub voice actors and actresses, and rightfully so, in my opinion. But you're definitely one of the better ones.
Amanda goes in in my category of good black people. So
there's only 3 so far. So.
Bird up for 2. Turning red is ginger snaps for groomers. Oof. 5 picoseconds for Canadian 10. Greatest tweet of all time. Guys, it's not rocket scientists. They're just evil and want to diddle your kids. YouTube made me censor that. Thank you. Eric,
I want to mention John Ghost, $20. I just lost you guys for a minute because of my the storm's getting really bad. But John Ghost, thank you for the $20 super sticker. It says you are amazing. I'm going to assume that's directed right at me. So thank you, John.
Jeremy, if you do like get swept up by a tornado, just make sure you like are saying something so we can literally hear. Oh no! I'll see you guys next time. You know, like just slowly fading, going away.
Like and subscribe.
All I know is if it happens, if it happens, it will.
Oh man, it was absolutely amazing.
Best part is Drunk 3PO's in the chats talking about how sad.
Amazing.
Yeah, there it is.
The first thing he said was, "Did Ryan mention park hopping?" That's the first thing he said when he came in the chat. And I did mention it, Jay. Yes, I did.
Jay, do you have a link? I think Chris has sent you. He's got a link.
Also,
right?
I do have to. When Jay gave you his phone, Ryan, and walked away, and the first thing you said was something about some shit. And you go, "Oh wait, I don't know if I can swear in this stream. Can I swear? I don't know."
Well, usually, so yeah, I didn't know if Jay had titled it explicit language because the park hopping crowd, not exactly a bunch of edgelords over there. All right, so I wasn't sure exactly what the rules were, so I wanted to make sure.
It was so great.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I mean, I assumed he had, but I didn't know if he was going to give a warning up front or whatever. So where is this? Eric Alfred Abel for 10. My kid's a Marine and pushes the boundaries of hair and makeup. She currently has silver hair, went through her pink hair phase at 12, broken hips and combat training, shot from Oak Cliff. Thank you, Eric. Yeah. I mean, in the military, I will say this, fucking women in the military get away with so much fucking unsat shit in terms of the hair and the makeup and their fingernails and stuff like that. It's fucking bullshit. But they get away with shit because they're fucking women. That's how it works in the military, unfortunately. Mr. Gentleman for $2.
Oh, look at that. Like right when I highlighted it. Holy shit, look at that.
There you go. That wasn't missed.
Can Amanda do some Junko Inoshima lines for us?
Sure. I don't know if that'd be interesting for everybody.
Oh, yes, it will.
I don't know what the fuck it is. So
damn, Lethal jumped in. He's like, please, oh god.
I mean, basically, so I'm the Junko in the video game. So if you're looking for the one in the anime, that's someone else. But yeah. So there's like regular. Hi, I'm Amanda. Nice to meet you.
Look at it. Look,
Man,
before
you hear the
go
way
there.
she said that too?
Yeah,
Jay's
that was pretty.
Jay's
yeah.
a living snack, so she was like, "Oh,
yeah,
damn.
that was." I just want to say before she says that this is a great one right here. Get Jay on. Got to hear some more cat killing.
Oh my god!
All right. Anyway, go ahead, Amanda. Meet Drunk 3PO though, Amanda, the most handsome man on the internet.
As I'm about to do like weird anime shit.
That's okay. He's a snack and he appreciates it.
But yeah, I mean, Junko Nishima, she's got a lot of different personalities, but she's got her like the cute little one where she's like, "You've been acting up, causing all kinds of trouble. I hate you." And then there's the queen, this is like a murder game, by the way. So she's like, as she's like, like sentencing people to death kind of thing. She's like, "Ooh, a peasant acting up, causing all kinds of trouble. How delightful. We've never witnessed such a travesty firsthand." I mean, there's like a bunch of other personalities, but those are just some of them.
Lethal's in love. It's amazing.
If I hear the Sailor Jupiter verse tonight, oh my god, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know what I'm gonna do.
Speaking of queens, Jay, do you still have your beads?
That big joke.
He's fucking drinking out of his barrel.
Dude, chat is loving it. Chat is loving it.
Yeah. They're lighting it up.
Yeah, that is awesome.
I've got my beads
there.
still, but I need Jay's
Look,
matching.
Look at
beads.
that. Look,
He doesn't need his hands. He's already.
Oh
man, this is healing. You know, the very first comment. So I played Kate Bishop in a video game like back at the beginning of my career, and I like logged onto the forums to see like, what do people think? And the very first comment I got was like,
"She's trash."
Yeah, worst voice for a superhero ever. And I was like, okay. So I'm like, this is. 10 years later, my soul can finally rest. I can die happy.
Boss Hogs in the chat. He's got a picture of Creed, young Creed for some reason. Lethal, you dog.
Lethal, you fucking dog. Boss Hog, how you doing, Boss Hog? Boss Hog, Lethal feeling good today, Boss Hog.
You know, by the way, Amanda, my sister actually is a big anime fan. She knows you from Hunter x Hunter. She was super pumped.
Menchie?
Yeah.
Cool.
She was like, "Oh snap, that's who that is. That's awesome." So
that's funny. I was like, Krista, I don't think anybody's gonna want to care. I don't think anybody's gonna care about my anime shit. You're like, no.
Does it annoy you when people ask you to do voices?
It's not annoying. I feel like stupid doing it.
Are you about to give that to me? Oh.
No, it's his.
What the heck?
Look at that. Jay even changed it up the visor and everything.
1 second.
You got king and he's got queen.
Yeah, they're
might as well just say bottom and top.
We're straight up like changing the game in Geeks and Gamers.
I would think that's the other way around.
Y'all didn't fucking earn those.
I earned it, baby. I earned it, baby. I earned it.
Oh,
I don't know how I feel about.
I'm the king and Jay's the queen. Chrissy Mayer got us these today at Universal. It's Mardi Gras. So we figured it was appropriate.
Chrissy earned them then.
Yeah, Chrissy earned them. Yeah, she pulled her tits out to get them. But
I reaped the benefits.
Yeah, we figured it was very appropriate because of the walkout. So many gay people are at Universal today instead of Disney. So we really fit in there.
Ryan had to dial it back a little bit when Universal Orlando actually showed up in the chat.
I did. I was like, fuck, man. When Jeremy sent a super chat that said that, right?
That's why I was making sure to kind of like, hey, Jay, wink, wink, tell Ryan, don't say everybody here is gay today.
Yeah, I know.
Ugly.
We could. It was hard to see the chat. It was like the sun. It was bright.
That's what I told him.
It's like Universal shows up to watch a stream. I'm like, well, I guess I can't make fun of every fucking fat loser in a fucking cart thing today.
They're like, don't yell at the disabled people, Ryan.
He almost got into a fight. Did he talk about that?
No,
you mentioned it.
Wait, I didn't almost get into a fight. We were recording a little thing, and
bro,
what?
If I wasn't there showing my massive size, that guy was gonna throw down. That's all I have to say.
Did you win?
I didn't even that dude said something, but we were still recording the video and he just fucking turned around and walked away. Oh, we were laughing. So we were recording a video and Jay's like, what do you think? I'm like, I'm really happy to be in Harry Potter land, but I got to say the one thing that sucks is all these fucking people going around scooters that can't fucking walk anywhere. They're just in your fucking way. And as I said that, I was just commenting on scooter people in general because they're trash. And as I was saying that, like evidently some fat bitch was rolling right behind me. And the dude who was with her,
you got a problem?
He was like, as we're recording, he's like, you got a problem? And like, we're just still recording.
We're just laughing at him at this point.
Yeah. And so he just fucking like turned around and said, you got a problem, and kept walking as we're like recording and laughing. And he's continued to walk away slowly, trying to clear space for his fat friend. It was so weird. Like, I didn't even know she was there. But yeah.
She rolled up right next to Ryan while he's, you know how loud he gets, Jeremy. You know?
Very,
like,
very loud.
These fat mother effers on these carts everywhere.
Honestly, if I was there, I probably would have joined that guy because I'm like, yeah, this guy's such a loud, obnoxious douchebag, dude.
The problem is, I'm like,
shit out of him.
No, he's not loud to me. He's funny. But,
I mean, if he had come up further, I would have said, listen, I wasn't talking about your wife, but I stand by everything I said.
Hey, to be fair,
been the line. So
to be fair, every time Ryan goes on a park hopping stream, like he saved the life of a kid one time.
That's right.
You know, now he's gotten into confrontations on this one. So.
But you'll never guess what we bumped into. We bumped into the creme of the creme, whatever that's called, the cookie of the cookie. We bumped into deaf lesbians. We were talking to deaf lesbians.
Jay was. I actually used a little sign language as well.
Lesbians?
Yeah, we got in line and there were two deaf people in front of us, and Jay knows some, I don't know if it's ASL or English Sign Language, which one you know, but
English Sign Language. I took English Sign Language for 4 years in college.
4 years, holy shit.
Yeah.
So Jay was like talking to them a little bit, like when we were in line to try to impress Chrissy, I think. And and so
hold on. These lesbians were soaking wet, all right, and they were wringing out their clothes.
Jesus Christ.
And so Chrissy was like, "How did they get? Why are these lesbians wet?"
Because we were worried it was on the ride that we were going on that we would get that. We were gonna get that wet.
So they were deaf. So I was like, "I'll take care of it. I know sign language. I know what I'm doing." So I slapped one of them on the shoulder to turn around, and we start a conversation. And you know, everything's going great. And then they asked if my friends know sign language, and Ryan was like, "I only know one sign."
Yeah, I literally like just I was like, I know one sign.
That's what he did, and they started laughing, and
they thought it was hilarious. Yeah.
I just want to point out there's a lot of talk about LGBT people, and we are fully supportive.
Never apologize for standing up for an LGBTQ2 plus.
We communicated with them. We spoke to them. We brought them into my home.
Before he even posted that one, Christopher Osella was like immediately, he's like, "Did somebody say deaf?"
What's happening right now?
Jay, do you know what this means?
Huh?
It's silent.
See? Whisper?
It's a bad word. I only know.
Oh no, I don't know the bad words.
Does it mean butthole? What does that mean?
No. It means the B word.
I got in trouble once for saying butthole at Comic-Con. Apparently, you can't do that. I was on a panel and I was trying not to say asshole. And so I was saying, "Oh yeah, he's a little butthole." And then they were like, "Don't do that." I was like, "What? I can't say butthole." They're like, "Stop saying butthole."
Don't say butthole on Comic-Con.
Yeah, that's weird. That's a really weird word to be banned.
I'm just gonna
we welcomed them. We welcomed them, and then we took them on a ride on King Kong.
You took deaf lesbians on the King Kong. wet deaf lesbians on the King Kong.
It sounds like
I've seen this movie, man.
My question is like, there's a lot of like audio cues in that ride. So like, how much did they even get out of it?
I was hoping they were going to turn around and ask me to translate, because at that point I was done with the conversation. I was like,
yeah, I probably wouldn't go if I was deaf. You know what I mean? Like if I couldn't hear, like I had no idea what's going on. It's just like some rumbling.
How do you know what you're
images.
missing? Though? You don't know what you're missing if you can't hear.
I suppose.
So like you don't know like there's like better stuff. So
but like I feel the same way about all those fat people in scooters we saw, Jay. Like if that was me, I wouldn't go to a fucking
Yeah, they look
park
like they're
like
in
that.
pain.
Are you fucking kidding me? Like
Yeah.
going around super slow, constantly being annoying as shit. Nobody wants to be around you. Everybody hates every
That's the
fucking
point.
moment they have to spend behind you in line or around you or walking around you. Your family that's there with you hates the fact that you're moving so fucking slow. Like, why do you go? It can't possibly be fun.
Because it's the ice cream, man. Like, I'm going for the ice cream. But I'm just saying, like, for the LPQTI community watching right now, we communicated with those lesbians, and it was beautiful to see.
Like they're fucking
Yeah.
aliens or some shit.
Yeah.
We've made contact.
Yeah,
then
well,
we
yeah.
Wow,
like-
look at
and then
those
he-
deaf
and then he made
lesbians
fun of
over
us.
there.
Jay was trying to impress us, and I was surprised with like how good he was and how he was able to talk to them. At one point, he was asking if she reads lips, and she's like, "Yeah, I read lips
Yeah,
well."
she
And-
reads lips, but
yeah, not those kind of lips.
Yeah.
And then I was like, "Yeah, she's actually just telling you that you suck at signing, but she can still understand you." So it was
Pretty
fun.
much.
God damn it, dude.
And we did good time.
Look, Zombie Squeak says, as a queer, I accept Jay's attempt at making contact with lesbians. Thank you.
What, any deaf people other than Christopher Arcella that can speak out about this? Or-
I don't think Chris is a lesbian, but
Oh my gosh.
But
he's
he might be
definitely
wet.
deaf.
Yeah.
I mean, for the first time in the show, we're finally gonna get to use it.
This is not okay. It's just not.
Yeah, but who could say they hung out with deaf, wet lesbians?
It sounds
At
like a
Universal
band.
Studios.
I'm gonna be honest with
just
you.
for the record, and I imagine they'll never hear this stream. They were not attractive. So
What does that have to do with anything?
everything.
yeah, you're saying
I
like
wasn't
hot.
trying to like pick them
You're
up
saying,
and take
sorry,
them
you're saying
home.
deaf, wet lesbians.
Were they?
is-
Is that not?
Yeah,
was
I
that-
had
is
an
that not
image in my
correct?
head and it's just been shattered.
Yeah,
Is that not correct though? That's what they were wringing out their clothes in front of us. They were
Hence the
literally
image.
wringing out their clothes.
There are very different interpretations of how good or bad that could possibly be, Jay, depending on how attractive they are. So that's why I was clarifying for those in the chat who are already halfway through a wank.
Well,
that, you
To
know.
ruin it.
You gotta ruin it, right?
Well,
in
the
middle.
problem
They're
was
"Oh,
like
damn it, Ryan."
the guy of the group was like really small. So like she was
the guy of
The guy, I thought these were lesbians.
God
They-
damn it,
Oh,
Jay.
Jay's getting into
We
some
were
other
doing
shit here.
so fine for a second there, and he's like,
Do you mean
"Man,
the top
fuck it
of
all."
the two?
like the dominant
The top.
one.
Yep.
The alpha
Yeah.
lesbian.
The guy of the group.
The one with
The guy,
the
the dude, he
The guy
was
of the
super
group of two
small.
lesbians.
the one who had the haircut. That
Oh man, it was absolutely amazing.
I'm
I
gonna
love-
stop
I
now
love the way
because this
Jeremy-
is gonna get bad.
I love the way that Jeremy snaps his head back at the camera, smiling after Jay says absolutely amazing.
Oh man, it was absolutely amazing.
That's our guy. He said it.
I was like, that's it. Goddamn, I gotta think of something to say. Damn it.
Well, all right, we're gonna go play VR now.
I
Jeremy,
mean,
why are you off screen? Are you like getting ready to be sucked up by the tornado? Like you've been teasing
No,
for
but
4 hours.
usually when this happens, it'll start getting like underwater, like the frame rate will drop.
Pixelated,
I don't know
yeah.
if it is or
I
not.
thought
yeah,
this was
there we
about
go.
the.
Is it
completely
pixelated?
black now.
You're
Pause.
frozen.
Pixelated.
Yeah,
Yeah.
your
So.
pause.
Oh.
I was going to go off camera during the wet lesbian talk as well. To be honest
Just
with
like
you.
you.
Yeah,
You
until
gotta
I
get off
clarify
camera.
things.
You're not doing it right.
I don't know if I should hate Ryan or thank him.
Yeah.
Let's see.
It was frozen completely?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me reset my camera.
Learn something new today. I'm gonna stick with me forever.
Chris Lewis for 20 says the Nutty Professor, aka Jody, said the Captain Marvel movie made all the men pieces of shit and he had a problem with it. So him and Ryan kind of have something in common. The next thing they will have in common is body size. I don't know about that. Britt Cormier for 20. The best writers will A, write what they want and hope others connect to it, or B, write what they know the public wants to pay the bills. Modern woke writers write what they want and demand you connect to it.
Yep.
True. There's a lesbians drunk 3PO. It's not even lesbian, it's lesbians.
It took no time. It took no time.
Why did you say Krista Nova Hale?
Because it's a lesbian. She's
Because
a girl.
I said that you're gonna choke on your gum because you're chewing it.
Yeah,
so
I should
bad.
probably
Why do
spit
you
that
have
out.
gum at 1 a.m?
I don't know. I saw gum on the counter and I wanted to chew it, so I put it in my mouth.
Am I back?
No.
No.
I'm so frozen.
What the hell, man? That's so weird.
Dermy Wormy for 5. Amanda, you should reach out to Nick Ricada. He has connection to some cool people. It's hinting of something big coming in the anime industry. There you go. Yeah, we'll talk to him. We'll let him know. Arudai for 5. What's up, Arudai? Says, did you guys see the thing where Crowder pretended to be a fat woman writer and got recognized as an authoritative source for peer-reviewed academia? No, I haven't seen that, but that's not a surprise. Britt Cormier for 10. Older sci-fi series had plenty of political messages. Just look at original Star Trek. However, it was story first and message embedded. It was not a message first, story much later. Thank you, Brett. What are you fucking laughing at?
This guy in the chat said he's writing a comic book about a new superhero named Jack Murphy. His superpower is sticking things up his butt to fight crime.
Oh my god.
Somebody said I look like Urban Meyer.
Not really at all. Like,
but like it's still funny.
Urban
just threw it.
Why do y'all laugh
doesn't
at
even
stuff
wear a
like that?
visor,
You
does
encourage
he?
people.
Urban doesn't even wear a visor, does he?
Not really.
No, it's what I mean. Like,
I don't know. That's why it's funny. It just doesn't make any sense.
It's such a funny comment. It's so random.
You could have said like Lane Kiffin or like Mike Leach or something.
Mike Gundy.
Give him Mike Leach.
Someone's saying Druck's a man. He's 40. Like that. Is that the coach who said that? Was that Urban Meyer? All right, continue. It's 1:30 in the morning.
It's not, no. But Rabid 1 for 5. I know Amanda said she wasn't that black, but she looks 4 shades darker than diabetic Mike.
Diabetic Mike. Wow, you just came out clapping, didn't you?
You got.
I don't know,
what
man.
kind of socks you got on, Mike?
I don't wear socks.
Those compression ones keep the blood moving.
I don't have diabetes.
You don't get the sugar foot.
I don't have diabetes.
Then you're not black enough, clearly, man.
Well, apparently, I don't even think I have sickle cell. I escaped all of it. Like I said, I get benefits and negatives for different things.
What the hell is Sugarfoot? What is that?
That's what you lose. That's how people lose their fucking feet.
Is it called Sugarfoot?
What is Sugarfoot? I've never heard that in my life.
They eat sugar and their feet get all swollen and shit. I know people that
I
have
see 100 people like that a day at Universal Studios. You're telling me they all got sugar feet?
What did I miss?
Some of them probably do. A couple probably missing toes or chunk here or there.
Oh my gosh.
Somebody said, I know Amanda said she wasn't that black, but she looks 4 shades darker than diabetic Mike. And then I
It's like,
and then I asked Mike what kind of socks he was wearing. If he's got them ones that keep the blood flowing so he doesn't get the sugar foot. Jay lost it.
I'm
diabetes.
This is
I'm
what
sorry
happens
to
when
disappoint
Jay
anybody,
enters the
but-
stream. Jay has completely derailed the stream into nonsense.
How is that possible? I just was
to be
telling
fair.
the
To be
story
fair,
that
to be fair, there are still more than 1,900 people here, so Jay does accept.
Oh man, these shirts are on. Jamie said I could plug my shirt, but he waited till everyone left. Like now, there's like no one watching the stream, so now no one's gonna buy the shirt. And I was
1,900
like,
people is no one.
listen, I was tired.
I'm fucking tired from walking around the park with you all day. Fucking.
It was fun though. We had fun. We had butterbeer.
Yeah, I drink an hour. That's like my standard at the park, so it was good. Butterbeers in between to hydrate, like Ripple wants me to. So,
Jay is like G&G's lefty lofty. What? I don't even talk politics.
Dude, did you see Lofty today with the
Gary?
thing Yeah.
I missed that.
Somebody said, I don't know if it was a super chat about Lofty, and Gary was just like, Lofty, you got shit takes on Lord of the Rings.
Here, I'll play it because this shit is good right here, dude. Shout out to Lofty for have you seen this, Krista? This is good. This is really good. There we go. All right.
Lofty clip this.
Oh, you do better. Kami, Amazon brings a power lover. Hey, Jeremy at the quartering, you got to get your editors in line. Mine, you don't see mine going out there doing all that crazy shit, do you? That's
Wow.
That's good.
It's so funny.
Yeah, that's great. That's great.
ORJ for 449 pounds. I'm a Christian. I grew up in those spaces as well. I was demonized for asking questions, but not everywhere is like that, and there are answers too. Thank you, ORJ. Appreciate that. Spiderclaw for 10. Sucks you had a bad church experience. Must be Catholics.
I'm not fucking Catholic.
True Christianity listens and explains. Don't judge all the same. Just like not all G&G members are sexist. Just Ryan. Good stream again. Thank you. Thank you, Spiderclaw.
He literally just talking about religion and shit, and then just throws you under the bus again. Like,
I think Horror Amarada had the best defense of me. When that whole Batman thing was, she literally titled her Twitch stream, "Ryan Kinnell is not a racist; he is a sexist." It was perfect.
Well, that's the great thing. Like what we have here, and like if anything controversial comes up, or if somebody does do something or whatever, like we're not losing support. You know what I mean? Like we don't have to. We respect our audience, but we don't fear our audience. And that's the beautiful thing that we have. Like, I am not scared to tell my audience what I think about something. I respect my audience enough to know that they're going to be like, all right, I agree or disagree. But we don't have to fear our audience because we're like friends, like maybe we'll give each other shit. Maybe we'll roast each other. But yeah, like I can't imagine having a world where you fear your audience to not be honest with them. It's just a strange thing, but this is what we got here, and that's what's awesome about it. So,
Johnny,
even with all of Ryan's racism and sexism, we lose no support.
Yeah, it's rampant.
Right. Look at that character in the back, the thing in the background. What game is that, Jeremy?
That's Chrono Cross.
Is it Chrono Cross still? Like that anime chick just like came straight at the screen. I've never seen from that angle before.
Well, it's probably it's because I've got this different angle on this different camera. My other camera broke.
It broke? Is that what happened?
I don't know. I don't know why it won't. Like I'm looking, my Canon, it works for me, but for some reason, let me switch over to StreamYard and see what happens again. But it's not working through Stream. You know why? We've had this problem before. Every time you have a high quality camera, is it working now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you go.
It's
But I'll keep it
fancy for Streamlabs or StreamYard.
Yeah.
Johnny 64 for 5. I want to embrace Amanda, but first I need to know her feelings about pineapple on pizza.
Oh, I'm about to divide your audience.
Yes.
I kind of like it.
Yes! Oh, she just gets
No.
Sorry, guys. We had a good run.
What are you doing, Jeremy?
I'll see myself out.
Zack Snyder all over again.
Disgusting. Disgusting.
Did Ryan do that one?
Yeah, it was me.
Okay, I was about to click it. I was literally about to click. Wait, did I accidentally click it? Well, Gary from Nerdrotic will love you because he's a big fan of piles of shit on his pizza, like you are apparently. So
yeah, it's the sweet and savory thing.
California people.
Yeah,
I don't know. I agree with the people canceling Amanda on Twitter now.
Yeah,
I'm on their side. Throw her the fucking bus.
Some of us make progress and then we stop at
I just want to know about candy corn.
Oh gosh.
Wait, what candy
Do you
corn?
like
candy corn?
Yes.
That makes sense then. All right, bad tastes align with each other. So
Thank you.
Yep.
Well, to lighten things up, did you know that it's now Oreo's 110th birthday today?
110 years for Oreos?
Really?
When did they start making double stuff? That's the only fucking thing that matters. Don't dead name them with the stupid dog shit regular Oreos. Those are fucking trash.
Damn.
I know.
Rough.
110th birthday. She looks so good.
Just came out fucking swinging.
Yeah, I felt like something traumatic happened to you as a child, like with Oreos.
No, I've ever seen like any person that's ever had double stuffed Oreos in their life realizes that's how they're always intended to be.
That's how Ryan got
if you
punished.
you go back to regular Oreos, the only thing you use regular Oreos for is for like crumbling them up and putting them on ice cream or some shit like that. If anyone eats a normal Oreo, you're a fucking freak, man.
I reckon what happened was your
Ryan,
grandmother got a pack of stale Oreos and beat you with them.
Yeah, that's how you used to get punished as a child. Is they just beat them with regular Oreos. They just would, like,
I'd rather
pelt
get beat with them than be forced to eat them.
You're gonna be mad at me, Ryan. I actually like have taken the double stuffing out sometimes. Not completely. It needs some, but sometimes it's too much.
I agree.
Sometimes.
Like everything that I thought about you over this first like 4.5 hours, it's just all fucking evaporated in the span of 2 minutes. It's like Frost's G4 rant.
This is worse.
Yeah.
This is like Gary's review of the Batman, or Chris Gore's review of the Batman. With like, oh, the first half, first 3 quarters,
Like a
great,
perfect
and then
movie,
then it just fell off. That's
They had us in
basically
the first half. I'm not gonna lie.
I will say this. So Steph put in the chat about the skinny Oreos, like the thin Oreos.
Ones, yeah.
I actually like those are like fine because there's a purpose to them. Like they're meant to trick people that think they're eating healthy or something by like, oh, look, it's a little Oreo, right? There's actually like a purpose behind that. Whereas there's no fucking purpose behind regular Oreos anymore. You've been destroyed by double stuff. If someone offered me a regular Oreo, I would turn it down. I'd say, fuck you. No.
You know what? That's your racism. Because I'm like part white, part black, and you like want me to be whiter than I am. And I feel really upset.
That's really what it is. I'm frightened by the ratio of two dark sides
We
to
already
just one
know.
small middle.
We already know he takes mathematical stock of like colors and what's more black than white. We already know he does it.
Not true, because the mega stuffed Oreos, that's too much. That's fucking over the top and
That
too
might
much.
actually be what I'm talking about. I might have actually had a mega stuff because it was the one where it was like excessive, and I'm like, this is too much.
That's what you're talking about.
Yes.
All right, you've redeemed
Okay.
yourself slightly, Amanda.
Slightly.
Thank you.
Slightly.
But also,
I am a double stuffed Oreo because I thought I was half black my whole life because my dad's black, but he's from Louisiana, so I should have known better. There's like a mix of stuff going on. So I took an ancestry test. It's like, nah, bitch, you only 33%. So I'm literally like a double stuffed Oreo. I'm like 2/3 white. This much black.
But you're more quarter black. Yeah.
She's still blacker than quarter black.
Yeah, you're still blacker quarter black, Garrett, and I think we need to keep you here because it gives us the edge over Friday Night Tights. So
That's
I'm
such
okay
a
with
weird
that.
thing. That's such a weird thing though to explain. Yeah, I'm a third black.
I'm a third
You're
black.
like, what the fuck?
Like quarter black
trying to-
makes sense.
trying to
Half
figure the
black
math
makes
out.
sense. But like, yeah, genetics are weird, man. It's like a martini shaker. Like that's a gesture.
Just go with 33.
It's like
Just go with like 33% black. That's it. Your name's 33% black.
33. I
Boom.
feel like that'd be cooler. Like 33.
Yeah.
3. I don't know. The 3.
Yeah.
I don't know. Workshop it.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
right. The 33rd degree. I like it.
Yeah.
Balshazar for 2. Hey, fan of Sailor Jupiter. Only seen old though.
Boo. Just kidding. No, I love the original cast. I grew up watching the original cast, but watch ours. It's cool too.
There you go. Ryan Dunson for 20. Thanks for another great Tuesday night. Thank you, Ryan. We already got that 20 from Crispy Leg Transport LLC about Krista talking. She does when it's about like food or something.
Well, I don't talk. I make sheep sounds. Bleh.
She
Fair
also
enough.
almost gets tricked into making really bad screenshots for people.
Give us your best one, Krista. Go ahead. Give us your best one.
Oh gosh, it's so late. Meh.
That was really
Hear
good.
somebody like
that was
mega
actually
wall.
really good.
Krista,
That was
knock
good.
that off. It's too
That was
late.
really good.
Krista,
That was
you
really
sound
I just
like you're
want my
gonna.
neighbors.
Yeah, Krista sounds like she's gonna line up to get like the 5th Pfizer jab.
Why is that so funny?
It's just the way you respond. Man. You're always like,
What am I supposed to do? You put the camera in my face. I want to get some water, but I know you're gonna say something.
If I was laying like this, Jeremy would probably put it on me too. Like,
Dude, no,
I'm
listen.
literally-
Here's this is the beauty of the chat right here. This is the responses, okay, that Krista got. Okay, hang on. So we've got awesome.
That's good.
Okay, we got
nice.
that's hot.
Oh, okay.
Why is
that was
hot?
actually that was actually pretty good. What the fuck, Krista? Krista the kid, that was good. Cutest thing ever. Like it's every response you could imagine.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
There was one that was like, my dog just looked at me like, what the fuck?
Oh no.
So she does it again.
So you're doing it again? You trying to get him to finish or what?
Help him along.
Oh, she just did it again.
That's actually very considerate.
Yeah, it's very nice of you to our audience, Krista. I might consider charging for it, but
come for the strange, stay for the nut.
Only sheeps, only bass. Yeah. Yeah. Krista, you should actually start at OnlyFans where you just do that. I'm not even fucking around. We're just once a day. You just like look at the camera for like who knows how. Maybe it'll be just one second one day. Another might pause for like 5 seconds.
Just put on a different shirt.
Fucking move on.
Have you guys seen that video? The sheep play video?
What the
There's
fuck?
people actually do this. It's a thing. I'll see if I can find it.
Krista, found you a new career.
Thank you, Ryan.
You're welcome.
You'll get 15%.
Stuff.
Thank you.
No.
Finder's fee.
Right here.
I
Right
didn't
here.
start- It was like theater. Oh, you found it?
Only bass.
Mhm.
Only bass.
Yeah. Aiken for $8 says Gaming Ghostwire Tokyo. Have you seen it? What are your thoughts? Maybe a future look. I've seen it's getting some really good reviews and some kind of meh reviews. Some people are saying it's way overrated. I have no idea though. I bet Mark has a really good idea about it. But
Yes,
I'm not
of
sure.
course Mark does. We need to do, and I don't know. Everything's been kind of chaotic lately for us, but we will be doing another Gaming with Geeks podcast soon. I'll get with the guys, see when we can work it out. It'll be on a Saturday. I don't know if it'll be this one or next, but we'll work it out because I know we've missed that the last couple of times. So
that's right.
Get back on it.
So I found it. It was a Gundam video about the sheep.
It's a Gundam.
Oh, really? Oh, that makes sense.
That's why I knew of it. I was like, oh, why would I know this?
Sheet play, Jesus. Will for $20, base panel, base guest, base content, unbeatable content. You guys are killing it. Thank you, Will. Appreciate
This
that,
has been
man.
a fantastic show. This has been a really good show.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. Sci-fi is life.
Absolutely amazing.
Sci-fi is life for 2 message retracted. I know you sent one later, so we'll get to it, but I don't know exactly what it was, but thank you. Nate the lawyer, we got that earlier. Thank you, buddy. Always good seeing Nate in here. Can Man for 10. Absolutely amazing Tuesday stream. Lethal's hardly talked for the first time in his life. You gronk. Mike cleaned up that fingernail. Rip a spit and fire again, my knitter. We all got your back, Amanda.
Thank you.
I gotta be really careful. Like I was holding on to that knitter joke. And I was like, I knew I was gonna like direct it right at Ripa. I was like, I'll call you a knitter, and I was like, I have to be very careful when I say it because you know old habits die hard. So
you don't want the racism to slip out accidentally.
Yeah, Modelicious for 2. Ryan is so Chad. He takes only alpha carotene. Thank you, Modelicious. Appreciate it. Bluegrass Berserker becomes a member. Thank you. Dead Leg becomes a channel member. I almost gave Jay a dead leg. Stepped on him.
Stepped on my foot, man. My Achilles.
You say that weird, you know.
Achilles?
Yeah, you say it weird.
Achilles.
But yeah, I stepped on Jay's shoe, and he acted like
Achilles tendon.
Yeah, you say it weird. It's Achilles tendon.
I say it like a Florida person.
Well, I'm in Florida, so I'll judge for myself, I suppose, now. Next time it comes up. But no, I stepped on Jay's foot like when we were walking, and the way he reacted, it was like a European soccer player. Like I thought I fucking killed him or something. I literally thought he had torn his Achilles. That is how it looked. I was like, holy
Achilles,
shit.
okay.
Achilles. I said it like you for a second.
You threw me off balance.
Yeah, I was felt bad after that. I didn't mean it. So
it's okay.
You just fell to the ground and started flopping around until they.
I didn't fall. I kind of wobbled like Right. And then, yeah, that was it.
Real quick over on Streamlabs, we got Grandmaster Chris for 3. The removal of Jaina Solo from canon is made even worse, knowing that in her place we got Rey Palpatine. It's unforgivable. It's the strong female character Disney Star Wars had. Literally, it was a layup for them, and they botched it. And then Vasidius for $100 fucking dollars. Thank you, Vasidius, over on Streamlabs. As my check dropped early, thought I'd show some support. Feeling for the Halo fans right now as a Disney Star Wars, or as a Star Wars fan. How dope could it have been if Disney had done a 1-to-1 adaptation of New Jedi Order instead of the garbage they put out? Missed opportunities. I feel you, brother.
Vasidius. Thank you, Vasidius. Appreciate you.
How would you do a New Jedi Order? Like, you couldn't fit that in 3 movies. You'd have to do that as like a series.
I always thought it should be an animated series, kind of like
Probably.
DCAU style animation, just because of the scope of the Yuzong Vong and the brutality. And
You'd have to ramp up the violence, though.
Exactly. That's what I mean. I think it would be a good one for that. So I've always said that. Robert Boone for 5. Funny thing about Kick Vic is that Rial and Marky are doing a podcast while Vic's case is still in appeal. LMAO. I stand with Vic. Thank you very much, Robert.
Hang on, Ryan. I got Samurai Vader for 3. Rest in piss, G4. You were loud and ugly, and you're dead and ugly. Amen. And Zenny Biscuit says, we knitters need bigger balls of yarn. And Gunblade Knight. I remember reading that Senran Kagura, a game about beating up women until they end up naked, had a higher percentage of female player base than Overwatch, a game made to be appealing to women.
Over here, that was sex ed.
Grandmaster Chris, did we get this one? I don't think so. Hey, Geeks and Gamers, wanted to say that I've been a huge fan of the channel since 2017. Question for Amanda. I've been wanting to start a career in voice acting. Any suggestions on how to get my foot in the door?
I mean, probably don't hang out with Geeks and Gamers. No. There'll be an opening soon, apparently. No, but it's boring. It's not the sexy stuff people want to hear, but take acting classes. Like, a lot of people think that they don't realize, like, voice acting, it has acting in the title, and it's harder because you don't have your face, you don't have anything else. So having that foundation is going to help you. Acting classes, improv classes, there's voiceover classes, and they're all like remote now, so you can kind of take them from anywhere. So I recommend those. One that I took getting started was Adventures in Voice Acting, and it's like specifically teaching you like anime dubbing. So if that's what you want to get into, that's a good place to learn. And yeah, just voiceover classes. Crispin Freeman has a really great podcast called Voice Acting Mastery or something. And that's like literally just every week talking to different voice actors about their journey, about how they got into it. So that's a great resource. And then finally, there's I want to be a voiceactor.com, which is D. Bradley Baker. He's like I think he's Klaus on American Dad, and he's like Appa, like on Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like, he does all these creature voices. He's incredible.
He does work in Star Wars too. I believe that's the voice of the clones. Right?
Yeah, so
Lethal.
Great.
Yeah.
So that's his website, because we get asked this question a lot. So he kind of compiled it all. So I hear that's a really great resource too. So that's to get you started. But I want to do maybe like a video series and like put it on my website.
You should
at some point, but I need help filming stuff.
And hopefully you guys are subscribing to her channel. Mods continue dropping links. I mean, again,
we got you past 600.
I appreciate it.
I'd like to get her up there a couple of more. I mean, we've still got 2,000 people watching. So
not enough. That's enough for Jay.
Everybody's pretty much gone now. So what's the point?
Yeah. But yeah. But you know, with her, like I
don't know what to do with my hands.
I don't know what am I going to say? I said it. I regret it. And they keep rubbing it in my face like a small Oreo cookie.
Cat.
Yes, let's try to get her to 1K if possible. I mean, look, at the end of the day, she's taking a risk to come on here. Yeah, she knows that. Let's give her some support, and let's get her, you know, on other shows and interacting with more people so people can learn about her and, you know, she can create her own path. And then hopefully it doesn't have any negative blowback on her.
That'd be great.
I think
The
so.
best
Yeah.
of both worlds, but
Yeah. I mean, we obviously don't want to bring her any harm to her career. But I greatly appreciate her being here. I think everyone does. And not only do I appreciate her being here, it's been a fantastic fucking show. She's been great. So you're gonna see her in other places. We're gonna connect her, you know. So
you guys are really supportive for a bunch of racists. I
know.
I didn't.
They feel really guilty. It's all
Once
the
you
white
told
guilt.
me that you're more than half white, I was
You're
like,
like,
all right, it's cool.
The white guilt. It builds on them after a while.
Josh Kruschke for 2. R.I.P. Funimation. Thank you, Josh. Bird Up for 2. Jeremy's next live stream will be from Oz.
Wait, you mean mine or the tornado?
Yeah, the tornado.
Good for you.
Club Fortune for 5. Salute to a great panel. I appreciate the different opinions. Let the degenerates fail. Character greater than identity politics. Thank you, Club Fortune. Appreciate it. Smiley Hat for 10. Big fan of Danganronpa. It's good to see at least one voice actress willing to speak out. Geeks and Gamers has me considering starting my own YouTube/Rumble gaming channel. Glad I found you guys. Hell yeah, Smiley Hat.
Do it.
I like it.
Unlike other channels, I don't get intimidated if other channels get successful. There's so many fucking people on YouTube that are I guess they think if other people on YouTube are successful, that somehow hurts them. I'm like, I don't really understand that. When other people are successful on YouTube, it just motivates me. Like, oh man, great. That's awesome. I see that channel growing. It means I can do it. You know, it means there's an opportunity. That means there's a market, there's a crowd, there's something. And I try to get inspired by other people. So yeah, if you want to start a channel, do it. I hope you kick ass. I hope you get more subs in this channel. You know what I mean? Like, do it.
That's right. Onaj for 5. Jeremy is racist for not acknowledging the true minority, the 1% of your viewing audience who are on Odyssey. Thank you.
I was literally just in the Odyssey, looking at the Odyssey chat where somebody said, add her to Geeks and Gamers, Tony. I see you, Null White. I see you. Let's see. We got Radicalized Ryan. We got Super Channel Awesome Time. Who else we got? We got
Super
Primal
Channel Awesome Time
1.
said Lord of the Lesbos, the 2 wet ones.
Let's see. Abomination is there. Thunderbolt. I see you, and I see you on Rumble. I see you, Tomas. I see you, KC. I see you, Clevab. Simple MU. So I've got both those chats pulled up. Krista has those pulled up because she's, you know, whether it's the Rumble rants or the Odyssey super chats, we got you. We appreciate all of you. So I see all of you.
Heir to the Ron for 5. Hijacked and insulting are good words you've used to describe this lunacy. I agree. Dan Hans for 5. Welcome to the destruction of your IP. Mine was Star Wars. Yeah, everyone has something.
Yep.
Marksman for.
I was going to say HTK bass player says, normally I'm a sub guy, but I'm totally going to switch to the Boruto dub. Anyone who's a fan of Rippa and Thomas Sowell is the kind of people I want to support. Hey, I am totally a dub person. Okay.
Yeah.
Are you doing that Kanye thing where you're like, yeah, totally.
No, I'm sorry. I get crushed for it too. No,
you can't really read that well. So
back to it. Original, no bullshit. Yes, dubs. I get crushed for it, but I've watched Attack on Titan. You know, with the dub, I've watched
Death Note.
Death Note with it. Like I just would rather watch it like that. Some of them are not good though, you know, but I'll watch the dub. And the chat's about to crush me now. The chat's about to crush me.
Also, the thing is, like, yeah, dubs have evolved over the years. And, like, as you watch a show, like, if you go back and watch your favorite shows, like, even in the beginning, voices evolve over time. So, you know, if you watch episode 1 of a dub and you're like, I don't like it, check back in 20 episodes later, 30, you know, whatever. Like, you might love it. Like, things grew on me, too. Like, I don't know. Anyway, continue. Carry on.
Marksman for 5. I stopped following the Halo lore when they made it required reading. Defeated the point of having extra content to enrich the lore. Fan since I was 7. What do you think about that, Lethal?
was thinking.
Well, then how did you know about the Fall of Reach then? Because that came out before the game, and that was a book. I get what you mean. I mean, since Halo 4, it's been a lot more prominent. Halo 5's plot, as bad as it is, doesn't make any sense without required reading. But I think it's always kind of been there, but just not to this extreme.
Mo Zamboni for 2. Lethal Lightning equals Will Wheaton plus Ringo Starr.
So I'm half offended by that.
Yeah, just the way you look right now, I suppose. Steph made a meme earlier. Hold on.
Yeah, the homeless.
I think I don't know if I retweeted it or not. Oh, yeah, here it is.
You got it.
Yeah, this is it. Boom. Lethal looks homeless and sad.
But why? That's the thing.
He's got an orange.
Looks warm. Looks warm.
You do look warm. You look completely unfazed.
Fuck that one garbage truck. You get off my
holy there. Radicalized Ryan drops another 5 over on Odyssey. I see you.
Boom. Thank you. That's my man, Radicalized Ryan.
Yeah,
he's got my face on Anakin Skywalker right before he gets all his limbs chopped off. Sci-Fi is life for 5. They apparently changed Cortana's design in the show than the trailer, and it's hard to tell who's going to be the main character. So you're saying they like changed Cortana like after the backlash?
I don't think so. I think he just means the design's dog shit, which it is.
Yeah, because they try to explain it off why they left it like that too. So
yeah, they tried to say it was some
to make it more real.
Yeah, but it's like ever since fucking 1977, we had fucking Princess Leia as a fucking hologram. Help me, Obi-Wan. You're my only fucking hope. Blah, 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 blah. So they've been like, fuck off of that bullshit. But it is Jen Taylor, and Jen Taylor is a sweetheart. She will always be Cortana, but fuck off of that shit.
Yeah. And I saw somebody on Rumble said that they need a dark theme. They absolutely need a dark theme. Like I don't go to websites that have that don't have dark theme because I am clearly not a racist. So
yeah, dark. Jay was bragging about his dark theme actually at the theme park today when I appeared on the channel known as Park Hoppin'.
Park Hoppin', you say?
Park
that's the theme park channel for geeks and gamers that Jay is in charge of.
Park
He always wants like
I'm getting a plug out there. He's just
you gotta hurry because we're at 1978. We only have if we lose 78 viewers, Jay doesn't want to shout out. Okay.
Queen Jay.
Y'all didn't drop the link.
This stream
you didn't drop the link. You just talked a good game. I don't see no link in the chat.
Damn,
how
Jay.
are people supposed to subscribe if you don't have a link?
Listen to the queen.
Show, only a few months ago, this show didn't even like get 1,900 viewers at peak, and now Jay's complaining because there's only 1,900 watching to get a shout out.
I complained like one time in a sleeping coma. All right, like that's
how were you sleeping? You weren't sleeping.
Did you not see the video? I was like,
These
shirts are on. Jamie said I could plug my shirt, but he waited till everyone left. Like now there's like no one watching the stream, so now no one's gonna buy the shirt.
1,900 people is no one.
It's my chance. I thought it was like 900.
You just insulted the audience.
No, this is the worst advertisements ever.
We lost 97 people when you said that.
It's got a Geeks and Gamers logo on the back.
These nobodies are left.
No. All right. The truth is, I thought you like said like, and Jay's gonna talk, and I was kind of tired. And so when I saw the screen big on me, I thought you introduced me to talk about the shirt. So I kind of jumped up and tried to do the best I could with whatever was functioning left at the time. Ew, man.
It took no fucking time, bro.
Oh, no. Drunk 3PO Sugarfoot.
I have no sugar feet. I can promise you that. I gotta put my damn toes up here to prove that. That's nasty.
I don't want to eat these anymore.
Hey, you might get that Sugarfoot, Chris. So be careful. and like Krista's feet actually probably have some value on the market. Like,
oh my gosh, Ryan.
But if you get Sugarfoot, I don't know.
I mean, you know.
Your career's over.
That's right.
Sugarfoot, dude. That's the funniest damn thing I ever heard.
I know a guy, Krista. You only need one. You only need one foot.
Andrew Sadler for 2. Lethal, how do you feel about Forward Unto Dawn?
I actually don't mind it. I think it's a little bit overhated. It's not great. It's not on the level of Halo Legends, but I also think it's better than Nightfall. I think it gives it adds to Lasky's character.
Yeah.
Worth a watch.
Yeah. I agree.
Babo Yogi for 2 says, chant to Amanda slowly. One of us. One of us. There you go. Yeah, I think Amanda's one of us. So
Woo!
Yeah. And speaking of that, subscribe to Daywalker and watch video. So funny.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
The Ghost of a Flea for $10 is a thank you super sticker. Well, thank you very much. Modalicious
very much.
Modalicious for 2. Spartan 117 will be played by Leslie Jones.
Y'all some respectable cats except Ryan for those Oreos. That's your problem? The Oreo take is your problem with Ryan?
Oreo takes the most right I've ever been about anything in my fucking life.
I mean, I agree with you.
These two people eat cereal with no milk. And that's the thing that I will
that's a fucking lie. You're being disingenuous as fuck.
Misinformation, right?
Yeah, I fucking drink the milk separately from the cereal.
It's
what do you
cereal
not
with
fucking understand
no,
about
it's cereal
that?
with no milk. Just because you drink it doesn't mean it's cereal with milk.
It's
cereal
with milk.
Saying that
It's
you
still
eat
cereal with milk.
And then milk, not cereal with milk.
No.
Wait a minute. So when you drink like Dr. Pepper and eat a cheeseburger, are you not eating Dr. Pepper with a cheeseburger? I mean, are you not eating a cheeseburger and drinking Dr. Pepper?
That's not the same.
It's literally the fucking same thing.
No, it's fucking not.
Jeremy, okay, how about this, Jeremy? Do you eat your spaghetti like just completely bare and then eat the sauce?
No, but that's like ketchup and fries.
It's the same fucking thing. It's the same fucking thing.
I like Mike.
I was trying
cereal with milk.
I was actually trying to about going to Mike and say, no, I actually like to control the amount of sauce. So I take dry noodles and like dip them in sauce individually. But I couldn't hold it. But no, there's a way different connotation than saying these people like eat their cereal without milk. That's what you're saying.
That's not
right?
what I do.
You eat your cereal without milk. That's the statement that you made, Mike, which is factually inaccurate. Okay. Like the cereal is dry, but I have a glass of milk right next to it, so I can take a bite or two of cereal and then give the appropriate amount of milk for each bite so that it doesn't get soggy.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
That's fucking munted.
Of course. Yeah.
It still puts us on the like we are in the most unpopular category ever, Ryan. But at least you clarified it properly, okay?
Yeah. I just want to make sure.
Oh,
So you
sorry, I
eat bites?
mischaracterized
Yeah.
the fact that the way you eat cereal is still wrong.
I do like a bite and then I'll take a drink of milk or whatever. Yeah.
That's
I thought you were saying you ate the cereal and then you drank the milk, but I'm like, if you're, it's a similar experience, just a weird delivery for the cereal.
I despise fucking soggy cereal at all. I like it really fucking crunchy. So that's why I started doing that. Huh?
Then don't pour too much milk in.
I want the same fucking experience from the first bite
to
to
me,
the
it's
fucking
like
last
soup.
bite.
Yeah, to me, it comes off like soup when you do it that way.
But it's not like
That's kind of soup. That's kind of soup.
They were probably beaten with cereal boxes.
Get fucking professional help.
There's a lot of fucking pussies out there that can't handle it when a peanut butter Captain Crunch hits the roof of their mouth. I'm not one of those bitches, all right? You guys probably need milk in your cereal to make it soggy, all right?
No, I just want you to eat cereal in the correct way.
Like,
all right, well, Krista, you're the food expert. What's the right way?
I don't eat cereal. Okay, bye.
Oh, well, you're just as fucked as them then.
What?
And
you know this. I've said it before.
Cookies before
bedtime.
bedtime.
I'll have cookies. Yeah.
Why don't you eat cereal?
Because there's better things in the world than cookies.
Yeah, to be fair, she has
She
like
literally eats cookies right before
she
bed.
likes she would rather eat cookies than anything. So that's to be fair.
This was really my midnight snack. So
yeah.
Right before
You
bed.
get a snack and first thing you eat when you wake up in the morning.
I used to get up at 3 a.m. to have cookies, but I now go to bed at 3 a.m. So
Krista doesn't drink soda or anything like that, but she will eat some cookies. Like she will eat cookies.
You ain't got that
constantly.
Sugarfoot yet?
Sugarfoot.
Better watch out for that.
Oh, it says Sugarfoot.
It's like, yeah, I mean, I imagine that's like something the like old black grandmothers have. They got the Sugarfoot.
Oh, I'm sure. That's something my grandmother says. Like, oh, how you doing, baby? You know, Dolores down the street. She's, you know, like tell the story about how it's like the cousin's brother's roommate. He died of that Sugarfoot.
Exactly. Look at Jay.
I'm just
He's in
his
shook.
toes
He's
just
shook.
fell right off.
Fantastic Mr. Knox for 5. These shows they're adapting from is nothing but fan fiction. They make an excuse so it's somewhat relevant. Mass Effect is the next one, apparently. And we'll see.
Well, this
about
literally
that.
is fan fiction. It's the Silver Timeline.
5,
Right.
please, guys, don't leave. Like, we still got to keep Jay here, so we're only 30 away from losing.
Oh my
Jay.
gosh.
Mike Hill for 10. Another way JJ ruined Star Trek by changing one of the biggest moments from original Star Trek by having Kirk dying instead of Spock. Yeah,
that was
like,
awful.
yeah, I mean, on like one hand, I like kind of see if you are like, they wanted to fucking retell those stories, so they made it in the fucking separate timeline and they mirrored it with fucking Spock and Kirk. It doesn't fucking work.
No, it doesn't.
And when they first started that out, like that first movie, I was like, well, like, I guess I kind of see what they're doing. It's a different timeline.
Yep.
But I'm not a big Star Trek fan, though. That's the thing. So I don't care nearly as much about that as I care about Star Wars.
Yeah.
If they did that to Star Wars, I'd probably be pretty fucking pissed. But since it was Star Trek, it's like, I mean, I guess we'll see.
I was okay with the first movie. It wasn't great.
I like the
but
first one. I
The
love
second, the second one, and the treatment of Khan and like what a huge character he is to Star Trek and stuff. They fucked it all up. It was stupid. I don't.
Star Trek is
understand
not some like it's not some fucking action adventure movie.
No, it's
you know
not,
what I
it's
mean,
not.
and that's what the first one was.
Well, they
and
felt
that's not
a
what the
lot of
series
people
is.
said. A lot of people said when it's funny hearing this now, but at the time I agreed with it. But a lot of people when JJ Trek came out, they were like, this guy needs to be directing Star Wars, you know,
Yeah.
because
Well, 'cause-
it felt more like Star Wars than anything. And
Well, J.J. Abrams flat out said he's like, I've always been a bigger Star Wars fan, and I wanted Star Trek to feel like Star Wars. That's
well,
exactly what he.
I think what we learned about J.J. Abrams, and I think J.J. Abrams is a fantastic filmmaker in certain like I think Lost is great. I think his Mission Impossible films are fantastic.
Those are good.
I liked Super 8 a lot. I loved his first Trek movie. But I think what we learned about J.J. Abrams is that he is a beta bitch. Like he was gonna do whatever was told to him, you know.
Yeah.
Like so he wasn't. He's a political opportunist, and I don't mean that like Washington politics. I mean like Hollywood politics. Like he did whatever Disney and Kathleen Kennedy wanted to do, including like taking that knife and just stabbing George right in the back. You know, and he didn't care. He didn't care. So, so I think that JJ has proven that he has no spine and he has no backbone, and he'll do whatever Hollywood tells him to do, and that's the difference between someone like him and say Christopher Nolan. Christopher Nolan will absolutely not compromise, even if it's like, look, I think some of his later movies have been questionable. I love Christopher Nolan; he's my favorite director, but I can admit like some of his movies. But the dude will not compromise. You can look this up. This is true. Dark Knight Rises, after the success of The Dark Knight, Warner Brothers they were demanding that he let them post convert that film into 3D so they could make more money. He's fuck you. You are not post converting my film to 3D. He will not let them do it. Now, JJ, you can look it up. Into Darkness was post converted to 3D. Even though he didn't want him to, he let him do it. Nolan will not compromise. And that's what I love about Nolan is he will not. He's like, you're not going to fuck with my movie. And sometimes he's a little out of touch, even because he's so powerful, but he won't compromise with Hollywood bullshit. So that's what I love about him.
Yep.
I don't know what Spitfire is talking about, but I love cream of wheat. I love cream of wheat. It's better than oatmeal, in my opinion. Although I like oatmeal too. So, where the fuck am I? Mr. VNM1, favorite Sailor Guardian. Mine is Mercury, Moon, Jupiter, Mars, and Venus.
So
isn't that like fucking 5 of them?
That's all of the main ones.
Maybe in order.
Amanda, thank you for bringing me joy during hard times.
Oh, thank you for.
She's been great tonight. She's been fantastic. Like,
this is one of our better main events we've had. So she's been great.
Yeah.
Monopoly loser for 5. Last was 2 debacles. How I found G&G and FNT crew. Best thing to happen out of that self-destruction. Yeah.
Yep. See you, mods. Thank you, mods, for getting a spam.
I like how Jay Hailstorm's just deleting each individual fucking message until he finally got it. So
Sometimes it happens to me.
yeah, just go through, delete every single webcam chat individually, but don't ban him. Monopoly loser. I just said that one.
Because he's a psychopathic murderer. He just wants to murder each person individually. So
Yeah.
takes pride in it.
I feel
Single
that.
life, leave their eyes.
Yeah, it's the only thing that makes him happy in life.
Sci-fi is live for 5. Only one map and campaign co-op is coming out in season 2. Talking about Halo Infinite.
It's been delayed. It was originally supposed to come out at the drop of season 2, but it's been pushed to like during season 2, which honestly it should have launched with. But there's a million things it should have launched with.
That's actually good.
Pretty good.
Fucking munching on his oats.
If I could do it without like boiling my fucking face, I might try it.
Boiling your face?
If I was pouring, like you'd have to pour like boiling fucking water for that to work.
Jay came in halfway through it and didn't understand it.
You have to explain it all again to Jay.
Wait, you don't boil water for oatmeal. You just need hot water. You stick it in the microwave. You don't need boiling water.
What I'm saying is that'd be like fucking scalding water if you touch my face.
Scalding, yeah, okay. All right, I give you that one.
Krista, I got to get that clip of Jay coughing and just as one of our little clips that I can. Yeah.
Don't you have nice clips?
Can you pull that up, Krista? Just want to pull it up.
We're here.
Sure. Happy to.
Where's the detonator?
Jesus Davila for 5, or member for 5 months is Ryan. Apparently, they made The Ring versus The Grudge film. Oh God,
What?
scary.
Really?
I don't like that. Oh my God, there's so many fucking super chats. All right, wrong Ty Sloan chat.
Thanks, Sean.
Do you like? All right, Ty Sloan for 5. Do you like voicing Boruto? A lot of people here have been turned away from it because they love Naruto more than his son.
Yeah, so I tell people, even at cons, I'll say skip the first like 60 episodes and just like jump in because they did a lot of filler in the beginning. So I feel like there was a lot of it was slow. It wasn't as interesting as Naruto because Naruto hit the ground right off the bat. They were in wartime. So that was something. Also in the beginning, Boruto's a little shit, like he needs, but it's a character arc. You don't want a character to start out perfect. So the same stuff we're bitching about, like, he grows over time and learns to respect his dad. In the beginning, he's like, yeah, I hate my dad. So I think people were turned off by that, but I'm noticing more people at cons being like, hey, I'm starting to like the show. So I didn't write it though. I'm not personally offended by it.
Is Naruto the dude with the orange jumpsuit? Is that him?
Naruto, yes. He's my dad.
Oh.
Don't disrespect. He's not just a dude.
Chris and Leith are going crazy right now hearing that.
It's like, that was not.
I might be seeing a few friends tonight. When I tell them who I was with, they're not going to fucking believe me.
Well, I just have one thing to say.
Here we go.
So we're gonna be eating at where are we eating, Jay?
Right at 24-hour ramen noodles.
One more time.
So we're gonna be eating at where are we eating, Jay?
Right at 24-hour ramen noodles. Water.
Man, that was a long day, man.
Every time you pull something up, he's like, man, I was tired. Man,
that was a long day.
I like this part. Hang on, the ending part where
Oh my God.
I'm just randomly filming a bottle of water.
What's that on the ground there? Is that what is that?
Why is the camera all up in my face?
I get so close. I'm sorry.
That's good. Oh shit!
That was a
That was a good.
Hey, I saw someone say 5 hours. You guys are troopers. You know who's troopers? You guys. You are keeping us over 1900, keeping us motivated. Jay is feeling like he belongs here. It's worth his time. Appreciate you.
I don't even think I said hi to Jay. How you doing?
Hey.
You came in and started talking about wet lesbians, and you had my attention from there.
Doing
He
great.
forgot to say hi because he was like, wet lesbians. Well, let's keep this going.
The Gilk Man for 5. What's up, Thomas? Thank you. Appreciate it.
What's up, Thomas?
Andy Masterson for 2 says, I am allowed to make white Irish action figures. Oh, yeah. So if you were like limited, yeah, I get it. Nice, Andy. Anime Night for 5. Finally caught the stream. And hello, everyone. And Amanda, I loved your work, especially the Sailor Jupiter Viz dub. Keep rocking, everyone.
Thank you.
I'm just stoked seeing all the Sailor Jupiter love. I've been preaching the Sailor Jupiter is the best one for a long time.
He really
I do remember you saying that, and I remember not having any fucking idea what that meant. But
now look at you, Ryan.
didn't
Now
change
look at you.
Your profile picture, like he's not bullshitting. That actually
That's
was
what he always uses.
No,
Oh.
no,
Who is
seriously.
that character?
Tuxedo Mask.
Yeah.
He's been literally using that as long as I've known him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Krista, when we set this up, Krista was like, "We got to get Lethal on. You know, we got to get Lethal on." So,
Yeah, and like he's been talking about Sailor Jupiter for forever. So
Yep. Mm-hmm.
He's a lot more this. I've never seen Lethal like this in my life.
I'm normally a
Look
miserable
like your
cunt.
typical Sailor Moon fan, but
He's Australian. Like he's always not happy, but today he's like living on cloud 9. This is
this is happy.
Yeah,
I got the message at 4:30 in the morning. This was happening. I'm like, I'm not going to sleep. If I go to sleep, I'll sleep through it. So I've been up for like fucking 18 hours. This is great.
all goddamn day.
Oh, it's close.
No, this is how he stays happy because most of the time everything in his country is trying to kill him. So
Halo's going to shit. I've got nothing going on.
All
It's
right.
all good.
Commander Ed Straker for 2. What saved the stream was the moist chat comments. Yes, thank you. There it is, 1898. Sorry, Jake.
look at his face. He actually looks disgusted. He's like, "Oh God, do I want to stay for this?" Like,
What?
Jeremy,
Where do
you
you
need to
get
put up
that
better.
from?
You need to put up better numbers.
Oh my god.
That was literally your face. You were like,
You can read faces now? That's your hidden talent? I could read your face? That's what
everybody
you
can read
do?
your face, Jay.
You're the only one who said anything, so it's not everyone.
The lesbians were reading your face today. They were reading your lips.
Literally.
Well, that's I was speaking to them.
Ty Sloan for 5. Thoughts on the Prowler in Fortnite? Fortnite seems to be pumping a lot of DC and Marvel characters into it lately. Jay, what do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's a weird choice. I think it's a weird choice to put a character called the Prowler in a kid's game.
They're gonna have Miles Morales real soon.
Like the next DLC is going to be Jared from Subway. That'll be the next Fortnite DLC.
Hey, in all seriousness, so Jay, so this whole thing, like, I guess they took the building out of it or something.
Yeah.
This week they added new features to the character where you could like jump on top of small buildings now without having to build. And I think they're pushing that for a week to get players into that zone of playing.
Have you played it much? Like this?
I played it every day because without
Do you like
building,
it?
I love it without building, but they're gonna bring it back in like 7 days because now it's like real even playing field. So, we're winning a lot. Like it's a little easier because the people that are really good at it, they can't, massively build like right in front of you. So it's a little different.
It's kind of a big deal taking that out. That's like what they made that game. Game
to build forts. Yeah, exactly. So it's like usually when you get shot at, people can build a fort around them like really quickly. So then they're protected.
And the people that are like autistically good at that are like sometimes impossible to.
Yeah, they just build a fucking skyscraper.
You just kind of wait till you almost have to wait till they're like done. But now it's like if they're walking in the open field, it's over.
Yeah.
There was a streamer, Cypher is a streamer on. He's like
they have
one
tactical
of the
sprint.
Yeah, it's got Modern Warfare movement mixed with Apex sliding and climbing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
It's got
that's
a lot better.
basically
I love it. I love it now. Yeah.
There was one of the top Fortnite streamers. Cypher was playing for like 24 hours because he was like, people were giving him a hard time saying he can't win now because there's no building. So he was trying to prove them wrong. And it's true, he wasn't winning. like he was. So he had to bring in his friend. I like Cypher. He's like my favorite Fortnite player. And he brought his friends in, and they had to help him out. So
sounds kind of cool. Cowman for Fitty. Lethal hanging out with Sailor Jupiter. This lucky SOB. Let's see. Mo, everybody haven't caught a Geeks and Gamers stream in a long while. Hope all is well on your guys' end. How you been, Cowman? Haven't seen you in forever.
It sounded like you were saying Mo. And
he did. He pronounced it
like
Mo.
Mo.
Mo, everyone.
Whatever.
What noise does a cow make?
Cowman.
So moo.
What?
Krista, give me a goat noise.
Mo.
Mo. Oh my God, Jeremy.
I mean, guys, it's been a long day.
I'm tired.
I'm tired.
We need to create one of those. We need to create one of those like fucking spinning little animal like baby games, and like it hits the sheep, and Krista does her song, and then it's like a cow with Jeremy's face. It's just him going Mo.
Jay Hailstorm, work on that right now.
Cowman, you should clip that and make that a soundbite for when someone follows you on Twitch.
Mo.
Jay finally got the joke. He's not laughing.
I thought because it look. In fairness to me, okay.
No, there is no.
Hang on. So I thought that the word was going to continue into something else, like because it cuts off there, and then I realized it, and I was like, maybe they didn't catch it, but I heard Ryan laughing. I'm like, this motherfucker. Like, I thought it was gonna...
He was just gonna try to brush away. He just saw that shit from a super chatter named Cowman, and just straight up goes Mo.
Fucking munted.
Oh, I'm dying.
Holy shit. Man. Vicidius over on Streamlabs for $50. Thank you, Vicidius. Is probably right about New Jedi Order. Pictured as more of a series, but Lord knows Harrison Ford wouldn't do that. Maybe even created an amped up OG Clone Wars style animation. Like OG Clone Wars. Yeah, I hear you. Tarkovsky, yeah. Legacy of the Force would be a better start point for the movies. Man, I personally have always thought they should do after Crucible and just start from there.
Well, that makes sense, considering the age of
ages would be perfect.
The actors. Legacy of the Force, best Star Wars story ever fucking made, better than the original trilogy.
I think it'd be tough to tell to audiences.
It wouldn't be a good starting point because there's too much established shit. There's the death of a Solo kid that's already happened. There's been the biggest war that's ever happened in Star Wars history. It's too much.
And thank you, Vicidius. Appreciate the support, brother.
Hell yeah, man. And Samurai Vader also for $1 says, Jay, how are you, my hard RN word? Also, Mike, the 1st and 9th Metabots have been translated. Ryan, we need more sexiness in gaming and bread. Thank you, Samurai Vader.
That was a lot.
You seem drunk. Ty Sloan for 5. Do you think Cal Kestis will get a live action show seeing how the fortress is in Kenobi? I don't think so. Not yet. Not yet.
Ty is awesome.
Let's see. XSL for
Mo.
2. Universal 1 day open close in order. What do you do? Jay, it's like every day for you. 1 day open to close. What do you do?
Well, I don't understand the question.
Oh, Universal open to close.
You're there at 1 day open to close. What do you do?
I mean, you start at Universal Studios and then head over to Islands of Adventure and end your day over at Islands of Adventure.
I feel like with that you could literally get everything done at Universal, whereas Disney is a little more of a complicated answer because you can't get everything done at Disney. So you would have the freedom to do what you want.
You can start at any park that.
Yeah, but Universal, you could get if you had open to close and you had freedom, you could do everything at Universal. And so this goes. You can't really break that down, I guess, is the way. So if you're like half a day and you got freedom, then you could pick the thing. Like obviously, you go to Harry Potter, do the Velocicoaster, do the big rides and go whatever restaurant you want. But a full day, you get everything done.
Yeah,
hang out with.
easy.
I gotta bounce.
You gotta bounce.
Yeah, I gotta bounce.
Hey man, appreciate. Hey Mike, you're always a fucking trooper here every week,
Yeah,
bro.
man.
Thank you. Let him know what you got going on.
Yeah,
because
Twitch-
unlike Jay, he appreciates the 1,800 people that are still.
Yeah, there's nobody here. What am I supposed to talk about? No, I'm over on Twitch. I'm closing in on 400 followers. We're at 377 right now. It's been fun just rocking Elden Ring because it's been a blast. But I got some other cool plans in the works. Pretty soon here, we'll have me and Josiah have some cool project announcements we'll be announcing once he's back fully up on the internet. So be looking for those announcements soon too. So yeah.
Maybe seeing Josiah on some Tuesday night main events.
Maybe.
We'll see. We'll see.
It'd be nice.
Good having you, Mike. Take it easy, buddy.
Yeah,
if you need anything,
nice
let
to
me
meet
know.
you, Amanda.
Nice to
Lethal.
meet you.
We'll be talking
I'll
really
speak to you in
soon.
a day or two.
Yeah. Jay, Ryan, Jeremy. See you guys.
Bye,
He didn't
Mike.
say Krista. He didn't say Krista.
Yes, I did. I said Krista already.
Chris is crying. Look at her.
Crying, dude. You made her cry.
All right, Krista.
I like Mike even more now.
Bye, Krista. Oh my God, she's actually got tears and stuff. What? She was like her face got all red and God damn.
I always get red every time I touch my face. Like I have a red undertone, so that's why I have to kick on the makeup.
Red undertone.
Yeah.
Mike just left after that.
He didn't care about my story.
That was such a weird fucking exit.
It's true.
Chris
Every
is like
time I
giving
get
us
touched-
details about her skin conditions or something, and like, Mike just bounces. Heir to the Ron becomes a channel member. Thank you, man. Ty Sloan for 5. Thoughts on Fortnite giving money to victims in Ukraine from people buying content in the game seems a bit greedy. What?
I haven't heard about that one.
Well, I don't know why it would seem greedy
what's
for
the
them
greedy?
to, if they're donating some stuff to Ukraine, like every other company fucking virtue signaling about everything. But I don't know. I can't tell you.
Anime night. Last one for the night. You guys did awesome on this stream. Amanda being a wonderful guest. Speaking of which, I'm going as Tuxedo Mask for Comic-Con in May. Stay safe, everyone.
Nice.
Thank you,
you,
Wayward
Anime Night.
Culture. You guys are having way too much fun. There's nothing like hanging out with good friends. Thanks for this awesome stream, guys. You are welcome. Thank you for being here. Only way we're able to do this because of all of you. So thank you.
Jeremy, you got another super chat from
Here we go.
Cowman Plays.
All right, Jeremy, since you messed up my moo, I made it into Mo. I challenge you to 1v1 me, you dog. Let's go. Let's go.
1v1 me, you fucking dog. Is what he's trying to say.
You fucking dog. You fucking dog.
What
Like
game?
Doesn't matter.
Mo tipping.
Mo tipping.
Mo tipping.
It's 'cause never mind, Jay. Go ahead.
Cow tipping, yeah.
Yeah, that's the joke, Jay.
Sixer Iverson for 5. Happy. Yeah. Like it needs to be like for
What's wrong with that cow?
so dumb.
Mo.
Where'd they get that picture?
Jeremy, what does a cow say? Mo.
Oh.
Like what I'm thinking about is oh my God, I gotta find an image of it.
Jeez.
Like what I'm thinking about is this shit here. Hold on. How can I open the image of this stupid thing?
For
Yeah,
what?
Anyway.
that's right. It's Jay's cow. Because Jay's a farmer, for those of you who don't know.
I'm thinking of one of these
Ah!
fucking things here, and like just on the face of that cow, put Jeremy's face. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mo. Like that's the meme I'm thinking of, like a little short video of that. So
That's a good one, yeah. Yep, Jay Hailstorm is on it.
it's like the first thing that came into my head. And like Krista could be the face, like you got Krista's face on there, go, bah! And whatever fucking other animal noises we've made in the past year that you guys can find. So
Jay, do a horse or something. At least we'll get something else.
They have enough clips of me. Thank you.
Now that clip of, and I'll find it real quick, but it's on your channel, right, Krista, the gaming channel, or your the clip of her, like, it's the most Krista thing ever, like playing Elden Ring. Who
Oh
the fuck
man.
who the fuck does this? Playing Elden Ring, she's like, can you do your best goat impression while the fucking tree sentinel comes to murder her? And it's just like, it's such a, was it at the end, Krista? Yeah, it's right here.
Yeah,
Here it is. Here it is. Like, it's such a random, like, nobody on earth would do this while playing this game, but this person.
Glad I'm
right here. Here we go.
Your best goat noise. Meh. I'm distracted.
Did you beat that? Did you die there, or did you beat it?
Oh, I beat the game. I beat the game last week. It was a piece of cake.
God damn.
You beat the game?
I haven't even fucking played the Elden Ring yet. I've been so fucking
Y'all didn't
busy.
see the stream where she went all the way through it, didn't die. What? I think you died twice, right, Krista?
That's where I was punching the air because I was so upset.
That's pretty damn good. Sixer Iverson for 5. Happy early birthday, Krista.
Thank you.
Jeremy, make sure Krista gets this $5 super chat. Aloha to Amanda and y'all.
The fact that you dumb fucks think she beat this game is unbelievable.
I don't think anyone believes that.
What? Wait.
Well, I've seen a lot of people have fucking beat it.
I beat that last
that
week.
aren't necessarily that good at gaming. So, like, if you level up enough, you can get it. But I just thought she'd be playing a lot. I don't know. I just thought you meant you died twice on the final boss, not you died twice in the fucking game.
Yeah, look at that. She won't even kill those crabs in the game. Yeah, come
I didn't
on.
even know you're
yeah.
supposed to.
Everything you see in that game, you're supposed to kill.
Even no, not your horse.
Yeah.
Especially the horse.
I guess. It'll probably respawn if you
I
do.
play games differently.
Arcus Sewell, channel member for 2 months. Boruto is based. Didn't know that. Also, sup, Mike and Lethal, you dogs.
Yeah, fucking
Hey,
Gronk.
take
how you
it easy.
doing?
Take it easy, Moo Monty. Take it easy, buddy. Appreciate you.
Joel
Mo
Elrican
Monty,
for
thank you,
5.
buddy. And look at that profile picture. Rocking the Geeks and Gamers. That's what I'm talking about.
Joe Elrican for 5. Amanda, what did you appreciate about the relationship between Boruto and his father that reminded you about your own father?
Oh, deep.
That's fucking deep as
here.
shit.
I'm like, oh,
Damn.
Is Naruto also a black conservative?
Yeah, surprisingly. So, I mean, that was a spoiler, but thanks, Ryan. It was in the manga. You know, they're catching up. No, I mean, I definitely think I relate a lot in the sense that, like, my dad, you know, was well-meaning. Naruto means well. He's just overwhelmed with work, and he's not able to be as present as he wants to be. And my dad worked a lot as well, so I guess I relate in that way. Also, I'm always trying to like jump out of trees and just hit him with shuriken and take him out. And except I succeeded.
Fuck his
so
jitsu.
My dad's dead now. So,
And
yeah.
I do want to say, like, I know we've had several new members tonight. Heir to the Ron is a new member. Pro Veil is a new member. Let's see. Mike Likes Tacos sent a member message, Geeks and Groomers. Drudat Games is a new member. I'm looking through it to see. But yeah, thank you guys. So I'll continue to look through there and get those new members. So thank you for supporting the channel. And obviously you can support us over on geeksandgamers.com if you're interested. Premium membership, where we will be playing. We played last night. And then we'll be playing this Thursday, Splatoon. And then we've got another couple of things we're working on as well.
Thank you, Joel, for
Look at
becoming
that.
a member. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marksman for 10. Tampa Bay and New York Times reported half or more than half, mostly millennials, that go to the parks have no kids. 2021 Reuters reports that 50% of
Reuters.
Disney Reuters at 2021 Reuters reports 50% global Disney subs lacks kids. Their base is adult children.
Wait, the thing, it sounded like it was saying 40% of millennials.
Yeah, I know. That's
Not
why I'm like
40%
having a tough time
total.
reading it. So
Yeah.
Tampa Bay New York Times reported that half or more than half, mostly millennials, that go to parks have no kids. So you're saying half of them are mostly millennials that go to the parks have no kids. And then Yeah, I don't know. I believe you if you're putting it out there. So
yeah, well, the thing, and by the way, thank you, SPD girl. You're awesome, huge supporter, rocking the Rebellion merch as well. Thank you, SPD girl. The thing about Disney, like, again, people that have you even been there, Ryan, since you've moved to Orlando? Have you been to Walt Disney World?
One time, yeah.
Where'd you go?
I went to the Hollywood Studios thing.
Okay.
Where the fucking Star Wars shit's at.
What people don't really, and even people that have been there, they don't really realize the amount of people that visit Walt Disney World is astronomical. It's the most visited place in the world. And that's what did you say? 70,000 employees was on
77,000 employees of Walt Disney World is what I saw when I looked it up.
Employees that they have on site. It's the biggest on-site employer in the world. So that amount of people, you're talking about people from all over the world. It's the #1 tourist destination in the world. It's the #1 visited place. So I don't know how to break those numbers down. Obviously, a huge amount of their base is going to be families because they're family based. But when you're dealing with that many fucking people, it's hard to break those numbers down. So I'm sure that does make sense ultimately.
There you go. Well, thanks for bringing the facts, Marksman. K Statum for 5. Love Sailor Jupiter. Thank you for voicing her, Amanda.
Thank you for listening.
CL Hunter for 2. A cult without orgies. Lethal Lightning. When did you say that?
Oh, 3 hours ago or some shit. I've been saying it for about 20 years though. It's pointless.
Andrew Sadler for 2. It's so-called justice. Or sorry, it's so-called. I don't know what this means. It's
moo or mo.
Well, it's spelled. He's saying it's so and then call or cal CALL justice, not social justice. So I don't know if he's saying so-call or SoCal. You know what I mean?
Right, like Southern California. Either way.
I don't know exactly what it is, but thanks, Andrew.
This is going to be the longest Tuesday Night's Main Event ever.
It fucking feels like it. Belshazzar for 2. Oh, shiz noise. Junko from the games as well. Fav.
Pew, pew, pew.
I don't know what all those fucking words mean. But yeah, excited to see Amanda. JT Gunter for 2 for the RK and Drunk Honeymoon Fund.
Thanks.
Aw, that's nice.
So basically, Ryan's the man in the relationship, right?
He's the king.
Okay.
Yeah, and Jay's the queen. I don't know what.
According to Jay, I would be the man in our lesbian relationship.
Your wet, deaf lesbian relationship.
We almost did get wet with the honeymoon the wedding present that we got, the wedding shower. So that'll all be in Park Hopping. Don't miss it.
Yay.
CL Hunter for 2. Watch Hunter x Hunter. Just watch it. It's amazing.
Hunter.
What'd you call it?
Hunter.
What did they call
Hunter
it?
X Hunter.
Hunter X Hunter.
What did they say? Did they
Or
say
just
times?
Hunter.
At times, yeah. Like it's a multiplication equation.
What would that make it then?
Boy.
Fucking Hunter squared, obviously.
It's so late.
Hunter.
Oh, the anime
what's
fans
Hunter
are
X
about to-
Hunter?
It's an anime I was in.
Oh, fuck. Oh, well, I didn't watch it.
But I have it. Someone sent it to me. I haven't watched it yet, but I have it.
It's good.
Cowboy Shit for 2. Deaf Lesbian sounds like a cover band. It does. So does Cowboy Shit, to be honest. Cowboy Shit just sounds like a really bad fucking country band. Like, we just sing about cowboy shit. Like, that's what I think of every time I see your name. How is your name Shit? How is your YouTube fucking name Shit? How do they allow that? You know what I mean? Like, I didn't know they could do that.
Late night thoughts.
Cowboy Shit. S-H-E.
He's so excited.
Ryan won't go to
Can I
sleep
just make my
tonight,
name
don't
Fuck? Does like Google allow that? I've never seen that before.
Like a YouTube channel named
Yeah. Cowboy Shit. You're telling me I can't make a George Floyd gaming channel? Those get banned, but your name can be Cowboy Shit. Not a fucking problem. God. Rick N for 10.
So mad. Why do you get so mad?
He's like, God.
He's so mad.
It's just
Got the
interesting
coughs.
to me. You have the coughs.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying not to laugh.
Rick N for 10. I want to get Lethal excited. He can be the engineer on the Silver Team. Silver Team, Silver Timeline.
Fuck you.
Christopher Arcella for $5 says, Ryan, you talk loud enough. Some may confuse you as a deaf person. I know from experiences. Thank you, Chris.
So loud. He's so loud.
Chris,
He always gets the joke last minute.
well, he was trying not to laugh.
Been like 5 seconds.
He was trying not to laugh. But thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. I see that somehow your grammar has improved since you got your hearing aids. I don't know how that works, but I'm happy for you, buddy. So, Zalashi for $5. Deaf Lesbian sounds like a cover band for Def Leppard. Yeah. Jack Murphy for 2 says, I love sticking stuff up there. Thank you, Jack. Glad you've made your return. Dark Despair for 5. Jeremy should bring Amanda on full time to help the show. You already have a racist, a sexist, a fat shamer, and a dog hater, and that's just Ryan. Oh, that's good. Sci-Fi is life for $2. Guess I'm a freak. I assume that's about your taste in Oreos. Frank the Tank for 2. White Oreos, best Oreos. I see the appeal of that. I actually like lemon Oreos a lot.
Yeah.
The golden Oreos?
The golden Oreos are fun, yeah.
I haven't had those.
My dad prefers those, and we make fun of him because he's got a white wife, and it's like, of course you'd prefer the golden Oreos.
That's great. I like the lemon ones. I really like the lemon Oreos. I don't know why.
I wish we had them here.
I like every time I open one, I eat the entire
Oreos.
fucking package. So it's not healthy.
Man, there's been so many memes created on this
Yes.
episode. This has been great.
It's amazing.
Jillian N for $10. Thank you, Jillian. Says greetings and thank you to all. Amanda, did performing on She-Ra Princesses of Power contribute at all to your de-wokeification? I found the show to be insufferable due to the wokeness, but I thought you were great.
Well, thank you. And honestly, no, everybody was really nice to me on set, and we didn't really talk about like political stuff, so I didn't really know much about it until later. And I watched like the first couple episodes, but I don't actually know a ton about the show. But no, everybody was really nice to me. I didn't know it was like a beacon of wokeness until later. But
yeah, I think that correct me if I'm wrong. I imagine a lot of voice acting is done like you don't really know kind of what the whole fucking story is. A lot of people are just worried about what your lines are and what you need to know to get them out, and then you record them, right?
well, yeah, especially with like original animation and video games and stuff, you're recording that stuff beforehand.
Yeah.
And then 2 years later, like that's the thing is people don't realize like a lot of these shows like, oh, the show got renewed. It's like for animation, they've already ordered all the episodes. Like we were done with the first 5 seasons before the show even started. So yeah, you don't really know. And that's the thing is don't go after actors if you're like, oh, you're in this like woke thing or that woke thing. It's like we don't know what it is. They just give us our script and they give us our sections of it, and we don't get to have a say and like, wait, is this gonna be some postmodernist bullshit or like,
Yeah.
job.
You probably don't have like a ton of context about what the fuck it even is a lot of times. So
They don't even tell us the names, like especially for video games. It's gonna be under code names like the whole time, like Project Red Chair, and then it turns out later to be like fucking Halo. And sometimes they'll let you know when it's released, like, hey, just so you know that's what you worked on. And other times you don't know until people on Twitter are like, oh, I heard you in this game. You're like, I guess I was in Halo. Yeah. So.
How much do you watch of the stuff that you worked in?
I mean, it depends on how accessible it is. Like I've like binged Kid Cosmic a couple times, but it was also really cool because it was Craig McCracken. Like I grew up watching Powerpuff Girls, so
yeah.
And that's also just a really quick short binge. Video games I tend to watch playthroughs of, but then after a while I kind of stopped because I don't know. It's just you get busy. You're an adult, so I don't have as much time to like catch up with everything. So I watched like Danganronpa and a couple of the other ones. I cheated. I'm a fake gamer.
Is it weird listening to yourself?
It used to be. No, it used to be. You kind of get used because you're having to edit your own auditions because you're recording, in your closet or your booth or whatever, and you have to edit them and send them in. So you have to like record them, edit them, send them off like every
yeah.
day.
I would say it's probably the same thing. Like I remember the first few times I watched myself back on video, then I feel like, what the fuck am I doing? But after a couple times, it's just like I don't even think about it anymore.
Yeah,
what
but
I
I
mean?
would never like watch my own videos for the hell of it. You know what I mean? Like
I would watch, but I would watch my
watch
videos.
it.
I watch them to critique myself.
I'll do it, and then I'll watch mine after I edit it to make sure I didn't fuck anything up, and like just one straight through. That's what I do. But I guess I like the idea of turning myself on, like something that I've made on, like to actually get enjoyment out of it. I don't like that's so like foreign to me. So I was kind of interested in Amanda's like perspective on that, and like if it's weird to you at all. So
I mean, yeah, it's even now though, like for me, it's like the on camera thing. Like even this whole time, like my hair is turning into a square or whatever. Like it is. It's we all get like self-conscious about, you hear yourself on a voicemail or whatever. And I still, yeah. Anyway, I'm rambling.
That's right. Someone said critique your first video. I wasn't racist enough in it. There you go. Olron won for $5. I always like Amanda's Junko and Ushima, but I had no idea she was this cool. Much better than Jamie Markey. Well,
I mean, Jamie's cool. I've met, like we're friends, so I don't want to shit talk her, but I appreciate the compliment.
There you go. Yeah, a lot of people do not like her for some of the involvement in the Vic stuff, so it's probably where some of that's coming from. Valinx Krent for 2. Pineapple on pizza unsubbed, and he misspelled unsubbed. So you had one person.
I make
Amanda.
no apologies. I will not apologize to you.
There you go.
I stand by my statement, and I will put pineapple on every goddamn pizza from now on. This is the hill I'm gonna die on.
Disgusting.
I don't even like it as much as other pizzas, but now this is gonna be my pizza.
CL Hunter for 2. What do you have against blueberry donuts, Jeremy? It's good. Calling you out on the spot right now. Unbreaded.
Yeah, I think. What was that? There was something about donuts, and I was just like, I like glazed donuts, and I think there was somebody brought up blueberry. I'm like, I don't like blueberry, and they've been calling me out since that. So
yeah, they're good.
I don't have anything against them necessarily. I like.
So you don't like them.
I just like glazed donuts. That's really all it comes.
Well,
down
you
to.
said
They're not
you don't
glazed
like
donuts.
them. You can't really backtrack and say I don't have anything against you. You say I don't like them.
I don't like you either, but that's fine. I mean, I'll still accept you. Fine, whatever. You make money for me, so you're, whatever. Blueberry donuts don't make money for me, so they're no compliment to me.
This is completely like a weird sidestep on something. It's just an insult to not actually answer the question.
So at least everybody here like fell for the low-hanging fruit. Ryan didn't. Ryan's like, that's not the point. Like Ryan didn't go, he didn't play, what do you mean? But he just stayed on the point.
Nah, it's
Fuck
fucked.
you.
That's right. Yeah,
it's fine.
Oh, fucking Jeremy tried to make fun of me. Not gonna fucking like throw my day off that much.
I think Ryan is a sensitive soul, and we need to start being nicer to him.
Well, I don't know about that.
I want somebody to hand you a fucking $5 to get some food. Lethal. That's really, it's really.
I'm pretty hungry. Can you tell I'm hungry?
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
but I like blueberries. Shockingly enough. I also like raspberries, but I don't like blueberry donuts.
I like blueberry donuts. So, what's Jay laughing at?
I like blueberries.
Yeah, Jeremy's blue. I thought you were laughing at Jeremy's blueberry statement. Yeah.
Shockingly enough, he's ever made,
I like
no, but like people are like, oh, he eats like he only eats chicken fingers. Or like I like raspberries more than blueberries, but I like
babies eat blueberries. It's not like it's not like I love escargot. I'll shock you guys. It's like I like a fruit that is nearly universally liked.
Weather's getting really bad too. Just a heads up. I can hear it outside, so we'll see.
Okay.
I think we've missed most of it though. Luckily here, that's not lucky for everybody else.
Can't wait to wake up to it.
I don't think you guys are going to get it. I think it's
gonna go north, right?
North. Yeah, I think
Georgia?
it's moving north. Yeah, I think it's moving north.
Get fucked, Amanda.
Wait, it's going to Georgia?
I think so.
Georgia.
Let me see.
Chris Arcella for 5.
Yes,
Guys,
yes.
you have to check out this remix music by Finatra called Frostgren and Pastor Flash. Nice on the eyes. Makes fun of Frost's quotes in music. Frostgren and Pastor Flash. Nice on the eyes. I'll have to check it out, Chris. It sounds funny.
Pastor's Flash is always like super chatting Yellow Flash and Flashcast. So
yeah. Drew Dat Games, channel member. Thank you, Drew Dat Games. I think Jeremy said that. Sixer Iverson for 2. I hope y'all got my $5 super chat for Krista. We did eventually.
Sixer Iverson, shout out to you. Always, time stamping stuff on our Mario Kart streams and all that. So shout out to you, Sixer Iverson. We really appreciate you.
A lot of people talking about blueberry waffles in the chat. Oh, it's popular. Chris, well, I'm not even going to ask her that. It's too mean. Balshazar for 2. Final Supa. Teach and Depressed Junkos were faves.
Thank you.
Thank you, Antoine Soldier. Yeah, it should be past me in about 15 or 20. I'm right in the worst part of it right now that I've dealt with. So
let's see. We've got those. Where the fuck? Air to the Ron for 10. Do you pour the milk in first or the cereal?
Holy fuck, we're back at that. That was like 4 hours ago.
Nah, that was like an hour and a half ago, maybe hour ago. What do you got, Lethal? You pour the cereal in, then the milk, right?
Nah, I pour. Yeah. I pour the cereal, then the milk. Yeah. Fucking know.
Yeah, for weird people that
like God intended.
For weird people that actually mix their cereal in milk, I've heard that's the popular way to do it. So, didn't we have any dissenting opinions?
No. Yeah, you too.
Krista doesn't eat cereal. Jay, do you do cereal first, then milk?
I just usually eat eggs. I don't really eat cereal.
Says I don't cough like cats.
Yeah, but when I do eat cereal, I think I mix it together in a bowl.
So the question was. So the question was when you.
It's like 3 o'clock in the morning, man. I'm like,
same time for me.
Probably go.
The question was, when you do eat cereal, when you're making the bowl, do you pour in the cereal into the bowl first and then the milk, or do you pour in the milk and then pour cereal in?
Cereal first, then the milk.
Okay, there it is. Amanda, what about you?
Sorry about that.
Right.
Yeah.
I thought that was a statement by Jay, like, I don't eat cereal then when he said that. Because I'm like, hey, Jay, how do you eat your cereal? He's like, I don't. I eat eggs. But when I do eat cereal, I think I mix it.
I think I mix it in a bowl.
It's perfect. Savage Talk for 10. Could you give a brand new channel a signal boost? Savage Talk. It's tough starting from scratch. Love you all. Now you know what. Savage Talk.
Savage Talk. I've seen you on Twitter. I believe in my replies. So shout out to you.
There you go.
Savage Talk. So get it done, man. Get out there. Get your voice out there. Again, if some asshole like me can have the following I have, anybody can do it. So
that's right. You just gotta grind. So yeah, shout out to Savage Talk. Seal Hunter for 2. Cereal is not a soup.
Yeah, fucking oath it's not.
Not the way I eat it. Darth Gavel for 2. Andromeda killed Mass Effect.
I think
the end of 3.
Mass Effect 3.
Yeah,
end
of 3
the ending to Mass Effect 3 was the big one.
I think if Andromeda had been well received, it would have been fine.
You know what I mean?
It was pretty bad. I mean, I wasn't playing it, but it's pretty fucking bad when that thing happened.
For 3 games, all your decisions matter. Everything leads up to this moment. Do you want to be green?
Green, blue, or red, right?
Yeah, pick a color. That's how it is. Pick a
color. Let's see. Aussie Dole Bludger for 5. What does that mean?
What does it say? Struck a chord with that one.
It says, thanks for bringing such a wonderful guest on the live stream. I'm a fan of Mars, but now I'm a fan of Jupiter.
Woo!
What is Dole Bludger?
I'll tell you after.
Oh, God. Chris Torby for Aussie 10 or Aussie 8. Jay, just handle the 1900 gaff like the way you handle cats. Open the door and let it go. Love you, lunatics.
Real quick before we I meant to do this a little bit earlier, and I just we've had so much going on, but we had Tug on last week, that umbrella guy. So shout out to Tug. It's he's got 775 backers now. He's still got 20 days left, up to 62,000. So if you guys have not supported Hunt for the Littlest Umbrella, please consider doing that. He's a great guy. He's always he's always had our back. We'll always have his. So shout out to Tug and mods. If you and I saw, I guess Krista, did you add Nina? Krista? Okay.
Yep, I did.
Yeah, so we have Nina now to help out with some of the spam and all that. But yeah, please drop a link to Tug's Indiegogo campaign. We appreciate him and happy to see that his success has continued.
That's right.
Fucking nice.
Let's see. Fuck. Belshazzar for 2. Fug. I messed up. I didn't even reference despair.
You did. You fucked up.
Oh, there you go. I have, like half the words that are coming out of Belshazzar, I don't even know because he's just saying like animes and shit.
No, I like that they're making you read all of these. It's like a special kind of torture. You're like, what's this anime weeby shit?
If I wasn't reading this, it would be a 7-hour stream. Horror Amarada for 5. Help a girl out. What's the most SJW name you and the chat can think of? What's the most SJW
name?
Like for a girl, I think you'd have to go with. I don't know.
Bex? I don't know. I feel like
Bex.
I don't know. I've heard a couple.
Probably Beyonce.
Most SJW name. I don't know. I usually just say bitch. I don't run too creative with it. Yeah,
I'm gonna say Beyonce.
Karen's not necessarily SAW. Karen's just like a, like me at a fast food restaurant when they get my order wrong. So I don't know. Bex is the popular one. I would trust Amanda because I think she knows more than we do.
I feel like it's usually like some sort of like M or Bex or whatever, where it's just like a one name thing, somewhat androgynous at some point. I don't know.
That's a good point.
I'm leaning Zoe.
Ooh.
Zoe. Maybe. Saroon of House Roundhead for 5. What do you think about Robert Pattinson's Batman and Joaquin's Joker being in the same film? I think it'd be a huge success. I think it would have been a really big success if that had been the way it was planned out. I don't think that should happen now.
It would feel way too forced. It would not work. It would just feel way too forced at this point.
It doesn't work because they say Bruce's parents died in 2000 and something.
Exactly. The timelines don't work. The universes are different. So no.
Yep. It could have been great though.
If they'd planned it, I think it would have been good. But
yep.
Wayward Culture for 5. Oh, I think we said that one already. You guys are having way too much fun. Nothing like hanging out with good friends. Thanks for the awesome stream, guys. Can Man for 2. Cow goes Mo. Ty Slum for 5. What will companies do if China takes Taiwan? They'll try to do a Twitter hashtag or something. JS Pena for 2. Ryan would hate The Descent. Look at the cast. I take it it's diverse. Silver Axe for 2. Ryan's double stuffed Oreo take is his best take ever. Agree. Real Operative X for 5. Can Jay be the cat on the animal sound spinner? The cat sound should be open the door, Jay. It's time. Ty Sloan for 5. Thoughts on China playing both sides in the whole Ukraine situation? I don't think they're really playing both sides. I think they're pretty firmly on the side of Russia. Just they know they can only be so much so. And that's how I see it. CL Hunter for 2. Nico Nai. Is that an anime thing?
I actually don't know. I assume.
I don't know.
Lethal.
Some sort of racist chant.
I'm fucking starving here, man. You promised me $5. It never happened.
I think they just hexed you, Ryan. I think that might have been what happened.
Nico Nai, maybe.
Like a weeby curse.
Well, if it's just the weebs, I'll fucking handle it. Mistborn, did we say this? Yeah, Mistborn for $5. First time super chat for Streamlabs. Wet Deaf Lesbians is my Def Leopard cover band. Keep being amazing. Thank you. Are we all caught up on that entire thing, Krista, now? The Streamlabs chart? I think we are, right?
Looking right now, and yep, we are.
Okay. Yeah, I think we've got everything, and we're all caught up on super chats. No Rumble rants. It looks like we're all caught up over on Odyssey, so we're done.
All right, so I'm right in the thick of it right now. I can hear the wind and rain is pretty bad outside right now. But I really had a blast tonight. I want to give a big shout out to Krista for really, like, she was really enthusiastic about having Amanda on, and Amanda has surpassed every possible expectation. She was awesome tonight. It was a pleasure having you on. Amanda, tell them where they can find you, where they can support you. I think you gained a lot of Geeks and Gamers fans tonight for your support. You're really awesome. So,
well, I really appreciate you guys having me on, and I appreciate you guys being not as racist as I kind of hoped, but we can work on it.
So a little bit, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you give me a little bit, but it's just a taste. Yeah, you can find me at DayWalkerComedy. I'm on YouTube, Twitter. I'm on all the things. I'm trying the TikToks. I don't know if I want to be on it, but just follow me on YouTube. All the other ones, I don't know if I'm going to keep up with. But and then I'm also, if you want my like anime stuff, I'll be Amanda_Celine on Twitter. And then Instagram and TikTok, I'm Amanda C. Miller VO, but I don't really post there unless I'm going to a con. I'm very boring there. My saucy stuff will be on my DayWalkerComedy thing.
Nice.
There you
nice. Go. Well, make sure you go and support her. Also, Retro Meister says a super chat did go through. I thought we read yours earlier. Pretty sure
I definitely
that was
read
like
one from you.
And I thought that one of the first ones was from Retro Meister as well.
So the first. All right, so yeah, Jeremy read the super chat very early on. I watched Turning Red the other night, and I regret it. Turning Red is nothing more than an animated version of Cuties. Shivers. No wonder there's a mass exodus from Disney to Last Year's Skydance animation. We did read that potentially 4.5 hours ago.
No, it wasn't 4.5, but I think that was pretty early on though. It was a few hours ago for sure. So I totally understand why sometimes. We try to get like it's me and Ryan just really don't have time to do a super chat square up. So we try just to go ahead and knock it all out now. And so I know it sometimes can be a little late when we get around to them, but we want to try it if we can. But yeah, so sorry about that for the delay. And yeah, so Lethal Lightning, your first appearance on Main Event, I believe, right?
Yeah. This is the first time I've been on a stream since being nuked, actually. That's not on.
Yeah. Well, no, you've been on some gaming streams.
Oh, yeah. And I've been on Marks to yell at Attack on Titan, but this is the first group one.
Well, yeah, because I mean, this is only the only real stream we do that's a group stream that's consistent outside of the gaming stuff.
Oh, I mean, in general, since the start of the year, basically.
Okay. Well, how the hell are you? Where can they find you? And
I just got to say, this has been absolutely amazing.
Absolutely amazing.
Being with Amanda.
It was absolutely amazing.
I don't think people are going to believe me when I tell them what I did tonight. But yeah, this has been fun. Thank you for having me on, and thank you for bringing me on for this one. Really appreciate it.
Hey, I don't think I agree. They're not going to believe you when you tell them you combed your hair.
No, I'm going to go spike it up after.
There you go.
Oh, man. Krista Nova, what do you got going on, Krista?
Well, it's my birthday on Friday, which means I'll be playing Kirby, the new game coming out. And as where to find me, you could find me basically making memes on Twitter like this one.
Man. All he said was he eats eggs.
Yeah, I said JB like egg.
That's all it takes for Krista. That's all it takes.
Yep.
Wow, look at that.
That face. You look really Asian in that picture, Jay.
Yeah, I must have been eating rice or something that day.
Oh, man.
Too many wontons in the soup.
Good job, Krista. Jay.
Egg.
Jay.
I'm here. Hey, we got a super sticker.
We do. We have a big super sticker from Clifford Kiabu. It is it's a little pear-shaped man riding a rocket. He's cheering, having a great time. going off into the sunset. He probably exploded and died at the end there. But thank you very much, Clifford. That's awesome, man. Thank you.
What a dark ending.
That's what the fucking sticker is. I don't know what to tell you. Look at it.
Oh, you
He
couldn't
shoots
come up
off.
with something like, I don't know, he fucking landed on an island, got happily married, but nah, he fucking blew up.
No, look at the fucking super sticker. I ain't making it up. I'm gonna tell him exactly what he sent. I'm not gonna put words in the super sticker's mouth.
I think you could interpret it as him going far away, like a Looney Tune, but
he exploded.
Well, Snake Oiler right there. Excellent. Cam says we're below 1900. We aren't good enough for Jay anymore.
I'm so glad I came on today. It's been a non-stop adventure roll from start to finish.
Not MC. Thank you all. Thank you again.
Thank you.
This is officially the longest Tuesday night's main event ever. 6 hours. The funny thing is, when this whole fucking thing started, me and Ryan were like, I want this thing. I was telling Ryan, I'm like, I want this thing to run 3 hours, bro. 3 hours every week. We're done. We have failed miserably every single week to do that. But it's worth it.
Jeremy's like, you know, we love what we do with Friday Night Tights, but we kind of maybe want to like not make this just another like 10-person panel. We don't want it to last for 6 hours. We've literally fucking done exactly that.
I shaved before the stream started.
Seriously, that is a conversation I had with Ryan. I'm like, I love FNT, you know, but we're gonna keep this like really tight knit.
You told me that too.
Yeah,
you were like,
yeah.
I don't think we can get you on, Jay. We're gonna keep it really, really small. I was like, that's fine. I'm usually at the theme parks anyways. Like, I'm here to support.
And then at 3 in the morning, we're still fucking.
But here's
streaming.
the thing. I listen to my audience. Okay, so even if my plan was one way, you guys determined which way it would go. You guys have made Tuesday night's main event what it is. You guys determine the directions we go, and you guys clearly responded better when there was more people on here. And the conversations are going to go as long as you guys keep them alive. So if you guys are having fun, we're laughing, we're catching up on super chats, there's memes. That's what it's all about. So yeah, we're all tired, but don't think we don't love every fucking second of this, because we do. We really, really do. So again, thank you guys. Retro Meister for 5. Did we get that one? Let's see. Thanks for the read again. Sorry I missed it. I'm hitting the hey. Peace out, chat, and happy birthday, Krista. Love you guys. Hail Geeks and Gamers and Friday Night Tights.
Thank you.
Thank you. And other than that, that's it. Ryan, send us off. You guys have a great night. We love you. We appreciate you. Ryan, take it away.
Thanks, everybody. Y'all are fucking awesome. Matthew Hammond for $5. The interview with Chrissy was amazing tonight. Thank you.
Would you say it was absolutely amazing?
I would have if that's what the super chat said. I don't know how Jay felt about it, but
this was a hell of a stream, guys. Thank you, guys. This might be the best, the GOAT main event so far. This shit was good. This is good shit.
It is.
And shout out to My Nerdy Home backstage. She's gonna have everything timestamped all 6 hours. Steph will have everything. Look how
holy fuck! I thought I looked tired.
I didn't add you. Ryan did that, so don't get mad at me. So
she looked tired as fuck right there.
All right. So thank you guys. Krista made it happen. Got Lethal here. Got Lethal brushed his hair. What the fuck? You know,
that's crazy.
Has anyone ever seen me happy before? Like ever?
No, this is the first time.
There you go.
That's because of you, Amanda.
Pretty good. All right, but thank you, everybody. We're going to go before Jeremy's house gets torn away. We will talk to all of you guys later.
Absolutely amazing.